After I became the villain, not only did I save the son of destiny, but I also begged him to kill me, because as long as I go through 99 villain reincarnations, I can directly obtain the cultivation of the great emperor realm. But when I joyfully welcomed the last reincarnation, I suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did the female leads start to crazily throw themselves at me? My fiancé, who originally wanted to divorce me, is now lying on my bed unwilling to leave, and the fiancé of the male lead even found me, insisting on cuckoldry. Even the master who originally wanted to destroy my cultivation for the male lead is now behaving rebelliously towards me. At this moment, I, who is experiencing the 99th cycle of reincarnation, was slandered by the protagonist Su Fan for stealing his dark spirit grass. As a result, my position as the senior disciple was revoked by my master, and I was punished to face the wall at the reflection cliff for 3 months. When my fiancée learned about this, not only did she not speak up for me, but she also thought about breaking off our engagement. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Perfect life simulation system successfully bound. The system has successfully cleared the host's aura influence, and the host's mind has returned to normal. Upon hearing this, Qingxue was shocked. What was this voice? However, after fully understanding the system, she was filled with shock and regret. Through the simulation of the system, she learned that her fiancé had been silently helping her all along, but instead of being grateful, she had been hating him as if under a spell. At this moment, she also saw the true face of the protagonist Su Fan. It turned out that Qin Yuan had been slandered by Su Fan all along. Su Fan was a complete villain, and in the end, he even killed everyone in the sect. Ding! The system has issued a new task, to save the lost love. Please make every effort to make up for the regrets towards Qin Yuan and prevent the tragic events from happening again. After completing the task, you will receive a large reward. Upon hearing this, Qingxue immediately showed a determined look. Brother Qin Yuan, from now on, I will not let you suffer anymore. And at this moment, while I was being punished at the reflection cliff, I received another system task. Ding! The plot of Charging Forward for Love begins. The host learns that Qingxue is in trouble, rushes out of the reflection cliff and is discovered by someone, and ultimately faces severe punishment. Please prepare in advance. Host: alright, always be prepared. I waved my hand in boredom and had to endure more criticism. The life of this tragic villain is really suffocating, but there's no other way. I can only endure it for the cultivation of the great emperor. At this moment, an urgent shout came from outside the Sequoia. Something bad happened. Young master. I frowned and saw a young man running towards me, quickly reaching me. Qin Ming, how many times have I told you? Be steady in your actions. Don't be so flustered. This Qin Ming is my confidant, who has been practicing with me since childhood. According to the plot given by the system, Qin Ming was later killed by Su Fan in order to protect me, showing absolute loyalty to me. I'm sorry, young master. Qingxue and Su Fan are fighting, saying they want to avenge you. Young master, I was puzzled. This plot doesn't make sense. Explain to me clearly what's going on. Qin Ming quickly said. Just half an hour ago, Su Fan had just come out of the medical clinic, and Qingxue rushed at him with a sword. At this moment, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile when he felt his body had recovered. It was worth getting injured this time to make Qin Yuan the target of public criticism. However, as soon as he walked out of the pharmacy, he saw a familiar figure. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he immediately went up to greet her. Senior sister Qingxue, why are you here? Stop. Qingxue looked at Su Fan and frowned. Is your injury healed? Su Fan joyfully said. I made senior sister worry. Thanks to you, I have already recovered. So fast. Qingxue's frown deepened. What's wrong? Senior sister? Are you not happy that my injury has healed? Qingxue replied lightly. Of course, I'm happy. This way, I won't be unfair when I kill you. What? Su Fan hadn't reacted yet when a 5-jang-long sword light came slashing towards him. The sword light was as thick as a stone pillar, tearing the ground apart, and countless boulders were torn into pieces. Senior sister, what are you doing? Su Fan exclaimed in shock and anger, then quickly dodged. It was obvious that senior sister was truly angry with this sword strike, enough to crush someone at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, Su Fan managed to dodge it, but he was covered in blood at this moment. Senior sister, what do you want to do? I am Su Fan. Qingxue nodded slightly. I know, I am here to kill you. After saying that, she launched another fierce attack. Upon seeing the situation, Su Fan was both shocked and angry. The previous attack had already taken half of his life, and another one would surely be fatal. Su Fan once again activated his spiritual power and dodged at the fastest speed of his life. However, Qingxue also used her strongest move this time, and Su Fan was ultimately injured by the residual force. flying backwards like a cannonball and crashing into a stone pillar. But Gu Qingxue's killing intent did not diminish, and she charged towards Su Fan once again. At this moment, Su Fan was already seriously injured, making it extremely difficult to evade. Helpless, Su Fan had to use his last resort escape talisman. Stop. At the critical moment, a majestic aura sounded, forcibly resolving Gu Qingxue's attack. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the purple figure approaching in the air. Feeling saved, seeing the chaotic scene, Lan Yun immediately questioned, "Qingxue, what are you doing?" Seeing her master arrive, Gu Qingxue knew she couldn't kill Su Fan today. Of course, she didn't really intend to kill him. According to the system's description, Su Fan was the son of destiny, and it was impossible to kill him without depleting his luck. This time, she mainly acted to vent her anger. "Nothing, I just want to seek justice." Gu Qingxue stood with her sword, her cold face showing no emotion. "Justice? What justice do you seek?" Lan Yun's tone turned cold. "Do you know where you are? Do you know who you almost killed just now? This is the Tai Xian sect, and I almost killed Su Fan." Gu Qingxue's voice carried a hint of regret, as if blaming Lan Yun for arriving early. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Lan Yun said coldly, "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Soon, this matter spread throughout the Tai Xian sect, and many disciples and even elders rushed over to see the scene of devastation, leaving everyone shocked. "What's going on? Infighting?" Lin Xianer, who had just finished collecting her clothes, also lamented in time, and her eyes instantly reddened when she saw the miserable Su Fan. "Junior brother, how did you get injured again so quickly?" Su Fan was also in pain. Where did she know the reason? Under the eyes of everyone, Gu Qingxue looked at Su Fan. An uncontrollable killing intent and coldness flowed from her gaze. "Because of Su Fan, he deserves to die." Wow. This statement immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. The surrounding people instantly clamored. "Did I hear you right? Senior sister Gu Qingxue said Su Fan deserved to die? Aren't they fellow disciples? Why did this happen? Do you think senior sister Gu is avenging senior brother Qin Yuan? Senior sister Gu is Qin Yuan's fiancee, and senior brother Qin Yuan was deprived of his status as a great disciple because of Su Fan, and he was also imprisoned in the thought cliff." "No way." The sentence was interrupted before it could be finished. "I've heard about this matter. It's clearly Qin Yuan's fault. He deserved to be punished." Gu Qingxue wouldn't be indiscriminate, would she? Besides, senior sister Gu Qingxue doesn't even look at Qin Yuan, and after this kind of incident, it's good enough that she doesn't withdraw from the marriage. And you want her to give Qin Yuan a head start? The people around them were all talking, and just because of Gu Qingxue's words, a dozen rumors had already been spread. Lan Yun was completely enraged and chided. "Qingxue, what are you talking about? Make it clear to me." Su Fan's face was gloomy to the extreme, desperately wanting to know what had happened. Why would senior sister Gu, who clearly had a good feeling towards him, suddenly want to kill him? "Senior sister Gu, what exactly did you do?" Lin Xianer rushed at Gu Qingxue and questioned angrily. "Xiaofan is your senior brother. Even if he made a big mistake, can't you talk about him? Why did you hit him so hard? You've really gone too far." Gu Qingxue looked at Lin Xianer, a hint of contempt flashing in her eyes. "What's the big mistake? Just talk about it? Why weren't you so understanding when you faced Qin Yuan?" "Elder sister, what do you want? You calm down." Lin Xianer was startled. She clearly saw the killing intent towards her in Gu Qingxue's eyes. "Qingxue, calm down. This is the Taishan sect. There's no room for you to be reckless." Lan Yun immediately blocked in front of Lin Xianer and Su Fan and questioned Gu Qingxue. "What's really on your mind? Just say it in public. If there's a real grievance, I can do you justice." The matter of the underworld spirit grass. Brother Qin Yuan, Qin's senior brother, was wrongly accused. Gu Qingxue's calm tone was ice cold and seemed to be mixed with hatred. "What? Qin Yuan was wrongly accused?" All the people were looking at each other with murmurs. Did the sun come out of the west? Could it be that Gu Qingxue was really giving Qin Yuan a head start? Su Fan was even more turned over in his heart. What's going on? Did senior sister Gu know the truth? No way. Absolutely not. How could she know when I was so well disguised and there were no witnesses? And when I interrogated Qin Yuan just now, she clearly spoke for me as well. Su Fan was calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Senior sister Gu, what are you babbling about? Could little Fan still be lying to us? Lin Xianer said angrily. The facts are all in front of us, and Qin Yuan has admitted his mistake. What exactly do you want to do? Blue Rime's stunningly beautiful face was also flushed with the slightest bit of anger. Things had gotten so big that her face as an elder was no longer shining. Qingxue, You'd better give me a reasonable explanation or don't blame me for disregarding the love of master and disciple. Explain? The corner of Gu Qingxue's mouth suddenly pulled out a touching smile, and the people around her looked spellbound. She looked to Su Fan and made a last-ditch attempt. You said that you discovered the underworld spirit grass first. Do you have proof? Su Fan was stunned. How could this kind of thing be proved? He defended. Senior Sister Gu, there's no way to prove this kind of thing. That means there's no evidence? Gu Qingxue said. Su Fan was speechless. Sort of. I have. Gu Qingxue said this. Su Fan frowned slightly. What does sister mean? Gu Qingxue looked in a direction, and immediately, a black-clothed figure slowly emerged from the void. The figure was short and stooped, with a withered face and white hair, holding a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, walking tremblingly, but exuding a palpitating aura around him. This is a god transformation stage powerhouse. Many Jindan stage and Yuanying stage cultivators recognized the old woman's cultivation and were immediately shocked. The god transformation stage. But it was on the same level as the Taishan sect's patriarch and the sequence elders. It actually just appeared out of thin air in the Taishan sect. My old self has met the lady. The old woman nodded at Gu Qingxue, and then looked at Lan Yun with a bland smile. Fifth elder. It's been a long time. Offering son. What brings you here? Blue Rhyme froze. This old man, she knew, was the Gu family's envoy, specializing in Gu Qingxue's safety. It could be said to be Gu Qingxue's protector. Even though Gu Qingxue had been sent to the Taishan sect to cultivate, the Gu family still had Sun Confessor follow for Gu Qingxue's safety. It's just that Sun Confessor is always in the shadows and rarely shows his face. You actually showed up today? I'm just being a bit of a witness for the lady. Sun Confessor said blandly. Witness? Lan Yun was a bit surprised. What is it that Donor Sun wants to prove? Sun Confessor glanced at Gu Qingxue, who slowly nodded her head, and only then did Sun Confessor slowly say, the underworld spirit grass. It was indeed Qin Yuan who discovered it first, and Su Fan has been trailing Qin Yuan. By the time Qin Yuan was entangled with the spirit beast, Su Fan sneaked in to steal the spirit herbs, only to be accidentally hit by the aftermath of the battle before he was seriously injured. Gu Qingxue swept her gaze from the crowd, feeling apprehensive. This time, it was her last attempt. Chapter 13, Su Fan panicked. Evidence? She certainly has no proof. Su Fan was too well disguised to leave any traces. Even if she questioned, it would serve no purpose, and everyone would still choose to believe Su Fan. But she wasn't willing to let Qin Yuan suffer so much. Something had to be done, and so her protector was called out. The words of a spirit transformation stage cultivator always have credibility, right? Plus corroborate yourself from the sidelines. If she could no longer clear Qin Yuan's name, then in the future, she would have to take another path. A road of no return. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone didn't expect that Confessor's son would show up to actually say this matter. In other words, all of them were wrong. Su Fan is the evil one. They misunderstood Qin Yuan? If it was an ordinary cultivator who spoke such words, naturally, there would be little credibility. However, if it was a highly respected spirit transformation stage cultivator, it would be a different story. Su Fan's face instantly turned white. Senior Sister Gu really did know the truth. If this is overturned, then all the good-natured persona he's created can come crashing down. As soon as a drop of ink mark appears on a white sheet of paper, it is always the ink mark that people focus on. The rest of this white paper is no longer clean, even if it is as white as it can be. Not to mention the rest of this white sheet is not clean, even darker. What made Su Fan even angrier was Gu Qingxue's attitude. Ming Qingxue's senior sister had already hated Qin Yuan, and also had some good feelings towards herself as well. So why did she show such a drastic transformation? He even went so far as to kill himself for Qin Yuan. Gu Qingxue, the most important woman in his heart. It's the white moonlight he's always been after. Now it's on the opposite side of the fence, wielding a butcher's knife against him for another man. Just thinking about this, Su Fan's heart hurt like a knife. But more than the pain, it was the exposure of the truth that bore the brunt of the moment. Once everyone believed the Sun Confessor, then he would become a complete target. Never, ever let that happen. No way. I don't believe it. As Su Fan panicked, a clear voice rang out from beside him. The one who spoke was Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer looked at Provider Su and respectfully bowed. Confessor's son, do you have any proof for what you said? I saw it with my own eyes. Sun Confessor said slowly. This underworld spirit grass is a must for my young lady's breakthrough. 5 days ago, Qin Yuan went down the mountain to look for this item, and I was worried that Mr. Qin Yuan was in danger. And I also wanted to let Miss make a smooth breakthrough. So I've been following Mr. Qin all along. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, at a loss for words. Can't it be that what the Sun Confessor said is true? It's impossible for such a respected old-timer to lie, right? Moreover, she was still Gu Qingxue's protector. And Gu Qingxue hated Qin Yuan so much. So if she didn't have to, how could she testify for Qin Yuan? Su Fan's mood hit rock bottom. Lin Xianer also had an unbelievable face. Even if she believed in Su Fan as much as she did, she couldn't help but feel a little skeptical at this moment. Lan Yun's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and without a trace, she looked at Su Fan, and then at the Sun Provider. Dare I ask, Sun Confessor, why didn't you say so before? What happens between juniors is something that the old me would not have been interested in getting involved in. Sun Confessor slowly said, but there are some things that if they are taken too far, my old self will not be able to look at them. It's not the first time this has happened. A year ago, when the Taishan sect went down to the mountains to practice, Prince Qin was attacked by a spirit beast, and at that time, it was actually Su Fan who didn't listen to advice and provoked the spirit beast, and Prince Qin was seriously injured in order to save him. Half a year ago, when the young lady forcibly broke through the realm, Duke Qin was also secretly escorting her without any misbehavior. Su Fan's slander against Duke Qin is also completely false. As a Dao protector, her only duty was to protect Gu Qingxue's life as well as her innocence. Other than that, even if Gu Qingxue was seriously injured, she shouldn't have appeared. But this time, Gu Qingxue actually took the initiative to invite her out, and even asked about these things. Originally, she didn't want to step in, but once she thought that this child Qin Yuan was indeed aggrieved, so she just stepped in to help. When this statement was made, the scene was even more controversial. The eyes of the crowd towards Su Fan changed to questioning. Su Fan's heart wowed. When did a protector of the way appear beside Gu Qingxue? Doesn't Master know? Why don't you tell him? She spends most of her time recuperating near Gu Qingxue. I didn't expect her to notice so many things, nor did I expect her to come forward. In Su Fan's mind, Fei Yan's heavenly voice sounded once again. I've told you before, if you want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. The gloom in Su Fan's eyes deepened. Damn, is this one really going to fall? No, can't just sit back and wait for it to happen. It has to be fought for. This, senior brother Su Fan. Lin Xianer was in a trance, unable to believe that her senior brother, who she had always felt was innocent and kind, would actually have such a side. Lan Yun's brows were deeply furrowed together as he pondered the truthfulness of what Sun Confessor had said. What I said just now is what I saw with my own eyes. Believe it or not, you all have your own discretion. There are still a lot of things that the old body has not seen. The old body does not dare to speak. Let's hope you all keep your eyes peeled. Sun Confessor finished slowly and bowed to Gu Qingxue. My lady, my old self is retiring. It's been hard on Sun Confessor. Gu Qingxue nodded respectfully and watched Sun Confessor's form disappear. The scene was completely thrown into chaos, with questions about Su Fan rising and falling. There was no reason for someone to disbelieve when a transformation spirit stage opened his mouth. Su Fan, aren't you going to explain? Lan Yun forced his eyes on Su Fan. Su Fan gritted his teeth and stood up with strong pain. He didn't answer Lan Yun's question. Instead he looked at Gu Qingxue, seeing the woman he adored the most, turning against himself for another man. Su Fan's heart was dripping blood, but a bitter smile spread across his clear cheeks. Senior sister Qingxue, I know that you are for your fiancé, but there is no need to plant evidence like this, right? I, Su Fan, have done everything in my life based on my conscience, and I will never apologize to anyone. Su Fan paused and continued. I also believe that all of you elders and senior brothers and sisters present, you are all people with discerning eyes as well. I, Su Fan, am a man of honor, and we all see that. There is no way for me to refute Sun Confessor's words, but they cannot be denied either. What the truth of the matter really is, let's ask the master and the elders, as well as the senior brothers and sisters to judge for themselves. Su Fan didn't do much explaining. There was no evidence in this kind of thing itself. The more he said, the more wrong he was. Now he could only gamble. Gamble on the character you've been building up. Chapter 14, The Desperate Gu Qingxue. Sure enough, after hearing this, the crowd was in deep thought. I think senior brother Su Fan has a point. We can all witness his character. To say that he planted evidence to frame Qin Yuan, I don't believe it for a million years. I also feel the same way. Moreover, Sun Confessor is also senior sister Gu Qingxue's person, and Gu Qingxue is senior brother Qin Yuan's fiancé. With this relationship, Sun Confessor's words may not be trustworthy either. It's not that it may not be credible, it's that it's absolutely not credible. Anyway, I don't believe anything that's been said that the youngest brother would set up anyone else. That's right, I feel the same way. The discussion at the scene quickly unified their voices, almost all of which were clear in favor of Su Fan. Junior brother, we believe you. You're the one who's been wronged. The situation had reversed so quickly that even Su Fan hadn't expected it. Looking at the one-sided support on the field, Su Fan was ecstatic in his heart, but showed a touched face. Thank you, elders, senior brothers and sisters. Thank you all for believing in me. Su Fan acted very agitated, as if he had really suffered a grievance, and the crowd could not help but believe it a few points more as they watched. Look at this. How can such a kind-hearted Shidoshi cheat? They had actually almost listened to the slanderous words just now and misunderstood junior brother. It's so wrong. Qingxue, what else do you have to say? Lanyan also had a cold face and chose to believe Su Fan. So Fan can't be wrong. It was Gu Qingxue who was harboring Qin Yuan. Senior sister Qingxue, I really didn't expect that you are actually this kind of person, to go so far as to defame junior brother for Qin Yuan. Lin Xianer was also disappointed. Junior brother is such a good person. How can you bear to slander him? How did you put up with that? Gu Qingxue smiled bitterly. Sure enough, even if she tried as hard as she could, she wouldn't be able to change anyone's opinion. Even if she took out sufficient evidence, it was still no match for Su Fan's casual words. Obviously, in this matter, there were already too many suspicions and oddities, and it was clear that a large number of loopholes could be found by simply continuing the investigation. But no one thought so, and no one did so. Almost all of them chose to believe Su Fan without hesitation. Master, even if you don't believe me, don't you think this matter is already suspicious? Don't you need to do some investigating? Gu Qingxue made a last-ditch effort. Su Fan's mood lifted again. If Master chose to investigate, he would really find out the problem. What's the point of investigating when the facts are right in front of you? Lin Xianer immediately roared. Is it hard to believe that junior brother would still lie to us? Junior brother has suffered so much, and you still want to continue to torment him. Do you really put up with it? I think so. There's no need to investigate. Su Fan definitely won't lie. The crowd was also in agreement. Suffered that much? Keep tossing him? Why didn't you have this attitude when you faced Qin Yuan? Gu Qingxue wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. I only felt my heart ache, for Qin Yuan's sake. As you heard, everyone has already said so, and the evidence in this case is so overwhelming that there is no need for an investigation. There was still a trace of doubt in Lanyan's mind, wanting to find out the truth of the matter again, but looking at what the people on the field were saying, she also felt that she was being overly cautious. After all, how could Su Fan lie? Gu Qingxue slowly closed her eyes without any further explanation or argument. It doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't make any sense. Lanyan's gaze went cold. Gu Qingxue, you have already violated a major taboo of the sect by mutilating a fellow disciple and planting evidence against him. According to the sect's laws, the cultivation should be abolished and expelled from the sect. But as you are a first offender, you will be fined. Lanyan was also a bit hesitant for a while. Gu Qingxue was her favorite disciple. If the punishment was really heavy, she would be heartbroken. But if it's lighter, there's no way to convince the public. A bright light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, knowing that his chance to perform had come. Master, should we not forget it? I see that senior sister Gu was also compelled by someone and did something irrational in the heat of the moment. And since she is a first-time offender, she should be given a chance. Su Fan weakly uttered such words, drawing another wave of emotion from the crowd. Little senior brother, you really are too kind. She treated you so well and you still helped her speak. Lin Xianer was also touched. We're all brothers and sisters from the same school, who haven't made mistakes yet. Su Fan smiled broadly, the slightest hint of smugness flashing under his eyes. Returning kindness for kindness not only aroused the goodwill of the people, but they were less suspicious of him. Gu Qingxue thought to him that he must also feel guilty. Next, as long as he continues to work hard, there is hope that he can once again gain the favor of senior sister Gu. You silly apprentice. Lan Yun was helpless and heartbroken, and her heart was relieved. Su Fan was giving her a step down. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do with Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue, however, laughed coldly in her heart. If it was the previous her, she would have really been deceived by Su Fan's disguise. Unfortunately, in the future, it won't be possible. Never. Lan Yun looked at Gu Qingxue. Fanner is generous and won't bother with you, but after all, you have violated the sect's laws. So if you are not punished, it will be detrimental to the majesty of my Taishan sect. Master will then punish you to suspend your cultivation resources for half a year and spend 3 months behind closed doors in your own cave. Do you have a problem with that? This punishment, which amounts to almost nothing. With Gu Qingxue's family background, there was little difference between having and not having the resources of the sect. As for pondering in the cave, it's even more pointless. What the heck? Master is really biased. Senior brother is hurt like this. Lin Xian'er wasn't too happy with the result. Gu Qingxue, however, shook her head. Such a punishment is too light. After all, I injured a fellow disciple and committed a major offense. Please also ask the master to expel me from the division, deprive the core disciple position, and relegate me to the outer door. And I was punished to face the wall at the thoughtfulness cliff for 3 months. What? There was a moment of surprise from the crowd. Is this Gu Qingxue out of her mind? I can't believe he volunteered to ask for an increase in punishment. Lan Yun also froze for a moment, his face growing cold. Gu Qingxue, are you messing with Master's temper? If Master thinks it is, it is. Please also ask Master to expel me from the division and punish me for facing the wall for 3 months. Gu Qingxue's tone was ancient. No expression could be seen. She was tired and weary and didn't want to say anything more. Right now she only wanted to return to Qin Yuan's side. Brother Qin Yuan. Now, I am at least qualified to see you, right? Gu Qingxue said silently in her mind. The moment she knew everything that had happened to her and Qin Yuan, she couldn't wait to meet Qin Yuan, the love of her life. But she didn't, because she felt inadequate and felt sorry for Qin Yuan. She had to do something for Qin Yuan, so she found Suvan. In front of a large audience, Qin Yuan's name was corrected. Although she had failed, the current her could at least have that much of a face to go and meet with Qin Yuan. Chapter 15 Gu Qingxue's moving. Well, you're still my good disciple. Lan Yun laughed back in anger. In that case, I'll satisfy you. You are punished to face the wall for 3 months at the thoughtfulness cliff. Go at once. Lan Yun ultimately didn't expel Gu Qingxue from the division, because she didn't want to, and because she didn't dare. Gu Qingxue was a genius who had been favored by the Supreme Elder, and she was not yet qualified to decide whether it would stay or go. Master, don't. Once again, Su Fan started green tea. Senior sister Gu is just talking in anger. You must not be general with her. Are you kidding me? Qin Yuan is still at the CO cliff. Isn't this sending Gu Qingxue to Qin Yuan's mouth? Blue Rhyme shook his head slowly. Fanner, you don't need to say anything. My mind is made up. I must properly punish this rebellious disciple today. Since she wants to accompany Qin Yuan, let her go. Alright, that's it. Break it up. Lan Yun gave Gu Qingxue a deep look and turned to float away. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving Gu Qingxue standing alone. Sure enough, everything she did was in vain. Su Fan was a great qi master, and it was indeed difficult to deal with him without completely depriving him of his qi. But there are benefits. At least, himself can accompany Qin Yuan. Ding, the host completes the stage task, successfully suppressing the Son of Qi. Su Fan's qi value -300. Host's system coins +300. Gu Qingxue was impatient to go to the thoughtful cliff when the voice in her head caused her to freeze again. So it is. The corners of Gu Qingxue's mouth spread into a smile. As long as he kept changing his original destiny, he was also indirectly plundering Su Fan's qi. As long as he persevered, he could one day pull Su Fan off the altar completely. Gu Qingxue's heart was once again filled with hope, and she dashed off in the direction of the thoughtful cliff. That's how things are. If there are no accidents, senior sister Gu should be close to arriving. Thinking through the cliffs, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh after finishing the story in one breath. I really didn't realize that senior sister Gu, who has always been cold and quiet, is such an affectionate and righteous person. The male is truly blessed. Qin Yuan had been completely dumbfounded, completely ignoring Qin Ming's exclamation tinged with envy. What the hell? What happened? I don't remember this storyline in the episode I'm leaving. And with Gu Qingxue's distaste for him, it would be good if she didn't give him a couple of electric fires. But to stand up for him? Qin Yuan hurriedly pulled up the storyline from the system to carefully check it out. Make sure there's no such episode. System? Call the system. Rare. Really rare. Even after reincarnating for 99 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The plot that he used to follow, no matter how outrageous it was, ultimately followed the system's storyline. And even if he sometimes maliciously tried to sabotage it, he would still end up being guided by the power of the underworld to the original pathway. But what the hell is this one? I've always been conscientious and followed the system, huh? Gu Qingxue's side of the first how to make a mess? Ding, this reincarnation belongs to the last of the 99 reincarnations. The difficulty of completing the task is greater and full of many unknowns. So please be careful with the host. As long as the host follows the script and successfully completes this life, he or she will break through the void and ascend, gaining the cultivation of an immortal emperor. The system was still the same old spiel, but Qin Yuan still heard a different meaning. That means this life should be different from all the previous 98. In the past, I just had to follow the plot step by step, but in this last life, other characters are interfering with the original storyline for various reasons. Don't around. Qin Yuan couldn't tense up. His own behavior, he can control, but how does he control the behavior of others? Maybe some random character will do something that will trigger a butterfly effect, and then he will have to suffer a bloody loss. Responding to him was a systematic silence. Damn it, I knew it. This immortal emperor cultivation isn't that easy to take. The first 98 lifetimes, all of which had been thrilling, turned out to be the last, and the whole thing began to come alive. Far from it. Just Gu Qingxue's toss. How else is he going to go with the running wild for love storyline? Gu Qingxue herself was at the CO cliff. My lord, it's getting late. I have to go. Or else I won't be able to get out if the elders guarding the mountain find out. Qin Ming said solemnly at this time. No matter what anyone says, I will always believe in the prince. I'll be walking around for the next few days, looking for evidence to prove the duke's innocence. Only after Qin Ming left did Qin Yuan gradually come back to his senses. No. Must think of a way. Can't let Gu Qingxue this little affect Laozi's great cause of becoming immortal. There has to be a way to get the plot back on track. Gu Qingxue, didn't you discover the truth? Don't you think I'm a good person? That's fine, I'll let you get to know me all over again. Qin Yuan figured out that this time, the matter boiled down to the fact that Gu Qingxue, for some reason, had suddenly discovered the truth, and that's why her senses towards herself had changed. As long as he continued to be a villain and made Gu Qingxue loathe herself again, then everything could be back on track. I'm so smart. After thinking clearly about the key to the problem, Qin Yuan was also enlightened. Dog system, still want to give me intensity? Want farts to eat? Qin Yuan had just made up his mind when he saw a white-clothed figure appear before his eyes. It is as if it were a light cloud covering the moon, and it is as if it were a flowing wind returning to the snow. Gu Qingxue stood not far away, looking straight at Qin Yuan, her clear eyes gradually turning moist. Qin Yuan's heart thumped, and this excited little expression of this little really had a conscience. That's not good. Seeing that sentence let people meet numb to the extreme, Qin Yuan brother is about to shout out. Qin Yuan suddenly faced grim face rebuke. Gu Qingxue, what are you doing here? Gu Qingxue was stunned and her mood became even more painful. Qin Yuan really did blame her after all, but even so, when he heard the news that he was in danger, he still did not hesitate to leave the thoughtful cliff, even if they face penalties. Gu Qingxue's tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I was really wrong. I now know everything you've done for me. All this time, I've been the one who misunderstood you. Qin Yuan sneered. You misunderstand my ass. If you're okay, get out of my face. I'm sick of seeing you. Qin Yuan's words were spoken harshly, not giving Gu Qingxue the slightest room to explain. Gu Qingxue, however, became more and more moved. Qin Yuan's brother is worried that he will be discovered by the elders who guard the mountain and punish her. That's why you're kicking yourself out on purpose. What a nice guy. Gu Qingxue wiped her tears and her eyes grew more and more gentle. I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving you again. You don't know it yet, right? Just now, I already fell out with Su Fan over the matter of the underworld spirit grass, and almost killed him. Now I have also been punished by the master to face the wall for 3 months at the Siwu cliff. Make it up. Keep making it up. Qin Yuan smiled disdainfully. Gu Qingxue, you take me for a cutie. Is that so? You had a falling out with Su Fan, and almost killed him? And faced the wall for 3 months? Who doesn't know that Su Fan is Elder Lan Yun's dearest disciple? And you're all heartbroken over a broken finger, but you're willing to kill him? Don't think I don't know that what just happened at the bottom of the mountain was a fling, but it was just a bitter trick on your part. You must have a purpose for coming to the thoughtful cliff. 2. I don't know what you and Su Fan are up to, but I don't want to see you right now. Now immediately, right now, get out of my sight. Chapter 16, Qin Yuan, you scared me. All along, Gu Qingxue had been an extremely proud person. There is no room in the eye. Qin Yuan thought to himself, Laozi has said the words so heavily. Even if you have any guilt towards me, you should be cleared, right? As a result, Gu Qingxue's next maneuver surprised Qin Yuan. I'm not going. Gu Qingxue's voice was gentle, yet revealed great determination. Please believe me. I really didn't conspire with Sufan. I've completely turned my back on him. The reason I'm here is because I'm being punished by my master. From now on, if you go there, I will go there. No matter how much you beat me and scold me, never leave you again. I know, I've done a lot of things wrong in the past and hurt you. I'll spend the rest of my life making up for it, and will give my life to regain your trust. Please give me a chance, okay? Under Qin Yuan's shocked gaze, Gu Qingxue slowly knelt down on one knee. Qin Yuan completely broke his defense. What's with the airplane? How irritated is this little bimbo? Gu Qingxue was, after all, the first female lead in Sufan's template. Even if she knew the truth of the matter, it wasn't as if her persona had collapsed so badly, right? Creepy. Simply bizarre. Gu Qingxue, are you seriously not going to roll? Qin Yuan had no choice but to continue to act like a vicious persona, trying to force Gu Qingxue to leave. There's no way he can get his plot going if this chick doesn't leave. As for Blue Rhyme's punishment, don't bother at all. With Gu Qingxue's status, coupled with Lan Yun's love for her, even if Gu Qingxue went down the mountain, I'm sure Lan Yun wouldn't pursue the matter. I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay with you forever. Gu Qingxue laughed through her tears, the corners of her mouth dense with an extremely beautiful smile. Seeing this, Qin Yuan could only use his last trick, revealing a lecherous smile. Well, you're sure you don't want to go, aren't you? Then don't blame me. What are you going to do? Gu Qingxue looked at Qin Yuan in confusion. What do you say? Qin Yuan pretended to be a prodigal son and stroked Gu Qingxue's face. Isn't it a bit boring if a lonely man and a woman stay in a place like this and don't do something? It's your own chance to give me a chance. No woman could tolerate her innocence being tarnished, especially a proud woman like Gu Qingxue. Qin Yuan felt that he had revealed such a beastly side of himself, and even if he had saved Gu Qingxue's life, the other party would definitely not be able to tolerate it. It turned out to be another disappointment for her. You want me? Gu Qingxue's eyes lit up. Qin Yuan was viciously choked and said angrily, did you not hear what I just said? I'm going to defile you. Defile you. Do you understand? I understand. Come on. Gu Qingxue couldn't help but get a little excited. That's a real surprise. As long as she truly became Qin Yuan's brother's person, in the future, even if Sufan acted like he wanted to count on her, it would be almost impossible. After all, how could Sufan, as the son of heaven's mandate, be interested in another person's wife? Qin Yuan was confused. What the is up to? Ms. Gu Qingxue, please get it straight. I'm going to rape you. Rape? Can you stop being so excited? It'll scare the rapist. Gu Qingxue is a very pretty woman. Even though Qin Yuan had reincarnated for 99 lifetimes and had seen countless heavenly beauties, Gu Qingxue still managed to top the list. A woman like that would make any normal man's heart flutter. But Qin Yuan was clear about his purpose, which was to walk through the plot and become immortal. Women, just a stumbling block on his way to immortality. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. Therefore, Gu Qingxue, the first female lead, was something he could never just move. He's a big villain who sleeps with the first female lead and greens the protagonist? This plot collapsed. 9 dragons pulling coffins cannot pull back. Unless the plot of this last life is one of those fairies' cultivation, so-and-so goddess record, red dust love, chivalrous girl tears, or some other thunderless and depressing pure love story. But based on the current direction of the plot, it doesn't seem like that's on the horizon. Qin Yuan said angrily as he pushed away the leaping Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue, focus on yourself. Brother Qin Yuan is overstating things. Gu Qingxue's face was scarlet and beautiful. I was supposed to be your future wife, and you wanted me to give it to you. And what is there to say about self-respect? You, Gu Qingxue, I didn't think you were actually this kind of person. Qin Yuan was furious. This Gu Qingxue was really crazy. You lowlife. Qin Yuan blurted out in a fit of rage. Even though she had already prepared herself mentally, such humiliation in personality still made Gu Qingxue almost burst into tears. But she still looked at Qin Yuan stubbornly and affectionately, those curved eyelashes blinking. I'm down and dirty, but I have a clear conscience. As long as I can win back your heart, I'd be willing to be a lowly man for the rest of my life, even if it means making me a lowly man for the rest of my life. Qin Yuan sighed dismally. This woman. Hopeless. Gu Qingxue, are you seriously not leaving? Qin Yuan's eyes gradually turned cold. Brother Qin Yuan, you want me, don't you? Qingxue stepped forward and looked at Qin Yuan sincerely. Swish! A sword was placed on Qingxue's neck. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my face. Qin Yuan's gaze was sinister as he held his long sword, and his killing intent flashed. Qingxue gave a shallow smile, not the least bit fearful. I won't leave even if you kill me. It would be my greatest happiness to die at your hands. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Qin Yuan's hand slowly exerted force, and Qingxue's white neck sliced a bloody scar. Qingxue looked at Qin Yuan tenderly, with only gentleness in her eyes and not the slightest bit of fear. Okay, you're good. I'm convinced. Qin Yuanshan dropped his sword on the ground, then turned around and headed out. The joy in Qingxue's heart grew even more. She knew that Qin Yuan couldn't bear to kill her. Where are you going? Don't you love to stay here? You just stay. I'll go. All right. Qin Yuan was too lazy to bull **** with her. The plot of this scene, running wild for love, is not, to put it bluntly, that he himself listened to the false news, and so violated the commandment to go down the mountain? No matter what the reason. As long as you've gone down the mountain and been punished, it's over. Why mess around with this brain-dead girl? Don't! Qingxue immediately got up and blocked in front of Qin Yuan. She avoided Qin Yuan's gloomy gaze and lightly bit her red lips and said, You are now being punished for facing the wall, and going down the mountain in private will result in a doubling of your punishment. Double it if you want. Just don't let me see you. I'm disgusted. Qingxue's eyes flashed with the slightest hint of gloom. Although Qin Yuan still loved her, he still had a grudge against her in his heart. After all, himself hurt him too deeply. Well, since you're so reluctant to see me, I'll go. Qingxue smiled bitterly. Qin Yuan, this put down his heart. Count on you to be sensible. Get the hell out of here and stay out of my face. Well, I won't come back in unless you reach out to me. Qingxue's gaze toward Qin Yuan was still full of deep emotion, and then she turned around and walked out of the cave. Unsolicited? Want farts to eat? Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Then he stretched out and continued to lie down on a boulder and swing it. Soon, however, he sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 17, The Stubborn Qingxue. Qingxue's scent didn't seem to be far away. Qin Yuan immediately rushed out to check, and sure enough, he found Qingxue standing right on the edge of the thoughtful cliff, in the harsh astral winds, like a tender grass that would be swallowed up at any moment, looking extraordinarily poignant. Are you crazy? I'm telling you to get off the mountain. Downhill. Don't you understand? It's all strong winds out there. You'll die if you stay out there. Thinking through the cliffs, the place of exile for erring disciples would naturally not be a good place. On the thoughtfulness cliff was the endless astral wind, a nightmare for all disciples who were punished. Even a Jindan stage cultivator couldn't resist for long, and the only way to get some relief was to stay in the cave. Brother Qin Yuan, you really came out. While looking at Qin Yuan's angry expression, Qingxue only had a pleased smile on her face. Qin Yuan really still has her in his heart. Qingxue, can't you understand human language? I'm telling you to get lost. Let's get you rolling down the hill. You think I'll feel sorry for you if you hurt yourself here? You're dreaming. Qin Yuan roared with wide eyes. I'm also now a wearer of sins, and I need to face the wall at the thought cliff for 3 months. Since brother Qin Yuan doesn't want to stay with me, I'll have to stay outside. The corners of Qingxue's mouth were already flooded with blood, but her tone remained unwavering. Qin Yuan was a bit embarrassed, worried that Qingxue would die outside, but on second thought, this one was the first female lead, and her life was hard. Worry about nothing. Besides, this chick would have to get hurt if she was out there in the strong wind. Mustn't she go down to the mountain to be treated for her injuries? If she comes down, then won't the drama begin? Perfect. Gotta. You're awesome. I'm convinced. You can stay as long as you like. It doesn't matter to me if you die anyway. Qin Yuan waved his hand, and then he turned around and returned to the cave without hesitation. Brother Qin Yuan, I won't leave you alone. I want to accompany you forever. Seeing Qin Yuan turn around and leave, Qingxue did not feel the slightest bit disappointed. The fact that Qin Yuan was able to come out just now already spoke volumes. Qin Yuan had her in his heart. Now that Qin Yuan had gone in, he was just talking out of breath. When he was really injured, Qin Yuan would definitely appear again. At that time, he himself would stalk Qin Yuan, accompanying him without moving an inch, and forcibly bring Qin Yuan's brother down to the thought cliff, so that Su Fan wouldn't have the chance to slander Qin Yuan. The astral winds of the thoughtful cliff were fierce, and even though Qingxue's talent was powerful, She only lasted for a quarter of an hour before her face turned pale and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. Soon, Qin Yuan had been hiding in the cave and had been observing, and seeing that this girl was finally almost unable to hold on, his mood also improved. Qingxue's mood was the same. As long as he was seriously injured and unconscious, he would be able to see Qin Yuan again. Let the storm come harder. Just then, a figure came speeding from the distance. Su Fan? Why is this kid up here? Qin Yuan recognized the visitor at a glance and sank down to continue hiding in the cave to observe. Su Fan. When Qingxue saw Su Fan, the killing intent in her eyes even passed through the bone-piercing astral wind. Senior sister, why are you staying here? The wind will kill you. As soon as Su Fan saw Qingxue, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Only because at this moment, Qingxue, under the destruction of the wind, already had a weak breath. Her body was infiltrated with blood stains, and her face was as pale as paper. Does it matter to you where I am? How is it okay? You're my senior sister, Su Fan said excitedly. Ever since the moment Qingxue went up the mountain, he was distracted and worried about what happened between his senior sister and Qin Yuan, so he quietly followed him. It turned out to be a mixed blessing. Elder sister was not with Qin Yuan, yet she also self-mutilated herself into this state. Elder sister, come over here. You'll die if you keep this up. Get out. The only thing that responded to him was a cold, unfeeling word. Su Fan's heart ached, loudly hissing. Sister, I'll say it one last time. Get out of here right now. Qingxue's breath was weak, but her tone was icy cold. Originally Qin Yuan had suspected that he and Su Fan were singing a double act, and now that Su Fan had come out like this, wouldn't it be even more true? Never let that happen. Senior sister, I am not going to leave. Su Fan firmly shook his head and said with a face full of sincerity. Senior sister, I know you have some misunderstandings about me. It's okay. I'll explain it to you slowly. I just want you to calm down now. Don't destroy yourself so much because of me. Do you know how much it hurts me when you do that? You really want me to go back? Qingxue was silent for a moment. Then suddenly her words changed. Of course. I'm really sad that you're crippling yourself like this. Sister, I know you have misunderstandings about me. Even if you beat me and scold me, I am willing. But you don't joke about your body. Su Fan's voice and feelings were so heartfelt that even a person who was no longer hard-hearted was afraid that his heart would be touched. But at the moment, Qingxue only had killing intent in her heart. It was such a mask of bitterness that deceived everyone and caused brother Qin Yuan to be framed and misunderstood. Became a target. I wish I could break him into pieces. Qingxue let out a light laugh. Well then, you come here. What? Su Fan froze for a moment. I'm too weak to walk now. Okay, sister. Su Fan immediately rejoiced. He knew that no one could resist his tenderness, even if Qingxue knew the truth. So what? As long as he continued to report gentleness and sincerity, Qingxue would eventually choose to believe him. It was a trick he had tried time and time again. Be careful. This woman has a strong killing intent for you. In Su Fan's mind, Fei Yan's heavenly voice appeared. It's okay, master. Sister won't make a move on me. Su Fan responded confidently, believing in his own charm. More than anything else, I believe in the character that I've always pretended to be. No one can resist his true feelings. I'm coming, sister. Su Fan ran towards Qingxue with a bright and pure smile on his face. And just as he was 1 foot away from Qingxue, a long sword appeared in Qingxue's hand in the air, and then he stabbed at Su Fan's chest without hesitation. The distance was too close, and Su Fan was caught off guard and was directly pierced through his chest by the long sword. Su Fan stiffly lowered his head, looked at the wound on his chest, and then looked at Qingxue with difficulty. Sister, you. Qingxue gripped the hilt of her sword in her hand and coldly continued to advance her longsword. Put! Su Fan quickly retreated back to 1 zhang away, and immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, instantly going limp on the ground as he gasped for air, his face full of disbelief. Sister, you, why? You know in your heart. Qingxue's eyes, however, revealed a piercing coldness. Originally, I was thinking of letting you live for a while longer. Since you don't know what to do, that's just right. Use your life to repay the sins you committed against brother Qin Yuan. Chapter 18, Don't Leave Me. She knew that Su Fan was a great Qi master and wasn't that easy to kill, but she wasn't willing to give up any chance of decapitation. Since he wasn't willing to go, let's use his life to gain Qin Yuan's trust. With those words, the longsword in Qingxue's hand was thrown once again. Su Fan was shocked and used all his strength to dodge the attack. Elder sister, calm down. Whoosh. Su Fan wanted to continue to persuade, but Gu Qingxue didn't give a chance and made another move. Qin Yuan in the dark watched with wide eyes. What the hell? Originally, when he heard Qin Ming say that these two had broken up, he was still a bit unconvinced, but now he was completely convinced. Gu Qingxue really wanted Su Fan's life. Stop. Qin Yuan immediately rushed out. Are you kidding me? If Su Fan gets killed off, how will his storyline go? Hearing Qin Yuan's voice, Gu Qingxue stopped her attack at the first opportunity and looked back in delight. Brother Qin Yuan. Phew. Gu Qingxue stopped, and only then did Su Fan let out a sigh of relief and fell limply to the ground. Both eyes blackened and fell into a coma, being stabbed by Gu Qingxue 3 times in a row, and all of them were vital. Plus before going up the mountain, he himself was seriously injured by Gu Qingxue. Serious injuries on top of serious injuries. Su Fan was already in a life-threatening situation. If it wasn't for the great fortune, I'm afraid I would have died. Qin Yuan probed and realized that Su Fan was still alive, and immediately let go of his heart. Su Fan was the son of heaven's destiny. As long as he didn't die through, he wouldn't die. Qin Yuan's face was gloomy as he looked at Gu Qingxue. What do you want? I told him to leave, and when he didn't, I stepped in. Gu Qingxue said, Brother Qin Yuan has been setting you up for so long, which has led you to this situation today. Let me kill him and avenge you. What are you babbling about? Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. No matter what, Su Fan is a disciple of the sect. Killing fellow disciples within the sect is a big taboo. Even if you're a pro-disciple, that's still a lot to take in. And it's my business, not yours. Gu Qingxue's heart was touched for a moment. As expected, Qin Yuan still cared about her, not willing to put her through the responsibility. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to pay any price as long as I can help you get your revenge. Gu Qingxue strengthened her determination to kill Su Fan. I told you, this is my business, not yours. If you dare to make a move against Su Fan again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Qin Yuan glared viciously at Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue wanted to cry. Qin Yuan really cared about her too much. Rather than letting her kill Su Fan, he would rather be aggravated himself. It's the fear of taking responsibility for yourself. Okay. I won't kill him. I won't kill. Put. As soon as Gu Qingxue opened her mouth, she spurted out a mouthful of blood and half-kneeled on the ground. Having been ravaged by the strong winds of the thoughtful cliff for nearly half an hour, Gu Qingxue had long been weak, and coupled with the fact that she had just struck out with all her might and used the last of her physical strength, at this moment, she was just as if she had already reached her limit as well. Qin Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to check, and seeing that Qin Yuan had come to his side, Gu Qingxue obediently lay down in his arms. Qin Yuan subconsciously tried to push away, but Gu Qingxue tightly hugged his arm. Don't, brother Qin Yuan, don't push me away, okay? The voice was hoarse and weak, yet it revealed 1,000 tenderness. Qin Yuan was in a bit of a dilemma. Although Gu Qingxue was his fiancée, her own identity was a great heroine, and he was a great villain. The villain and the heroine are so close? It's not quite right, is it? But seeing Gu Qingxue's tone so close to pleading, he couldn't refuse for a moment. He glanced at Su Fan and ultimately did not push away. Brother Qin Yuan, don't leave me. Don't. The corners of Gu Qingxue's mouth spread out in an absolutely beautiful smile, and her clear, cold, beautiful eyes slowly closed. Qin Yuan was speechless. The big female lead almost kills the male lead for her big bad self. In the end, they both lost their lives and passed out. What a thing to call it. That's a bit of an outrageous plot collapse, isn't it? Helpless as it was still in line with Qin Yuan's expectations. Now Gu Qingxue and Su Fan are both unconscious. Later on, let someone send them down the mountain. Then after a period of a few days, receive the news of Gu Qingxue's injury forged by Su Fan, and follow them down the mountain themselves. This scene of the plot is also considered to be successfully completed. LOL. Heartbroken. It's amazing how much of a whole lot of fuss has been made over a simple plot. Let's hope it goes a little smoother back there. Qin Yuan prayed silently in his heart. Soon the disciples guarding the mountain arrived and hurriedly sent both Gu Qingxue and Su Fan down the mountain for treatment. However, at this time, Gu Qingxue tightly hugged Qin Yuan's arm, constantly murmuring, Don't leave me. Brother Qin Yuan, don't leave me. Senior Qin, why don't you follow along and go down the mountain? And, all of us guarding the mountain are male disciples. It is inconvenient to bring senior sister Gu down the mountain. The mountain guard disciple was worried that Gu Qingxue had made any missteps, so he said this. Qin Yuan had no choice. Qingxue was so deathly entangled that it was indeed inseparable, and also could only personally carry Qingxue down the mountain. Send it down and come back. How big a deal. However, Qingxue's stickiness still exceeded Qin Yuan's imagination. Even in the process of receiving treatment in the medicine hall, Qingxue held on for dear life and refused to let go, and Qin Yuan felt that Qingxue was pretending, so he forcibly broke her arm. As a result, Qingxue directly vomited blood and her face turned even paler. Senior brother Qin, you'd better stay here with Qingxue first. Now she seems very reluctant to leave you. Responsible for treating Qingxue was a beautiful and touching plainclothed woman, with skin as fair as snow, a pair of bright autumn water eyes calm without the slightest fluctuation, and a goose-egg face of flawless beauty. She was dressed in green-colored plain clothes, looking only 18 or 19 years old, but giving people a feeling of returning to the basics, just like a transcendent worldly master. Beautiful and dusty, elegant and calm, this beautiful woman in front of him, Qin Yuan naturally recognized her. He was the chief disciple of the Taishan sect's medicine hall, named Nangong Liuli. It was also one of the important female leads in Su Fan's template, and had a great talent for medicine and pills together. It also played an important role in Su Fan's path to becoming a Taoist. You say it lightly, going down the mountain privately is a big taboo in the sect. When those old undead come, give me a crime to add to my crime, you compensate me, ah? Qin Yuan skimmed his mouth. He was telling the truth. When those old undead came and saw Su Fan and Qingxue, because he was hurt so badly, 80% of them would have to make things difficult for him again. He didn't want to get caught up in these unwarranted disasters. But now Qingxue can't leave you. Nangong Liuli frowned lightly. Can't you do anything about it? You, the Taishan sect's first genius pharmacist, are a feeder? Qin Yuan was also not at all polite. Now he's an arrogant and domineering persona in the eyes of the public. Even when facing a superb beauty like Nangong Liuli, she still had a bad attitude. Nangong Liuli gave Qin Yuan a deep look and said nothing more as she continued to treat Qingxue. Soon Qingxue stabilized and her grip on Qin Yuan's arm was loosened. You take care of her, I'm leaving. Qin Yuan turned around and left at the first opportunity, without the slightest bit of lingering. Chapter 19, Qin Yuan. Do you know your sin? Looking at Qin Yuan's back as he left, Nangong Liuli slowly shook her head as a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Once the topmost heavenly pride of the Taishan sect, but now he has fallen into this state. In the past, the Qin Yuan was overwhelmingly gorgeous and gifted, the most dazzling existence in the entire Taishan sect. Even she couldn't help but look sideways. But now he had changed into such a frivolous, petty, selfish, and narrow-minded person. Even his beloved fiancée, who stood up for him, could be left behind in order to avoid accountability. It turns out that a person can change so quickly, so suddenly. Qin Yuan, do you know your sin? Villains tended to be less fortunate, and Qin Yuan had been deeply touched by this. No, he wanted to hurry back to the thoughtful cliff. The result was that they were stopped just as soon as they left the house. The ones who came were no other than his fellow siblings. At the moment these people were all looking at him angrily. Qin Yuan shook his head helplessly and said faintly, knowing the sin? What sin do I have? Lin Xianer's eyes flushed red as she stared angrily at Qin Yuan. How dare you? If you hadn't compelled senior sister Qingxue with some unseemly means, how could she turn against junior brother? How could senior sister Qingxue have injured junior brother like this? It's all your fault. You are simply wicked. Qin Yuan was speechless, even though he could have guessed that these people would blame him for what happened to Su Fan. But still, the brain circuits of these people took him by surprise. The feeling was that he had compelled Qingxue, which had led to everything today. Su Fan is innocent. Qingxue was also innocent. He himself is the culprit. Extinct. Can you stop this bull? What does this have to do with me? I was sleeping well at the Sifan cliff, and these two fought, and now you're blaming me? Are you all pig-headed? If a tiger is not powerful, you think I'm a sick cat. These people don't have any kind of a protagonist's aura, and what's going on today has nothing to do with the main plot. He can play however he wants. How can you be so vulgar? Lin Xianer was immediately infuriated and her pretty face turned red, and the others couldn't look away either. Qin Yuan, you are at least a former genius disciple of the Taishan sect. How can you be so rogue? You are simply disgracing my Taishan sect. Qin Yuan looked over and realized that the one who spoke was actually his former senior brother, Lan Yun's third disciple, Lu Qingyun. This Lu Qingyun is also a genius. His character is rather lonely and arrogant. He did not have much dealings with him in the past, but today he actually dared to clamor in front of him as well. What are you looking at? Am I not right? Lu Qingyun was not the least bit fearless and said in a condescending manner. Luckily, you're still the prince of the Dongling imperial dynasty. Actually so insidious and vicious. Not only used the unseen means to compel Qingxue's senior sister to mutilate fellow disciples, and now also full of dirty words. You're not only disgracing the Taishan sect, you're disgracing the Dongling dynasty. Bang! As soon as Lu Qingyun's words left his mouth, he flew out backwards like a cannonball, pulling out a line of blood. Everything happened too fast. By the time the crowd reacted, Lu Qingyun had already fallen 10 feet away. Senior brother Lu. The crowd rushed forward to check and found that Lu Qingyun was already covered in blood. His face was pale, and he was obviously injured. Qin Yuan, you've gone too far. You actually made a move on brother Lu. Is there any clan left in your eyes? Someone immediately stared angrily at Qin Yuan. Bang! As soon as this person's words left his mouth, he was once again knocked back 10 feet away by a palm strike, spitting blood from his mouth. Asshole! You actually dared to brutally kill your fellow disciples. I will definitely not let you off today. Some people were furious. Their eyes flushed red. However, before he could make a move, he was once again put down by Qin Yuan's palm. This time, no one dared to speak again. Qin Yuan stood right where he was, his face expressionless, but giving off an extremely heavy sense of oppression. Go on. Why are they all mute? Aren't you going to teach me a lesson? Instead, the crowd was silenced and no one dared to speak again. Qin Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly. All this time, you guys have been disrespecting me as a big senior brother, and I've been too lazy to pay attention to it. I didn't think you guys would give an inch. It's not up to you losers to tell me what I am and what I should do. Today, a little lesson for you. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being unforgiving. You think I'm a sick cat if the tiger doesn't get tough. When facing Su Fan, in order to go through the plot, any irritation was tolerated and treated as an act. None of the things that happened today had much to do with the plot. You guys keep barking. Then don't blame me. As for whether or not what he did today would trigger a butterfly effect that would in turn affect the direction of the next plot, Qin Yuan was not worried in the slightest. Su Fan's protagonist aura wasn't something he ate. As long as Su Fan was fine, these disciples would eventually be affected by the protagonist's aura and become NPCs again even if they were defeated today. Being humiliated by Qin Yuan in such a manner, the many disciples were furious and their faces flushed red, but no one dared to speak at this moment. Recently, they have repeatedly suppressed Qin Yuan, and the other party has not resisted at all. This made them all lose sight of one fact. That was Qin Yuan, but he was the first genius of the Taishan sect. The combat is unrivaled. Even many of the elders and stewards of the outer sect were no match for him. At the same time, he was also the prince of the Dongling imperial dynasty, which was in existence on par with the Taishan sect. Such a background, such a talent. Who are they to lecture people? Many disciples were in a state of fear when they thought about this, but there are exceptions. Qin Yuan, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a strong background and talent? Is there any clan left in your eyes? A delicate voice rang out. The one who spoke was Lin Xianer. As Su Fan's die-hard loyalist, Lin Xianer was most heavily influenced by the protagonist's aura. This, coupled with a pampered upbringing, has resulted in an eye-for-an-eye personality. Even with such shocking tactics from Qin Yuan, she still stood up and looked at him angrily. Oh, Qin Yuan turned his head and looked at Lin Xianer playfully. Are you teaching me things at? Lin Xianer was looked at for a moment, but she quickly gathered her courage once again. Am I not right? Not only did you brutalize your fellow disciples with vicious means, and you are still unrepentant even after being imprisoned in the thoughtful cliff, but today you also injured so many of your brothers and sisters in full view of the public. You are simply not human. Many people gave Lin Xianer a thumbs up when these words came out. Today's Qin Yuan was so dangerous, and she actually dared to continue to lash out. It's awesome. I just wonder what Qin Yuan will do. After all, Lin Xianer's status and position was also very high. Without waiting for them to make a guess, Qin Yuan answered with his actions, only to see him look at Lin Xianer and faintly smile. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Xianer flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, pulling out a line of blood. Chapter 20. The main character's aura is as terrifying as it is. Senior sister Xianer. Many disciples were shocked, not expecting Qin Yuan to really strike. Ahem! Qin Yuan. You asshole! Lin Xianer coughed up blood. Her face was pale and her eyes were red. I'm afraid I've just said it all. Mao Fi, there's a price to pay. Qin Yuan said coldly. The crowd was in a cold sweat, secretly glad that they did not make a sound just now, or else they would be the ones lying down now. Lin Xian'er was a fearless character, and even though she had already been injured, she still wouldn't give in. Qin Yuan, you are simply not human. You don't deserve to be a disciple of the Taishan sect. You are a disgrace to the Taishan sect. Senior sister Xian'er, don't say anything. Someone admonished her, but Lin Xian'er couldn't listen in the slightest, staring resentfully at Qin Yuan. Oh, Qin Yuan gently smiled and slowly walked up towards Lin Xian'er. Looks like the lesson I just gave you was a bit light. My dear little sister, don't call me junior sister. I don't have a senior brother like you. Lin Xian'er shouted angrily. Good. Qin Yuan said with a smile. It seems that over the years, the senior brothers and sisters have spoiled you. So today I'll do my duty as a senior brother once more and teach you properly what etiquette means. That's all. Qin Yuan then swung his palm again and landed towards Lin Xian'er's chest. Stop. Right at this moment, a dainty voice rang out. Yet it was still a step too late. Without the slightest pause, Qin Yuan slapped Lin Xian'er 5 feet away. Put. Lin Xian'er sprayed out a mouthful of blood and completely fell into a coma. At the same time, a fragrant wind swept past Qin Yuan's side and stopped at Lin Xian'er's side. The person who came was none other than Nangong Liuli. Nangong Liuli immediately took out an elixir and sent it into Lin Xian'er's mouth, followed by another treatment. A green-colored plain clothes, her temperament elegant and God show, full attention in the treatment. Qin Yuan can only see her side face, but the beauty is like an exquisite painting. A few moments later, Lin Xian'er's condition stabilized, and only then did Nangong Liuli stop the treatment, and immediately after that, she looked at Qin Yuan, her ancient, wave-free beautiful eyes flashing with the slightest hint of anger. You're too much. What? Even you want to lecture me? Qin Yuan said lazily. Nangong Liuli lightly bit her red lips. You're acting like a complete lunatic today. Ridiculous. Didn't you see how they accused me just now? To forcefully convict me, the eldest brother, without any evidence. Can't I still resist? In the name of eldest brother, shouldn't I teach this group of disrespectful fools a lesson? But this is the clan. Nangong Liuli argued. In the sect, private fights are forbidden. If you have any conflicts, you can absolutely go to the law enforcement hall to explain them. It's just wrong for you to do it privately. And, Nangong Liuli paused for a moment and added, and you've already been stripped of your position as a prodisciple by Elder Lan Yun. You're no longer their eldest senior brother. Oh, you're right. I almost forgot. Qin Yuan tapped his head and said indifferently, but it doesn't matter. I've taught them a lesson anyway. But, what can you do about it? Nangong Liuli was annoyed in her heart and wanted to say something, but in the end, she sighed softly, her eyes showing obvious disappointment. I can't do anything about you, but there are always people in the clan who can cure you. Take care of yourself. That's not for you to bother about. I dared to make a move, so naturally I was mentally prepared. Qin Yuan shrugged his shoulders full of concern. Nangong Liuli slowly shook her head and didn't say anything else. At that moment, a purple divine rainbow appeared in the sky and soon landed on the square in front of the pill hall. Master! Master is here! The disciples immediately shouted in excitement. The one who came was no other than the fifth elder of the Taishan sect, Qin Yuan's master. Blue Rime, a purple brocade coat, outlined the slender body, distant mountains and eyebrows, eyes like stars, dumping the country, like a blooming snow lotus flower. The whole person exudes a graceful and cold temperament. Lanyan's cold eyes scanned the scene and her face immediately turned cold as frost. Asshole. With a chortle, mixed with the pressure of the Yuaning stage, the temperature of the entire square seemed to drop a few points. The many disciples were too scared to utter a single breath, but their hearts were filled with joy. Master is here, and the bastard Qin Yuan will finally pay the price. Qin Yuan, what the hell do you want? Lanyan suppressed the anger in his heart and a piercing cold light shot out from his eyes. When she heard that Su Fan had been injured, she rushed over without stopping. It turned out to be just a little late and something so nasty happened. This Qin Yuan is simply too lawless. What do I want? Why don't the fifth elder ask these dear disciples of yours what they want? Facing Lan Yun's questioning, Qin Yuan didn't retreat in the slightest this time. It's still the same. Things that have nothing to do with the plot, he won't put up with. Hearing that Qin Yuan didn't call out for master, but rather the fifth elder, Lan Yun's heart was unexplainably sour. Once upon a time, Qin Yuan was also her proudest disciple. Lan Yun gently inhaled a breath, calmed down a little, and looked at Qin Yuan with an even colder gaze. What they want I don't know, But when you strike out and hurt someone, it's just not right. This is the Taishan sect. It's not a place for you to just go wild. Qin Yuan, do you know the crime? Once was once, now is now. That most excellent great disciple of his is no longer there. The only person standing in front of her right now was this unmitigated, evil-hearted scum of the clan. Qin Yuan sighed lightly. The former Lan Yun was a gentle and open-minded person, but now she's become such a person who can't distinguish between right and wrong. The protagonist's aura is as scary as it gets. Chapter 21, The Exasperated Blue Rhyme. Okay. I know my sins. You're satisfied. I'll go back to the cliffs of thought if there's nothing else. Qin Yuan was suddenly a bit tired. Enough fun has been had, and those who should be taught a lesson have been taught a lesson. There seemed to be no point in continuing to tangle with Blue Rhyme. He can't beat up Lan Yun, can he? You asshole. Seeing Qin Yuan so unself-conscious, Lan Yun became even more angry in her heart. You're already wearing a sin, but you left the thought cliff privately, which is a crime on top of a crime. Now it's even a public beating of a fellow disciple, which is already an unforgivable offense. If I don't give you enough punishment, where is the majesty of my Taishan sect? Qin Yuan stopped and calmly looked at Lan Yun. Then what else does the fifth elder mean to give me as punishment? The evil you have committed is too heavy. According to the sect's precepts, it is right to abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Blue Rhyme was furious and said this directly. Abolish your cultivation? Expelled from the clan? Qin Yuan sneered and said leisurely. Fine. Come on then. Lan Yun was suddenly stunned. And only then did she realize that Qin Yuan's identity was not simple. Not to mention him, even the patriarch wouldn't dare to easily punish Qin Yuan. But at this moment, the words had already been said, and Lan Yun couldn't get over his face. So he could only continue. Qin Yuan, don't think that just because you have a special status, I can't rule you. This is the Taishan sect, not the Dongling dynasty. It's not a place for you to just spill your guts. You do that then. Qin Yuan stared at Lan Yun and said word for word. Fifth elder thinks I'm guilty. Then you can waste me now and expel me from the clan. You. Lan Yun was trembling with anger, feeling that his majesty had been provoked. However, at this moment, she didn't dare to really make a move against Qin Yuan, so she could only release her mighty pressure. Qin Yuan, do you really think that I cannot cure you? The pressure of the Yuaning stage was released like a huge mountain, and many of the disciples in the vicinity were pressed so hard that their qi and blood churned and they couldn't even stand up. However, Qin Yuan, who was at the center of the pressure, was not affected in the slightest, still standing with his arms folded, and with a frank expression. He said words that almost made Lan Yun break his defense. You're right, that's really what I thought. Asshole, you rebel. Lan Yun almost fainted with anger. All along, Qin Yuan had always been disciplined in front of her, and even when she punished him to go to the thought cliff, he did not resist in any way. I didn't expect him to be so disrespectful today. However, Lan Yun still didn't have the slightest solution. She didn't dare to make a move. Can't do it either. Gu Qingxue had a protector behind her, and naturally, so did Qin Yuan. Now that Qin Yuan had snapped, as long as he dared to make a move, the Dao protectors behind Qin Yuan would naturally make a move as well, and then you'll be even more humiliated yourself. Moreover, once Qin Yuan made a big deal out of this matter, the entire clan would not look good. Come on, aren't you going to waste me? I'm standing right here. What are you hesitating for? Qin Yuan, however, continued to provoke without relenting. There's still some fire in the clay bodhisattva. He didn't want to pay attention to Lan Yun, but if the other party came after him, then he wouldn't be polite. Why hasn't the fifth elder made his move yet? It wouldn't be afraid, would it? Qin Yuan. Blue Rhyme's mouthful of silver teeth were almost clenched. He couldn't wait to give Qin Yuan a slap immediately, but the last of her reasoning kept her from making a move. This was because she had already sensed that a powerful aura had locked her down in the dark. The surrounding disciples watched in a cold sweat. Originally, he had thought that Lan Yun's appearance would make Qin Yuan pay the price, but he had never expected such a situation to arise. Qin Yuan is really horrible. Piss off, piss off. The eyes of many people looking at Qin Yuan began to fill with awe. A flash of frustration flashed through Nangong Liuli's beautiful eyes. It turns out that today's Qin Yuan will still have a spirited side. However, now he will only make people feel that his face is repulsive. And in the end, he is no longer the one that made people's side of the world's great pride back then. If the fifth elder doesn't make a move, then I'll leave. Qin Yuan smiled faintly. After all, you and I are master and disciple. so I'll give the fifth elder one more word. In the future, no matter what comes up, investigate first before deciding what to do. Prejudice will only lead you further down the wrong path. After saying that, Qin Yuan turned around and left, taking large, unrestrained steps, not paying the slightest bit of attention to Lan Yun's extremely difficult-to-read expression. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief that things would end up this way. Even fifth elder Lan Yun, Qin Yuan's former mentor, didn't get any good results. Asshole, asshole, asshole. The anger in Lan Yun's heart instantly erupted as she struck out angrily, shattering several peaks in the distance. The disciples below were startled and hurriedly fled in a grayish manner, fearing that they would be affected. Great, great, Qin Yuan, this stupid bastard, has completely sinned against everyone now. In a room in the pill hall, a pair of eyes watched everything that happened in the square from beginning to end. It's none other than Su Fan. It wasn't long after those senior siblings finished their visit. Su Fan woke up, but he didn't go out. He just hid in the shadows, gloating as he watched Qin Yuan being targeted. It turned out to be a scene that made him happy. Not only did Qin Yuan go out and hurt someone, but he also fell out with Lan Yun. Now the entire Taishan sect wouldn't be able to accommodate him. The next thing I can do is just a little more scheming, and I can completely turn this dumbass around. Su Fan muttered to himself with spiteful eyes. Dare to rob my senior sister Qingxue. I will let you die without a burial place. Although Gu Qingxue almost killed him just now, Su Fan did not blame Gu Qingxue. It just felt that everything was Qin Yuan's fault. I don't know what method Qin Yuan used to compel Gu Qingxue to make senior sister hold such a great grudge against her, but it didn't matter. He believed that as long as he continued to give gentleness persistently, he would be able to resensitize his senior sister one day. But before that, Qin Yuan had to be gotten rid of. Only after getting rid of Qin Yuan would he be able to have his senior sister in peace. At this time, the crowd in the square dispersed, and Lan Yun, accompanied by Nangong Liuli, walked over towards this side. Su Fan hurriedly lay back down on the bed again, putting on a breathless look. When Nangong Liuli came in, she couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw Su Fan waking up. Senior brother Su Fan, you woke up so quickly? All thanks to senior sister's wonderful hands. Su Fan was weak, but his smile was so innocent and clean that he could easily win the favor of others. Even as light and elegant as Nangong Liuli, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Mostly because you're in better shape. I had thought it would be another day before you woke up. Su Fan said gratefully. No matter what. Thank you, senior sister. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lan Yun and exuded another guilty expression. I'm sorry, master, for making you worry again. This little expression was revealed, causing the two women to feel a pang of heartache again. What a simple and kind teenager. Blue Rhyme was wearing a gentle smile. As long as you're fine, master is relieved. Either way, I'm at fault, Su Fan said with a grim expression. I was just thinking that it wasn't too safe for elder sister Gu to go up to the thought cliff alone, so I followed. Who knew this was actually happening? Chapter 22, Your Life, Any Regrets? Silly child. Gu Qingxue treated you so well and you're still worried about her safety. How can it be your fault? Blue Rhyme said through gritted teeth. The wrong one is Qin Yuan. It's Gu Qingxue. If Qin Yuan hadn't compelled Qingxue, he wouldn't have done something so heartless. Su Fan was slightly happy in his heart. Lan Yun looked like she thoroughly hated Qin Yuan. He immediately said carefully, don't say that either. Perhaps senior brother Qin Yuan also has something difficult to say. This sentence of arching fire completely was to sit the charge to Qin Yuan. Lan Yun said angrily, what's so hard for him to say? I think he's just mean-spirited and jealous of your talent. So he's trying to target you. No matter what. He's also my big brother. Su Fan smiled bitterly. I've been reflecting lately on what I did wrong to make eldest brother dissatisfied. Silly boy. You really are too simple and too kind. Why are you still defending him when he's done you so much harm? Lan Yun became more and more distressed. You should stop imagining things. Everything is Qin Yuan's fault. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let him do anything wrong. Much less let him hurt you. Lan Yun said. You'll just stay here for this period of time to recuperate and stop imagining things. Yes, master. Su Fan said gratefully. Lan Yun nodded and looked at Nangong Liuli again. Liuli, it's been hard on you for this period of time. Take good care of this silly apprentice of mine. Don't worry, fifth elder. Nangong Liuli nodded. After Lan Yun left, Nangong Liuli said to Su Fan again. Senior brother Su Fan, you have been seriously injured twice in a row. You have already injured your fundamentals. You need to rest properly during this period of time, or else you will fall into a sickly state. which may affect your cultivation in the future. Okay, sister, Su Fan said coyly, I'm really sorry to trouble you. No trouble, these are my duties. Nangong Liuli's good feeling towards Su Fan rose more and more. On the contrary, Qin Yuan, who once made her attention, nowadays, he was so domineering and did wrong, completely without the appearance that a genius should have. Nangong Liuli smiled faintly at Su Fan. I'll make some medicine. You rest first. Okay, thank you, sister. Su Fan watched Nangong Liuli leave, and a hint of fire flashed in his eyes. Senior sister Liuli, I will definitely get you, Su Fan whispered to himself. It was only after he came to the Taishan sect for Qingxue back then that he realized how big this world was. The stunning beauty is so much more. Nangong Liuli. It was one of the first beauties he noticed after arriving at the Taishan sect. Unlike Qingxue's haughty and cold, Nangong Liuli was a kind of light and dusty, quiet and elegant. Like a poem, a painting. He couldn't stop obsessing just by looking at it. The first time they met, he had already seen Nangong Liuli as one of the targets of his pursuit. It was on the same level as Qingxue. After entering the Taishan sect, he also found opportunities to get close to Nangong Liuli from time to time, sending her herbs or giving her unique insights on pills. And this fairy, who did not eat earthly fire, gradually took him as a friend. Now that he was living in the medicine hall to heal his wounds, it was a good opportunity to get closer. Be sure to take advantage of this time to make substantial progress in your relationship with Nangong Liuli. Su Fan secretly made up his mind. Earth spirit grass, amethyst jade, Xian ginseng. Nangong Liuli went to the pharmacy and prepared medicines for Su Fan to heal his injuries. She was grabbing medicines while checking out the canonical books, her movements elegant and serious, forming an extremely beautiful classical picture in the dimly lit, ancient colored pharmacy. 5 elements of wood, green jade milk. Nangong Liuli quickly prepared the medicines according to the prescription, but her brows knitted gently again. These medicines are enough to cure senior brother Su Fan, but if we can add a flavor of purple cloudstone as a medicine guide, the effect will be exponentially increased. Just a little bit. It's a pity that the clan doesn't have any purple cloudstones right now. Wait, purple cloudstone? Nangong Liuli seemed to have thought of something and gave a rummage through her spatial ring. A moment later, she then took out a fist-sized purple stone from her spatial ring, crystal clear and glittering. It's none other than purple cloudstone. However, looking at this purple cloudstone, Nangong Liuli had no joy, only disappointment. It was only because this purple cloudstone was given to her by Qin Yuan. That year, Qin Yuan had just arrived at the Taishan sect. At that time, Qin Yuan was jade-like, warm and elegant. Even she, who had never wanted to interact with people, couldn't help but be drawn in. Hello, senior sister. My name is Qin Yuan. Please teach me more in the future. Hello, I'm Nangong Liuli. It was her first meeting with him. He was courteous and she had a smile on her brow. Aha, a good place to start. As the exchanges continued to deepen, she realized that Qin Yuan wasn't just immensely talented in the cultivation path. In the path of alchemy, it was equally profound. From then on, she and Qin Yuan often practiced together and envisioned the Dan Dao. It's called enlightenment, but it's actually guidance from Qin Yuan. She was convinced of Qin Yuan's talent, and even more so, she admired Qin Yuan's insights in the Dan Dao. What's wrong? Why the sad face? A few months later, she was agonizing over a Dan formula. Qin Yuan appeared. He was dressed in a brocade suit and had a great presence. She was wrapped in plain clothes and was quiet and elegant. You taught me to refine the return to origin pill yesterday, and when I was preparing the herbs today, I realized that the clan doesn't seem to have any purple cloudstones. That's it? Qin Yuan laughed and stroked her head. Leave it to me. Aha. She blushed and nodded. So, she used to blush. A day later, Qin Yuan took a fist-sized purple cloudstone and placed it in front of her. She was pleasantly surprised and her eyebrows were smiling. Thank you. As her thoughts returned to reality, Nangong Liuli sighed softly. Can't go back. Everything, there's no going back. She held the purple cloudstone and gazed at it for a long time, but finally put it back into her spatial ring once again. Dong. At this moment, Nangong Liuli felt her heart skip a beat. Some pain. Colic. What's going on? This surprised her a bit. Her body, by all accounts, shouldn't be in this condition. Dong. Another jolt. It hurts more. Dong. This time, it was a little hard to breathe. What's wrong with me? Me? Nangong Liuli covered her chest and gasped quickly, her eyes flashing with pain and shock. Dong. There was another jolt that seemed to shake even the mind. Well, what the hell is going on? What's wrong with me? Nangong Liuli felt a heavenly rotation and couldn't even stand up. Do you have any regrets in your life? Out of nowhere, in her head, came this voice. Chapter 23, Nangong Liuli. The simulation begins. Regret? In a trance, Nangong Liuli thought she was hallucinating. Thinking for a moment, he shook his head in bewilderment. I don't think so. There really isn't one? I don't think. Have. Think again. Regrets. Regrets. Nangong Liuli pondered laboriously for a long time before muttering. Does Qin Yuan count? Dong. The moment Qin Yuan's image appeared in her mind, Nangong Liuli only felt her heart tremble violently. The intensity was more than the previous times combined. Who? Nangong Liuli's body trembled in pain and cold sweat flowed. Why? Why does my heart hurt so much when I think of him? Nangong Liuli tried desperately to stop herself from thinking about it, but the image of Qin Yuan lingered, and the scenes of her and Qin Yuan together swept through her mind like a movie. That face, which had been hateful, gradually became warm and genial. In a haze, he smiled softly. Used to be him. It seems to be back. Ding, perfect life system binding successful. While Nangong Liuli was at a loss, a voice rang in her head. It struck her for a moment. What? What's the system? The perfect life simulation system will simulate the next trajectory of your life based on the host's basic conditions. Based on the simulation results, the host can avoid upcoming risks in advance and make up for upcoming life regrets. When the host reaches the perfect life achievement, he or she will be rewarded by the system. Make up for regrets? Nangong Liuli pondered for a moment and asked vigilantly, what kind of being are you? Why did you seek me out? Like Gu Qingxue? Nangong Liuli was wary, worried that she had been taken over by some old monster, because the host is the one who was caught by fate. In order to help you get rid of your miserable fate, the system appears. Me? Miserable? It was the same reaction again, and Nangong Liuli didn't agree with it. Her life has been smooth sailing and not associated with misery. Doesn't the host feel the same way? You may be mistaken. Nangong Liuli said indifferently. Then why are you heartbroken? Nangong Liuli was stunned. This was her main concern. She asked warily, are you the one who screwed up? Yes and no. What do you mean? For this question, the host can open a life simulation, and you will get the desired answer after the life simulation is over. Life simulation? That means you can speculate on the future course of my life? Nangong Liuli was thoughtful. The host may think so. What kind of being are you? I am the system. Come to help your system. Help? I don't seem to need your help. Aren't you curious as to why it hurts so much to think of someone? Nangong Liuli was silent. The host can turn on a life simulation, and you will get the answer you want when the life simulation is over. After a moment of silence, Nangong Liuli responded, turn it on. Ding, life simulation is successful. The system will take stock of the host's important experiences from birth to the present, and then simulate your next life. 20 years ago, you were born in the Taishan sect. You are the first daughter of the Taishan sect's master, Nangong Yu. You were born when the heaven and earth phenomena, grass grows and warblers fly, everything revives. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers of heaven and earth treasures worship. The sky has auspicious clouds. Auspicious beasts and birds circling for 3 days refuse to disperse. It's only because you were born with an earth spirit physique, close to the great Tao of all things, and are a supreme physique for the path of pills. In the time since then, you have been cultivated by the Taishan sect, and even the Taishan sect's pill hall's supreme elder, who has been in divine seclusion for a long time, has come out to personally accept you as a disciple. At the age of 8, you were able to refine the foundation establishment pills required for the foundation establishment stage on your own, and they are still of a high quality, which is something that many of the deacons in the Hall of Medicines are unable to do, which has shaken up the entire clan. At the age of 10, you were able to concoct on your own the return to Yuan Dan required for the Jin Dan stage, which is also of high quality, something that many of the outer sect elder ranks were unable to do, and the entire sect went completely crazy. At the age of 12, you can already concoct all pills below the Jin Dan stage with ease, and you have even made improvements to the prescription. In time, you will surely surpass the Supreme Elder and become the #1 person in the sect's Hall of Medicines. Since then you've become more and more valued and have poured out almost all your resources. You are making equally rapid progress in your cultivation. There are 3,000 great roads, and they all lead to the same place. The cultivation of the Dan Dao, as well as your sense of nature, has made you comfortable with the cultivation path, and with the addition of the elixir, you have successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage when you were 14 years old. At the age of 14, you participated in the 6th sect joint competition, and for the first time, you showed your Dan Dao talent in public. You logically won first place in the alchemy conference. You've been discovered by the Holy Land of Yaoqi, which wants to take you away. The Holy Land of Yaoqi is a power that is one level higher than the Taishan sect, where you can obtain better development. You refused. After that you became the brightest star in the entire Taishan sect, but you're too bright, too powerful. Even the most powerful genius of the Taishan sect is like a beginner in front of you. Your life is too smooth, too exciting. You're so far removed from the average person that you're a complete loner. Gradually, your character begins to become light and calm, because there are no longer any people or things in this world that can make your mind swing a little. Gradually, your image in the eyes of the world began to become unearthly as well. Until you were 16, when a young man named Qin Yuan came to the Taishan sect. Qin Yuan was only 14 at the time, and was still slightly young compared to you, but his immense talent, his willfulness, and his grandeur have captured your attention. At that time, Qin Yuan was only 14 years old, yet he had already reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. And at the age of 16, you are only at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. For the first time, you feel the pressure. Hello senior sister Liuli, my name is Qin Yuan, please teach me more in the future. This is the first sentence he said to you, that handsome castless face overflowing with bright and warm smile. You're always ancient well of the heart, the first time ripples. Hello, you return the smile, but in your mind you make up your own mind. Qin Yuan, I will surpass you. Chapter 24. It turned out that she would blush at that time too. This, Nangong Liuli's heart was shocked. Because everything the system says is true. A lot of things were private to her, and even things in her heart that she never mentioned to anyone else. This mysterious being called the system, however, knew exactly what was going on. What the hell? Are you? Why do you know so much? I am the system, the all-powerful system. Nangong Liuli. She was about to ask something else, but the system continued to broadcast. You took Qin Yuan as an imaginary enemy and began to work hard on your alchemy and cultivation. You feel that with your talent, sooner or later you will catch up and then surpass this little boy. Yet whenever you made a breakthrough and secretly went to observe Qin Yuan, you found that the other party had grown even more. You are not convinced and start putting in more effort. Yet it all seemed futile. Qin Yuan was growing too fast. No matter how hard you try, the gap between you and him grows wider and wider. You laugh bitterly, generating frustration. Also gave up fighting with Qin Yuan. As the system broadcasts, the shocked suspicion in Nangong Liuli's heart gradually subsided, and her thoughts were pulled back to 4 years ago. Speaking of myself at that time, I was a little paranoid and stubborn. Well, is kinda cute, but then everything changed. One day, Qin Yuan found you. You happened to be in trouble at that time, and there was an elixir that had been refined many times without success. What's wrong senior sister Liuli? This is your second exchange. Qin Yuan has not lost his youthfulness, but he still shines so brightly. Nothing, some alchemy questions. You also didn't expect Qin Yuan to suddenly approach you, but you didn't have any ill feelings towards this teenager, and a faint smile even surfaced on your face. What's wrong senior brother Qin Yuan? When I was practicing, I found a 10 fragrant wood, which is said to be very helpful for alchemy. I can't use it myself, so I brought it over to you. You were surprised for a moment, then you shook your head. Thank you senior brother Qin Yuan. But this is too expensive. I can't take it. The 10 fragrant wood was indeed very valuable, and it was not rare even in the Taishan sect. It's okay senior sister. We're all in the same sect. There's no need to be so outgoing. I don't need it anyway. But, take it sister. Qin Yuan took your hand and forced the 10 fragrant wood into your hand. Senior sister don't be so outgoing. We're all from the same sect. Touching Qin Yuan's serious gaze, your words of refusal could no longer be uttered. At the time, you were so focused on the 10 spice wood that you didn't realize that your hand was still being pulled. Reacting, you immediately blush and withdraw your hand. You have a peachy face and a gentle voice. Thanks. A flash of remembrance flashed in Nangong Liuli's eyes. That was how she and Qin Yuan really met. You're refining the 3 Xiandan? Just at that moment, Qin Yuan saw the prescription you placed on the table. Yeah, it's a shame it failed. You nod. I don't know if it's because of the softness of taking someone's hand or because of some other reason. You, who have always been reluctant to share your experience of alchemy with others, especially failures, couldn't help but talk to Qin Yuan about your recent woes. I've refined this elixir many times, and I've tried many methods, but I've never succeeded. Is there a problem with the Dan formula? Qin Yuan's words startle you, but you quickly shake your head. It shouldn't be, right? This Dan formula has been passed down for so long. There must have been ancestors who have successfully refined it before. So you haven't asked your master? This master doesn't know either. This Sanxian Dan has not been refined by anyone for hundreds of years. Is it convenient to show me the Dan formula? Sure. After Qin Yuan received the Dan formula, he earnestly scrutinized it from beginning to end. You were a bit curious. Senior brother Qin still knows how to make pills? Slightly. Qin Yuan will return the Dan formula to you. Senior sister can try it out. Replace the snow velvet flower with blue silver grass, and delay the time of putting in the demon ape root bone by half an hour, and try refining it again. You are even more curious, senior brother. You really know alchemy? Slightly. Is this really okay? You're a little disbelieving. How could the formula be wrong? Try it. It's failed so many times anyway, hasn't it? Qin Yuan's smile was bright, and his eyes seemed to be brimming with confidence. You're infected. Holding the mentality of giving it a try, he followed Qin Yuan's words to refine it. Success! And it's still top grade. When you cheerfully took the Sanxian Dan and found Qin Yuan to report your joy. The other party, however, smiled faintly, as if they had already known the outcome. The senior sister is awesome. For the first time, you feel admiration for a peer, all the while being more curious about him. What kind of person is this, anyway? Since then, you and Qin Yuan have been exchanging more and more frequently on the Dan Dao. Only then did you realize that Qin Yuan's attainments in the Dan Dao were far superior to yours. You are a complete cloud compared to him. You're shocked. You admire. You're also frustrated. It turned out to be unrivaled in terms of cultivation, and he was inferior to him, even in the Dan Dao, which he was most proud of. It was still hard to beat. Senior brother Qin Yuan, you really are too powerful. Where did you learn all this? It's just luck. When I was exploring a secret realm in the past, I obtained the inheritance of a certain great power. This statement gives you back some confidence slightly. Since then, you have grown closer to each other, often practicing together and discussing Dan Dao insights together. Not only has Qin Yuan helped you immensely in the Dan Dao, but he is also your mentor in terms of cultivation. His sense and insight in cultivation is even deeper than your father and the Supreme Elder. With his help, your cultivation skyrocketed. And at the age of 18, you smoothly broke through to the Jin Dan stage. Such a speed was unbelievable to the entire sect. Only geniuses really understand genius. When you wonder why Qin Yuan is so good, he gives this answer. That confidence from the inside out is engraved in your mind. Your heart, once again, beats for him. Nangong Liuli was in a trance. It turned out that Qin Yuan was so compelling back then. Turns out, she had a great life back then, too. It turns out, she had a heart attack too. But then, why did everything change? Was it Qin Yuan or herself who changed? If it was before, she would have thought with certainty that it was Qin Yuan who had changed. But now, she hesitated. To be precise, since the whole system thing came into play. Thinking back to all the things in the past, Qin Yuan seems to have always been so warm and elegant. So spirited. But what about her? It never seems to change either. So what exactly does change? Over the next 3 months, you and Qin Yuan became closer and closer. Many of your fellow disciples will look at you and give you ambiguous smiles. You feel shy, but not angry. You were so green back then and didn't realize what it meant. Or rather, you don't want to realize it. You're too green, too shy, dare not face it. A month later, you received a bolt from the blue. Qin Yuan sneaks into Gu Qingxue's room. Chapter 25. The next one is not an example. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and there was much discussion within the sect. No way. I don't believe it. What kind of person is senior brother Qin Yuan? How could he do such a thing? There's nothing impossible. Knowing people's faces, are there fewer human faces in this world? Qin Yuan's image had always been too positive, and many people were unwilling to believe that Qin Yuan would do such a thing. However, there were also reservations. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, you just say firmly, Qin Yuan wouldn't do that. However, the truth quickly breaks your confidence. Qin Yuan really did it, and it was admitted in public and in person. My fiancée, what's wrong with me going into her room? You were there the day of the trial. You're in a trance. You are completely unable to connect this frivolous, flamboyant youth in front of you with the gentle stranger in your mind. For the first time, you feel disappointed in Qin Yuan. For the first time, you have a heartache. 4 days on end, You were in a trance and looked much more haggard. Even your father couldn't look away. Don't take it too hard, daughter. As you can see, people like Qin Yuan don't deserve you. I know. It's okay. You offer a smile, but you still can't hide the sadness in the depths of your eyes. Nangong Liuli was silent. These pasts, which she didn't want to remember, were brought up once again. It's still so heartbreaking, even after all these years. It was from this time that her relationship with Qin Yuan gradually began to show cracks. The young man he remembers has also been moving farther and farther away ever since. Time always soothes everything. 2 months have passed and you're coming out of it and getting back to your normal life. Picking herbs, practicing, reading, alchemy, busy yet uneventful. However, such days lasted only 3 days before they were broken. Elder sister, are you okay? Looking at the familiar figure in front of you, you are a little disoriented for a moment. He was still as graceful as ever, with a familiar warm and welcoming smile on his handsome, castless face. Aha! You avoid his gaze with feigned indifference. What are you doing here? Come to see you after so long. You inhale softly, looking indifferent. I'm fine, but you look a little haggard. It's okay, I'm fine, but I heard them say you've been in a bad mood lately. It's okay, I'm fine, but I don't think you're good. It's okay, I'm fine. Really good? Yes. You didn't lie to me? No. Do you trust me? You're stunned. Looking towards Qin Yuan, he happened to touch the other party's sincere gaze, clear as a spring. You bow your head silently. It was a long time before the sound came out again. Why? What for? Why did you do that? You snapped your head up and locked eyes with Qin Yuan, and a faint anger seemed to be dense in your ever-calm eyes. Qin Yuan opened his mouth, but in the end, he just let out a bitter smile. I'm bitter. What bitterness? I'm sorry, I can't say. And how do you expect me to trust you? Sorry, Qin Yuan. Your voice suddenly raises a few notches. Qin Yuan had never seen such a side of you before and was shocked for a moment. Sister, don't let me down, okay? You looked straight at Qin Yuan with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Qin Yuan was silent. You press again. Tell me what's going on. What on earth are you suffering from? I'm sorry, I can't tell you yet. You close your eyes in pain and speak slowly. You go. Sister. You go. I'm tired. You waved your hand, looking as tired as ever. Qin Yuan stood in place for a moment before silently turning away. Next time. Just the moment Qin Yuan steps out of the room, you finally speak again. The voice was small, but it clearly reached Qin Yuan's ears. He snapped his head back and looked at you in surprise. Sister, this is the first and last time. Your gaze is flat and you can't hear any emotions. Don't let me down again, okay? Yes. After a moment of silence, Qin Yuan gently nodded his head. The voice was shallow, but threw back. For the next month, you continue to cultivate together, explore together, sense together, and refine pills together. It seems to be back to the old days, even better than before. Once again, you shed a smile in front of him that you hadn't seen in a long time. Everything is moving in a better direction. Straight after a month, a teenager named Sufan came to the sect. Sufan? Nangong Liuli, who was immersed in reminiscence, was stunned, not expecting the system to actually bring up this name. But looking back, that's when Sufan came into his life. And what does this have to do with Sufan? The system did not answer Nangong Liuli's question as the broadcast continued. 2 years ago at the new disciple initiation ceremony, this was your first meeting with Sufan. You just didn't notice him. At that time, you were the representative of the pro-disciples, the proudest heavenly pride of the Taishan sect. You stand on a high platform, side by side with Qin Yuan, like a divine son or daughter in the dust, with infinite splendor. At that time, Sufan, as a new entry disciple, was hidden amongst thousands of green faces. There's too much difference between you, so big that it seems impossible to create a crossover. This day is too ordinary for you, too ordinary to have any meaning. But from this day on, you've changed. Your character has somehow become introverted, calm, seems to see through the red dust. Everything in the world can no longer set off waves in your heart. In your heart, only Dando remains. You also inexplicably begin to feel detached from Qin Yuan, who almost opened your heart. Even being alone with him felt a little uncomfortable, and yet you're oblivious to it. This, as the system broadcasted, Nangong Liuli was sometimes in a trance, sometimes in deep thought. All along, she had thought that the estrangement of her relationship with Qin Yuan was due to the change in Qin Yuan. Over the past 1 or 2 years, Qin Yuan had become cold and ruthless. insidious and cunning, selfish and narrow-minded, and had not done much to brutalize his fellow disciples. But today, with the appearance of the system, she suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be the case. What the hell is going on here? Why is that? Nangong Liuli was completely bewildered and had doubts about her life. Host, don't be in a hurry. You will get your answer when the life simulation is over. Nangong Liuli. Chapter 26, Starting to Change. Qin Yuan. What brings you here? On the third day after the new disciple initiation ceremony, you were reading the Dan scriptures when Qin Yuan came. A blue brocade coat, a divine one. If it was before, you'd be happy to see him. But today, you are inexplicably a little displeased. A bright smile spread across Qin Yuan's face as he took out a 5-colored flower from behind him. The flower was only the size of a palm, with 5 petals, but with 5 different colors, and the glistening Rue Kai flowed between the petals. With the appearance of the 5-colored flowers, the entire room's aura seemed to be 10 times purer. It's the 5 elements flower. You cover your lips and whimper. You, who are familiar with the books of herbs, recognized this rare flower at the first sight. Where did you get this? You're a little hard to believe. 5 elements flower. Even when looking at the entire Xuanwu continent, it was a rare and precious medicine. Didn't you say you wanted to refine the 5 elements pill? The 5 elements flower is an essential ingredient. And I've heard that there are clues to the 5 elements flower in the Valley of the Underworld. And I went there myself. You're crazy. You were taken aback. The Underworld Valley. But it was the most treacherous forbidden land within a 500,000 mile radius. The entire Xuanwu continent was renowned. If one's cultivation didn't reach the god transformation stage and entered hastily, one would die 10 deaths. How did you get in? I have my own way. Qin Yuan didn't explain. He just pulled over your hand and put the 5 elements flower into your palm. Take it. I'm looking forward to your 5 elements, Dan. You hold the 5 rows of flowers for a long time. This gift is too valuable. Such a precious spirit medicine. Even if Qin Yuan wanted to obtain it, he would have to pay a very heavy price. If it was before, you would have been so touched and grateful that you would have even shed tears because of it. But today I don't know how to take the 5 elements of flowers. But your mood is much calmer than expected. You slowly shake your head and hand the 5 elements flower back to Qin Yuan. It's too expensive. I can't have it. A trace of surprise flashed through Qin Yuan's eyes, not anticipating that you would refuse. This is the first time you've rejected him. But he just smiled faintly and pushed the 5 elements flower back to you. It's alright, senior sister. Between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. No, it's needed. Your attitude is firm. It's too expensive. You didn't notice how much colder your tone was compared to before. May I ask if senior sister Nangong is there? Before Qin Yuan had the chance to open his mouth, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Who? You're a little puzzled. There's something unfamiliar about the voice. But you go out and check it out anyway. Qin Yuan followed suit. When the door to the room opened, it was an unfamiliar figure that was seen. This was a teenager, looking 17 or 18 years old. His looks were not particularly outstanding, but he looked extraordinarily handsome. His gaze was clear, giving people a sense of approachability, and it was easy to make people feel good. Hello, senior sister Nangong. My name is Su Fan. I'm the newly promoted outer disciple of this batch. The teenager wore a bright and simple smile, as if he had a charm that penetrated the heart. So Fan? Outer disciple? You think about it and don't recognize it, but you ask politely. Hello, what can I do for you? Your reaction surprised Qin Yuan. According to your character, you won't be so gentle when you run into such people who come to your door unexpectedly and whom you don't know. Back to senior sister. Senior sister has made a name for herself in the path of alchemy for a long time. I had heard about it long before I was even initiated, and I have admired senior sister's talent and attainments for a long time. It just so happens that I also have some research on the Dan Dao, so please don't be offended if I rashly come to visit today. Su Fan's expression was sincere, and he didn't have the slightest bit of timidity when he met your eyes. You become curious about the teenager and ask with interest. You know alchemy too? I know a little about it. It's a far cry from senior sister. That's why I've come to pay senior sister a special visit. The teenager's behavior was abrupt. It is clearly presumptuous for a mere outer disciple to visit you, the daughter of the sect leader, on the third day of his initiation. Moreover, it is reasonable to say that he is not qualified to enter your residence, and his coming here this time is even more of a violation of the door rules. When confronted with such behavior, you don't get angry and coldly shoo it away as you usually do. For some reason, you have a crush on this strange teenager. But before you could speak, Qin Yuan took the lead. How did you, an outer disciple, enter the true disciple's residence? Qin Yuan's aura was strong and intimidating, yet the teenager was not the least bit timid, only slightly apologetic in tone. Like this? I don't know. Just now I saw that no one was stopping me, so I came in. I'm really sorry. Ridiculous. From the outer gate to the inner gate, and then to the core area of the true succession. Each layer is guarded by guards at every level, so even a fly can't fly in. You're a big living man. You come here in a dignified manner, and you say no one saw it? You think we're all cuties. Qin Yuan's tone was heavy and his gaze was cold. You frowned slightly, feeling that Qin Yuan had gone a bit too far. He shouldn't have rebuked the new disciple like this. Nangong Liuli's heart was completely messed up. Now that she thought back from the time Su Fan entered the sect, everything she thought and did revealed something clearly unusual, yet she never found out, and take it for granted, especially after seeing Su Fan. It was clear that Su Fan was so presumptuous and abrupt at first, but she didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. Instead, he developed a dissatisfaction with Qin Yuan, who had reprimanded Su Fan. Why on earth? Nangong Liuli's heart was in turmoil, desperately wanting to know the truth. I'm really sorry. Sifu. I actually snuck in, because I have so much admiration for my senior sister and can't wait to visit her, even if it's just from a distance. I know that my behavior is not right, and I ask senior brother to chastise me. Su Fan was like a child who had made a mistake, and that flustered and restrained appearance completely prevented any ill feelings from being born. Since you are a member of the clan, you must act according to the laws of the clan. You have trespassed into the place where the true disciples are. According to the sect's laws, you should be dismissed from your position as an outer disciple, relegated to the position of a miscellaneous servant disciple, and caned for 50. The disciple knows his sins, and the disciple admits his mistakes. Su Fan didn't make any rebuttal to this. Wait. Qin Yuan was about to call out to the people from the law enforcement hall when you suddenly opened your mouth. What's wrong? You glanced at Su Fan and eventually looked at Qin Yuan. This senior brother has just joined the sect. He may not be too familiar with the rules of the sect, and he's a first-time offender, so I'll see to it that we let him off this time. It wasn't easy for him to become an outer disciple. Elder sister. You? Qin Yuan was surprised. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to intercede. It's happened before, when your answer was only 4 words. Follow the law. Regardless of new or old disciples, the sect's laws cannot be violated. I see that this kid is very dishonest, and he dared to lie just now. So I think he must be severely punished. Qin Yuan is still holding out, but you shake your head. I don't think it's necessary. He's just a new disciple. Be lenient with him. But sister, off you go. And next time pay more attention and don't just wander off. You didn't give Qin Yuan another chance to speak and waved your hand at Su Fan. Yes. Many thanks to senior sister for opening up the door. Thank you, senior. Su Fan gave you a grateful hug. Then he hesitated for a moment and took out a lychee-sized blue fruit from his spatial ring, bowing and handing it to you. Elder sister, this is a little token of my appreciation for you. I hope you will accept it. Chapter 27, Blue and Silver Fruit. This is the blue and silver fruit? You recognized what the fruit was at once. The blue-silver fruit was also a very precious spirit medicine. Whether it was alchemized or taken directly, it had very good effects. Even Yuaning stage cultivators would salivate. Although it wasn't top tier for the entire Taishan sect, it was still incredible for an outer disciple to take it out. You're giving it to me? I'm not going to hide it from you. Senior sister, I come from a border town and don't have much of a background. This blue silver fruit is something I got by chance from one of my secret trials, and I haven't been able to spare any time to use it. It's a rare occasion to see the long-admired senior sister Nangong today, so I'll just give it to you as a meet and greet gift. I hope senior sister doesn't mind. Su Fan said sincerely. You look at the blue and silver fruit and feel a little more favorable towards the teenager. It's good that you have this intention, and you can take the gift back. This blue and silver fruit will do more for you. Senior sister, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Looking at Su Fan's sincere and shy mien, Su Fan's bland heart inexplicably moved. And finally, in Qin Yuan's shocked gaze, you slowly received the fruit. Well, then, take it. Qin Yuan was extraordinarily surprised, and did not anticipate at all that you would really accept a gift from this youth whom you have never met. However, your next maneuver is even more eye-opening. It's not polite to come without a gift. Senior sister also sends you a gift to meet you. Why? Nangong Liuli sat on the ground in a state of disorientation. The picture of himself was too strange, so strange that she didn't even recognize her now. Suvan. Someone who had never met her and had no business even being in her eyes. The first time we met, it made her do something so unbelievable. What kind of magic does this Su Fan have? What the hell is he? You pulled out a green spirit pill from your spatial ring and handed it to Su Fan. This is the green spirit pill. You are now at the chi refining stage. This pill will be very helpful to you. What? Green spirit pill? Su Fan was shocked. This is the rumored green spirit pill that can cleanse the bones and marrow, and raise the level of talent and spiritual roots. No one in the Xuanwu continent knew about the great name of the green spirit pill. Normal pills could enhance cultivation, heal injuries, and aid in cultivation. However, there were very few elixirs that could directly cleanse the bones and marrow, raising the level of talent and spiritual roots. Green spirit pill is one of them. This is too precious. Even true disciples in the Taishan sect were rarely qualified to obtain it. The first time we met, you gave away such a precious treasure. Qin Yuan couldn't believe it. Su Fan was even more disbelieving. This is too expensive, senior sister. I really can't accept it. Take it. After some excuses, Su Fan finally accepted the green spirit pill. Senior sister's great kindness is remembered by Su Fan. In the future, if elder sister has any use for her, you can just order. Sufan's sincerity has once again boosted your favorability. You gave him the green spirit pill? Only after Su Fan left did Qin Yuan ask in surprise. You said faintly, this elixir is useless to me now, so it's just good karma. But this brat has only just met you for the first time and is violating the clan's laws. Qin Yuan was obviously a bit upset. I've told you, he's only just joined the sect and doesn't know much about the precepts, so don't get too familiar with him. Besides, the blue-silver pill he gave me is just as precious. You frown, but you weren't like this before, were you? The boy is so abrupt and presumptuous. And you take his things and let him go? People change. You remained as usual. Su Fan is after all a junior brother who has just entered the school, and has no malicious intent. As a senior sister, can't I just be lenient with him? But, ugh, okay. Qin Yuan eventually just sighed and didn't say anything else. This 5 elements flower. Take it back. It's really too precious for me to accept. At this time, you once again sent the 5 elements flower to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face was unbelievable. You even take that kid's gift and not mine? You are also stumped by the question, but you can't think of anything else to say. It's not the same. The 5 elements flower is really too valuable. It's okay. You take it. Qin Yuan ultimately didn't take it back and forced a smile at you, then turned around and left. You watched his back and didn't see him off. Somehow, after what happened just now, you felt that Qin Yuan was too petty, and your attitude towards him became even colder. On the contrary, this junior brother Su Fan has a much more pleasing personality. This is the first time you and Su Fan have met, and the first time you and Qin Yuan have had a falling out. The system's broadcast continued, but Nangong Liuli was in a daze, like a wooden sculpture made of clay. Why did she take it for granted back then when it was obvious that something was completely wrong when she thought about it now? Why? Nangong Liuli's heart was full of confusion and disbelief. In the days that followed, everything seemed to return to normal. The only exception was that Su Fan would come to you from time to time to discuss the Dandao, and you were curious and surprised at this teenager's talent in the Dandao. Junior brother, I didn't expect your understanding of the Dandao to be so profound. Elder sister is joking. I've just explored some of the skins. There's no way to compare to you. Su Fan's coy look was easy on the heart. You smile slightly. You're already good. There's more to learn from sister. Once again, coincidentally, he ran into Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan asked with a cold and serious face as soon as he saw Su Fan. Why are you here? How did you get in? Su Fan was obviously a bit flustered. I am sorry, senior brother. I came to look for senior sister. I sent him. That's when you stepped up. Su Fan froze for a moment. His eyes filled with gratitude. You? Qin Yuan looks over at you and raises an eyebrow. Exactly. You say calmly. I see that this junior brother has an extraordinary talent in the Dandao, and I've specially called him in to discuss it. Dandao talent? Qin Yuan swept a glance at Su Fan, the slightest hint of disdain flashing through his eyes. He's a chi refining stage, qualified to discuss the Dandao with you? What do you call that? You say with displeasure. Senior brother Su Fan is only from a lower origin and younger. That's why his cultivation is behind us. But he has a strong talent and is also very smart and studious. If he had our background, he might not be inferior to us. Besides, does the Dandao have anything to do with cultivation? Well, 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 then you'll discuss it. Qin Yuan didn't say anything more and turned around with a cold smile. You didn't expect Qin Yuan to be so angry, so you immediately went forward and called out to him, staring at him and questioning in a low voice. What do you want? Chapter 28. There are just some similarities. I don't want to do anything. It's just inconvenient for me to interrupt since you have a guest. You're also inexplicably a little annoyed by the mess. I've already said that I'm just studying and exploring with senior brother. Why are you making faces? I make faces? Qin Yuan became even more angry. Fine. Let's say I'm wrong then. You continue. I'm leaving. With that, he left without looking back. Ugh, you're still trying to call out to him, and he's already gone. Looking at Qin Yuan's imposing back, your mood becomes even more irritated. That's when a weak voice rings in your ear. I'm sorry, senior sister, for causing you trouble. You look over at Su Fan. The other person's face is guilty, and his simple look is heartbreaking. You smile slightly. This has nothing to do with you, so don't think about it. That being said, it's because I'm here that Senior Qin misunderstood. If I hadn't sneaked in to find Senior Sister, I wouldn't have met Senior Brother Qin, who already had a problem with me, and now I'm afraid he dislikes me even more. Su Fan let out a bitter smile and continued. I'd also like to thank Senior Sister for helping me out just now. Otherwise this time Senior Brother would definitely send me to the law enforcement hall. It's all minor. Don't take it personally. You said, shaking your head. You came to me, after all, and I would be disturbed if that were to cause you to be punished. Sister. Su Fan was touched. Thank you, Senior Sister. You are really too kind. In the future, Senior Sister, useful place. You just command. There's no need for these courtesies. You smile slightly. Come on, let's continue with what we were discussing. Nangong Liuli's face had turned pale. The image of himself is so familiar, yet so strange. Sovan. Why would one be willing to have a long talk with a freshly initiated, unknown disciple? Even going so far as to cheat Qin Yuan for him? Is she crazy? Why would you do such a thing? These were clearly passages that she could once call fond memories, but now they seem so ridiculous and laughable. What the hell is going on with all this? Such days continue. Su Fan comes to you from time to time to discuss and cultivate, and sometimes in terms of alchemy, he will give you certain advice, which will enhance you greatly. You're curious about him while your relationship gets progressively better. Once Qin Yuan came to look for you and happened to run into you and Su Fan together again. Qin Yuan didn't have a good face for Su Fan. You were angry. Senior Sister Nangong has guests again. It seems like I came at a bad time. Listening to the obvious flirtation in Qin Yuan's tone, you were also in an irritated mood. You didn't even get up and asked coldly, looking for me for something? It's okay. Excuse me. Qin Yuan turned around again. Your heart grows more and more disappointed in Qin Yuan. Has the man with the shrouded halo now become so petty and narrow-minded? I'm sorry, Senior Sister. I shouldn't have come. Whenever you are in a bad mood, this voice will ring with it, like a spring breeze, soothing your restlessness, and you comfort with a light smile. Don't say that. This has nothing to do with you. But if I hadn't come, Senior Brother Qin Yuan wouldn't have been so angry and wouldn't have put you in a bad mood. Looking at such an understanding Sofan, you feel more and more heartbroken for him. Like I said, it's not about you. It's about Qin Yuan. Alright, you don't have to say anything. Let's continue refining pills. For a long time after that, Qin Yuan didn't come to you. You're inexplicably a little irritable and always distracted by what you're doing. One day, you heard that Qin Yuan seemed to have some problems with his cultivation, and was rumored to have been injured. You are anxious in your heart and can't help but want to check on Qin Yuan, but he didn't expect to meet Su Fan as soon as he went out. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know you had to leave for something and was thinking of discussing the new one with you. I'll go back now. Su Fan smiled awkwardly and turned to leave. Looking at Su Fan's somewhat lost back, your heart inexplicably moves a little. Just moments before he's about to step out the door, you call out to him. Wait, what's wrong, sister? Since I'm here, I'd better take a seat. It just so happens that I have some questions I'd like to ask you. But aren't you doing something, Senior Sister? It's not that important, so I can do it later. That's fine. The next day, you finally met Qin Yuan again. He was alone in his room at the moment, and his face looked a little pale. What's wrong with you? Your heart hurts inexplicably, but the pain, inexplicably, dissipates quickly. It's fine. I encountered some minor problems during the breakthrough. Qin Yuan's tone was flat, as if he was still angry with you. Pay attention in the future. You want to comfort him, you want to explain to him, yet 1,000 words come to your lips, and for some reason you can't say them at all, and your state of mind is inexplicably calmer. Pay attention in the future. In the end, those were the only words you uttered. A trace of disappointment flashed through Qin Yuan's eyes, and he gave a faint If it's alright, I'll go first. You had wanted to check his health and stay to take care of him for a bit, but as soon as that thought appeared, it immediately dissipated, replaced by a wave of annoyance and discomfort. It seemed that staying with Qin Yuan was uncomfortable all over. You turned away without a second thought. After that you never took the initiative to look for Qin Yuan, and Qin Yuan never looked for you. Instead, it was Su Fan who came more and more diligently. Gradually, Su Fan seems to have all but replaced Qin Yuan's role in your heart. Then for half a consecutive month, Su Fan didn't come to you, and your heart felt empty. When you inquire, you learn that Su Fan was injured in a competition. You immediately put down the precious pills you were refining and came to the outer gate as fast as you could. Finding Su Fan's residence, Su Fan's injuries had healed quite a bit, only his breath was a bit weak. Why are you so careless? Your tone is slightly scolding, but more concerned. Su Fan said with a guilty face. I'm sorry, senior sister. I didn't want to make you worry. You were even more heartbroken for Su Fan and took out the most expensive healing medicines with so much pity and handed them to him. No need, senior sister. I'm almost done. I don't need these. Take it. Your tone is firm and not negotiable in the slightest. Well then, thank you, senior sister. No. The broadcast was still continuing, and Nangong Liuli had already lost her color. Scenes that had happened jumped out at her. Experiences that she had taken for granted, but at the moment they seemed so absurd. Why did she turn out to be such an ugly mess? It was so ugly that she couldn't even look at it, and yet not the slightest bit of self-awareness after all these years. But compared to the heartache and anger, her heart was more guilty towards Qin Yuan, the man who first made her heart flutter, the man who is so perfect that he has almost no flaws, this man who could have been so close to her without words, only to be hurt by her over and over again, step by step. Push away. No, that's not her. It's her enemy. It's her life and death enemy. It's just that. Just looks a little bit like her. Chapter 29, Can't Go Back. Nangong Liuli kept comforting herself, but her heart became more and more painful. It hurt for his own ridiculous behavior, and even more so for Qin Yuan. What's even scarier, however, is that this is all just the beginning. It's what happens down the road that's the real nightmare. It was so horrible that she felt like she was going to suffocate just thinking about it. She wanted to plead with the system to stop broadcasting. She gets it. She had understood it all. She didn't want to be tormented by these horrible memories. Yet she didn't stop it. This is what she deserves. This is the trial she deserves. A month later, the disciples of the Taishan sect went out for trials. Qin Yuan, you, and Su Fan are all in it. During the process, Su Fan found a supreme treasure, which was guarded by a Jindan stage spirit beast. Qin Yuan ordered 3 times not to approach, but Su Fan agreed on the surface, but did not listen to the advice and secretly went to steal the treasures. The spirit beast was awakened and chased after Su Fan, who was seriously injured. Qin Yuan found out and went to rescue him, and after a fierce battle, he forced the beast to retreat, but he himself was seriously injured and fell unconscious. After the crowd arrived, Su Fan lied that it was Qin Yuan who tried to seize the treasure privately in order to prevent the treasure from being taken away. Enraging the demonic beast, he himself was injured in order to save senior brother Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan became a target. When he came to his senses, he desperately tried to explain that it was Su Fan who had seized the treasure, and no one believed him. You take us for cuties. What? How could junior brother possibly mess with a demonic beast when he's only at the foundation establishment stage? If it weren't for junior brother, you'd be dead, and you have the nerve to slander him? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qin Yuan looks to you, yet you just said indifferently. Qin Yuan, you've gone too far. I know you've always disliked Su Fan, but there's no need to slander him like this. Nangong Liuli. Another 3 months later, the outside world rumors that Qin Yuan peeped at Qingxue bathing. Qin Yuan 100 mouths. No one believes him, including you. Nangong Liuli. Since then, you and Qin Yuan have drifted apart. Qin Yuan, the great senior brother who was admired by millions of people, was also gradually being discarded. Su Fan, the junior apprentice brother, however, had risen out of nowhere and become the star of the entire sect. 17 years old. Your birthday. Qin Yuan sends you a purple cloudstone. Happy birthday. Thanks. You're cold and calm. A stranger to him like a commoner. You've changed. Qin Yuan sighed lightly. You shake your head slowly. It's you who's changed. Me? Qin Yuan smiled and didn't explain. Qin Yuan, you snapped out of it. Do you remember? Your promise? What promise? Don't let me down. Qin Yuan was silent. You look at him. You didn't make it. Sorry. Qin Yuan still didn't explain too much, placing the purple cloud stone on the table and giving you one last look before turning to leave. Looking at the back of that gradually moving away. Your heart is empty, as if you have lost something important. Happy birthday, elder sister. At that moment, Su Fan appeared in front of you and handed you a jade pendant. The jade pendant was crystalline, flickering with a glistening luster and flowing with colors, making it look extraordinarily extraordinary. Is this agaric jade? You drifted off. Agar jade, a very precious heavenly material, worn on the body, can nourish the mind and spirit, nourish the meridians, but it is very beneficial to cultivation. Even for her, this agar jade belonged to the category of rare treasures. Where did you get this? I bought it from the auction house. That's too expensive. It's so extravagant. You know the auction house. Anything that can come out of there is definitely priced well, as long as senior sister likes it. Thanks. You hesitate for a moment, but eventually accept the gift. But instead of wearing it on your body, you put it back in your space ring. The slightest bit of disappointment flashed through Su Fan's eyes, but he quickly collected himself, and at this time, the corner of his eye saw the purple cloud stone on the table, and immediately his face was delighted. This is the purple cloud stone? Senior sister, where did you get it? Someone else gave it to me. You were going to say it was from Qin Yuan, but you couldn't. Oh, so, Su Fan sighed regretfully. You asked curiously. What's wrong? I've recently been refining a body refining drug, and with this drug, my physique will be able to increase exponentially. So far basically all the recipes are complete. Just one flavor of alabaster to go. Just a little bit. Unfortunately, I've searched for a long time without a single clue. I can't imagine that senior sister actually has such a large piece here. An obvious longing flashed in Su Fan's eyes, but he smiled bitterly. It's a pity that this piece of treasure was given to senior sister by someone else, or else I would have wanted to ask you to buy some. Su Fan's words couldn't have been more obvious. If it were any other treasure, you would certainly give it to him without hesitation. In favor of this purple cloud stone, you hesitated. Seeing this, Su Fan said softly, Senior sister, who gave you this purple cloud stone? I want to inquire if he still has it there. Qin Yuan, you finally said the name. Ah, senior brother Qin. Su Fan scratched his head with a difficult look on his face. Then it's over. Senior brother Qin and I have a conflict, so he definitely won't tell me. Forget it, I'll just find it myself. You still haven't spoken. Then senior sister, you get busy first. I'll go back first, just in time to inquire about the whereabouts of the purple cloud stone again. Su Fan turned around reluctantly and walked slowly. You looked at Su Fan's back, but your heart was struggling violently. Give it to him. Anyway, it's only a little bit, and since this thing has been given to me by Qin Yuan, I'm entitled to have it at my disposal. Can't give. Qin Yuan just put it here. Didn't he promise to take it? I'm supposed to give it back to him. This struggle goes on for a long time, and eventually you fail to call out to Su Fan. After a long time, you ended up silently storing the purple cloudstone in your spatial ring. Another month later, it was suddenly rumored that the clan had lost 2 pieces of supreme treasure. The entire clan launched a major search and found one in Qin Yuan's room. Qin Yuan was unable to defend himself and once again became a target. Seemingly sitting on the matter, the tirade went viral. However, everyone hadn't bothered to think about why Qin Yuan, given his status, would want to steal the sect's treasures, and why keep it in his room instead of the safer space ring. It doesn't seem to matter. Qin Yuan, you really disappoint me too much. At the scene of the trial, you said this to Qin Yuan without mercy. What's it to me if you're disappointed or not? Qin Yuan wore a cold, untamed smile on his face. You can't believe your ears. I couldn't believe that the familiar figure in front of me had turned so strange. Sister, please believe me, okay? The next one is not an example. In a trance you remember the promise of the year. Too bad there's no going back. Never to return. Nangong Liuli. Chapter 30, Collapsed Nangong Liuli. Since then, Qin Yuan seems to have swung the pendulum, and his character has become wild, domineering, jealous and cold. Because of some minor conflicts, he injured many disciples and even openly called out with many elders. 3 months later, your breakthrough is imminent, and you need an important complementary medicine. Hades spirit grass. Unfortunately, the search was long and fruitless. Don't worry, senior sister. I will definitely find the underworld spirit grass for you. Sufan's determined gaze touches you a little, and you smile. It's good that you have this intention, but let's leave this kind of thing to father and the others. The underworld spirit grass isn't that easy to find. You didn't notice then that a figure slowly backed out of the doorway. 3 days later, a shocking news came from the sect. Sufan went down the mountain alone and traveled to the Dead Moon secret realm and obtained the underworld spirit grass. However, he was intercepted halfway back. Sufan was seriously injured and the underworld spirit grass was lost. You were shocked and somewhat moved, not expecting Sufan to actually go and find it. I'm sorry, senior sister. It's me who's useless. I didn't bring the underworld spirit grass back to you. It's okay, as long as you're safe. You smile gently. This little senior, he really knows his stuff. Elder sister, I will definitely help you get it back again. You get some rest. You didn't care, and you didn't think that the meditative spirit grass could be regained. But when you return to your room, you find a palm-sized weed sitting on the table. It is bright green with an inky sheen. Hades spirit grass. With a sense of disbelief, you slowly went up to check out the plant before determining the identity of the plant. Conclusively, it's definitely Medusa. Your heart is an instant mess. After a long time, you slowly close your eyes. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan. Was it you who injured junior brother and snatched the underworld spirit grass? Qin Yuan. You're really ruthless. Sufan is your senior brother. How could you rob him? Qin Yuan. You don't deserve to be our senior brother. On the judgment stage, Qin Yuan stood in the center. All around were pairs of angry eyes. There's no doubt that you're the one who's directing all this. The first moment you receive the Medusa, you already know who did it. Yet you are not moved by this, only angry. Senior brother Sufan worked hard to bring him back from the Dead Moon mysterious realm, but he ended up robbing him halfway and injuring Sufan. That's pretty much the first thought that comes to you, and it is convinced of it. You angrily find Qin Yuan and question him. Instead, the other party was just silent for a moment and asked lightly, "You don't believe me? Trust you? What would you have me believe?" You sneer. Senior Sufan is still seriously injured. How can you be so cruel? Qin Yuan is looking at you. If I say that I was the one who said I got the underworld spirit grass first, and Sufan tried to snatch it from me, and I didn't know his identity, so I injured him, do you believe me? Letter, I believe you. Nangong Liuli outside the screen hissed loudly, already in tears, but unable to stop the scene that had happened long ago. It can only look like a prisoner in jail, desperately flapping against the guardrail. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say that? Your face is full of disappointment. You said it was you who went to the Dead Moon secret realm. Do you have any proof? And how did Sufan know? With Sufan's strength, how could he dare to snatch something from your hands? Qin Yuan, even if you want to lie to me, can't you make up a decent reason? It is what it is, believe it or not. Qin Yuan was also impatient. I don't have any evidence. But does Sufan? What evidence is there to prove that he ever got his hands on this underworld spirit herb? You're stumped by the question. And there really doesn't seem to be any evidence for it. But you argue anyway. Senior brother Sufan is so innocent. How could he possibly lie to us? So you mean I lied to you? Isn't it? You guys just don't get along. Qin Yuan snatched the underworld spirit grass from your hands. You've never been angrier. This is something that Master Sufan traded his life for. You want to take it back, but you don't have any chance. Qin Yuan was really too powerful. You were so enraged that you sued Qin Yuan to the law enforcement hall. Qin Yuan unsurprisingly took the bench again. At the end of the scene, Qin Yuan raised the underworld spirit grass high above his head and crushed it into pieces. The truth of the matter is what I've been saying for a long time. Believe it or not. If you want me to hand over the underworld spirit grass, that's a dream. Dream on. Dream on. The sound of that wild and angry voice was still echoing, but the picture was fading. Streams of starry light from the Medusa are floating around, as if they are sacrificing something. No. 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 I believe you. I believe you. Nangong Liuli desperately hissed, but to no avail. A day ago, Qingxue suddenly went crazy and injured Sufan, seriously injuring herself. Qin Yuan escorted Qingxue and descended down the thoughtful cliff. You meet again, already strangers, and your words are even tinged with hatred. Just as Qin Yuan was leaving, he once again clashed with his fellow disciples. This time, Qin Yuan didn't back down in any way, injuring several of his senior siblings and completely flipping out with his master. Lan Yun, you're completely desperate for him. The scene is frozen at this point. Nangong Liuli had long since burst into tears, and that heavenly face was as pale as paper. The brutal truth that he dared not face was finally laid bare before his eyes. Every scene in the picture was like a sharp sword, stabbing hard at her heart. Her heart was full of holes, yet she felt no pain. Or maybe it's long since gone numb with pain. Step by step, she pushes her true love away. In the end, he buried it himself. And she had, surprisingly, felt soothed by it before. Why did they make her that way? That way that she didn't even recognize herself. It would be nice if it was always like this. At least it wouldn't be as painful as it is now. But goodness, why do you want me to know the truth now? How do you expect me to live the rest of my life? How do you expect me to face Qin Yuan? Is this my punishment? If this is the punishment, is really too cruel? Too cruel? Cruel? Is it really cruel? If that's cruelty, what about Qin Yuan? What was all that Qin Yuan had gone through? Compared to him, who am I to talk about cruelty? It's all I deserve. And it's not enough. Far from it. But what does all this have to do with me? All of this is simply not what I want to do. I believe him. I don't want to leave him, but I did it anyway. I made it myself. Isn't it? I'm the one who hurt Qin Yuan. I'm the one who hurt him. Nangong Liuli's heart was as if it was dead, and she even had thoughts of lightening her life. It is good to die. At least she does not have to face the one she has no way to face. Moreover, she is not qualified to face, but is really going to die? It's really hard to give up. Would love to see him again, but I don't deserve it. Really don't. All sorts of thoughts fiercely fought in her mind, and Nangong Liuli felt like she was about to go crazy. Such a punishment is really too cruel and brutal. Ding, the host's life experience has been loaded and analyzed, and the next step will be to enter the life simulation session. The system calculates and simulates the rest of your life based on the host's life experience. The content is for reference only, and everything is subject to actual occurrence. Wait, right at this moment, Nangong Liuli suddenly made a sound, that heavenly voice, but at this moment, it had turned hoarse and low. Chapter 31, The Secret Realm of the Dead Moon. What's wrong with the host? You can clearly know everything that happened to me, and you can even know my heart. Then what happened to Qin Yuan? You should also know, right? Qin Yuan belongs to a character with very high relevance to the host, and the system can be loaded. Then can you tell me why Qin Yuan sneaked into Qingxue's room back then? Why did you spy on her in the shower? The clan's greatest treasure. Who actually stole it? Why did it appear in Qin Yuan's room? What is the role of Suvan in the Medusa head incident? And why did I have such a big transformation when I met Su Fan? And what is Suvan? Nangong Liuli ultimately did not choose to understand herself. There were so many unanswered questions in her mind. Too much too soon. Ever since she met Su Fan, her experiences were clearly revealed to be bizarre. No, it should be revealed as bizarre by all. Things that could obviously be investigated very simply, but no one was doing it. Su Fan could easily convince everyone with just one sentence. What the hell is all this for? So Fan, what in the world? All of the host's questions belong to the designated screen playback, and this program requires a certain amount of system coins to be consumed. Currently the system is newly bound and the host has one free play access. Please ask the host to choose what to play. Nangong Liuli asked. Can I choose them all? Free play can only be selected once. The rest is a chargeable item. But I don't have any system coins right now. Ding, in view of the host's current good credit standing, this system opens up the advance payment function especially for you. The host is in urgent need of system coins but has no place to borrow them? Come and use payment in advance. The system pays in advance. Not only the interest rate is small, the amount is large, the arrival is fast, and there is a quality guarantee. The host deserves it. Given the host's current good credit standing, a high level of early payment is available. Early payment amount, 10,000 system coins. Repayment term, 1 year. Repayment, 1, equal principal and interest. 2, interest first, principal later. Nangong Liuli was bewildered for a moment, but quickly realized. That means I can watch before I pay. The host may think so. System coins can be obtained in subsequent missions, when they will be deducted directly from the host's account. Well then, please answer all my questions. Without the slightest hesitation, Nangong Liuli agreed. The truth, right now, was all that mattered to her. More important than even her life. The purchase was successful and the specified content is being played. The images in her mind turned, and Nangong Liuli saw a scene she desperately wanted to know. In Qingxue's room, Qin Yuan stood by the bed, whispering to himself. Qingxue's realm is unstable now. If this continues, it will affect her foundation. Something has to be done. Sorry Kiyosu. In the next moment, Qin Yuan placed his hand on the top of Gu Qingxue's head, urging his own origin blood qi and slowly injecting it. Gu Qingxue's face gradually became rosy as well. Half an hour later, Qin Yuan stopped moving. At this moment, he was already pale, but he muttered something. That should make it much better, but it'll have to come a few more times. I'm sorry Qingxue, I can't tell you about this matter, or else the people in the family will find you in trouble if they know about it. The screen ends here. Tears flashed in Nangong Liuli's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Immediately after the second act of the picture appeared, Gu Qingxue was in the middle of her seclusion, but her breath was suddenly in disarray. It didn't take long for Qin Yuan to appear in the corner of the screen. Qingxue's current state is dangerous. I have to guard her. Qin Yuan probed for a moment and retreated into the shadows to observe. Luckily, everything had a scare and Gu Qingxue survived the crisis, but her body was already drenched in sweat. Gu Qingxue then began to remove her clothes, preparing to clean her body. Qin Yuan smiled gently, then turned around and left silently. What a guy! But just then, a roar broke the calm. Immediately, several figures rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. Several of the people who came were deacons. Their cultivation was very powerful. Qin Yuan could not avoid them and was surrounded. Qin Yuan, why you? A deacon immediately narrowed his eyes and asked. What are you doing outside of Kiyosu's room in the middle of the night? Qin Yuan was speechless for a moment. At this time the door to the room opened and Gu Qingxue's figure appeared. Those cool eyes staring at Qin Yuan, radiating disappointment and anger. Clear snow. What happened in the background is known to all. Qin Yuan became a peeping Tom and reported it to none other than Su Fan. The scene shifts. The Taishan sect's treasure pavilion slowly emerged. Immediately after that, a sneaky figure, hiding in the east, entered the treasure pavilion. The guarding elders actually didn't notice it in the slightest. Soon the figure came out from the treasure pavilion and quickly scurried to the back of the mountain. Then after resting for a while, the figure took out two treasures from the spatial ring, a plate and a jade bead. It was the clan's lost treasure. As the image drew closer, the figure's face could finally be seen. So Fan, although he had already guessed the identity of the other party, the moment he saw it from the screen, Nangong Liuli was still shocked. He an outer disciple. Foundation stage cultivation. It was actually possible to steal treasures under the eyes of a Yuaning stage elder. What kind of divine trick is this? Then he saw Su Fan smiling sorrowfully in the picture. Qin Yuan, this time I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Sister Qingxue is mine, and so is Sister Liuli. No one can take it away from me. That grim face and spiteful eyes were completely different from the gentle and innocent junior apprentice brother on weekdays. For a few moments, she couldn't believe that the person in front of her was Su Fan. Nangong Liuli was creeped out. I can't believe she got that close to someone like that. I can't believe I thought such a person was simple, kind, and wouldn't lie. The ensuing scene was unsurprising. Su Fan quietly sneaked into Qin Yuan's residence and placed the jade bead in the cabinet. He himself left quietly with the jade disc. The screen turned again. What appeared was a dimly lit space, with a dark red moon hanging high above the sky. Cold and frosty. The entire earth was barren and desolate, as if it was an ancient battlefield. This is the Dead Moon Secret Realm. Chapter 32. I don't deserve it. I really don't. Nangong Liuli recognized the scene in the picture at a glance. The Dead Moon Mysterious Realm. A Herculean forbidden area for millions of miles around. Howl. Suddenly, a mournful hissing sound broke the trance for miles, and the entire earth trembled with it. Immediately after that, he saw a behemoth running wildly. A creature that looked like a horse and not a horse, tens of feet tall, with thick limbs that looked like 4 beads, and pitch black fur that looked as if it was clad in battle armor. This gigantic beast ran wildly, creating rolling waves like a mountain crumbling. Even across the screen, it gave an extremely heavy sense of oppression. At this time, Nangong Liuli realized that in front of the giant beast, there was actually a figure that was fleeing quickly. Qin Yuan. Although the figure was a bit blurry, Nangong Liuli still recognized him at once. Qin Yuan. Sure enough, it was Qin Yuan. Nangong Liuli's heart clenched. Pust. It wasn't long before Qin Yuan was struck by the aftermath of the giant beast and spat out blood from his mouth. But instead of collapsing, he fled at a faster pace. Roar! The giant beast once again let out a roar and spewed out a wave of breath towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan couldn't dodge and was hit again, spitting blood from his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yuan's face turned pale as he saw the giant beast getting closer and closer, and the possibility of escaping became smaller and smaller. Assholes can only do so much, to the death. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and took out a talisman from his spatial ring. Success or failure? This is the moment. After a moment's hesitation, he ignited the talisman and threw it at the giant beast that was running wildly towards him. At the same time, Qin Yuan fled in the opposite direction as fast as he could. Rumble. There was a loud bang and a mushroom cloud rose up. The monstrous flames engulfed the behemoth. However, the fluctuation of the explosion was too strong, and Qin Yuan was hit, accelerating like a cannonball and being thrown out. It was 100 miles before he fell to the ground, and at the moment he was dying. Howl. The explosion didn't do much damage to the behemoth, but instead angered it. It rushed forward with another roar. Qin Yuan gasped loudly and gritted his teeth as he got back to his feet. No, I can't go down. Lucid. Need this meditation herb. I have to. Bring it back. Nangong Liuli. Howl. Seeing the giant beast coming again, Qin Yuan finally squeezed out the last of his strength and scurried out of the withered moon mysterious realm the moment before the giant beast was about to hit him. Phew. Safe. Qin Yuan lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with the joy of surviving the calamity. After resting for a moment, he took out the underworld spirit grass from his spatial ring, and he couldn't help but curse angrily. For your little gadget, almost cost me my life. It's not worth it cough cough. Nangong Liuli. Swish. Just then, a black sword chi fell towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's battle sense was sharp, dodging and avoiding at the first opportunity, and looking in a direction with a cold face. Who? A black figure stepped out from the shadows, and without any nonsense, it struck out at Qin Yuan once again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black figure was only at the foundation stage, but his moves were tricky and his aura was powerful. On the contrary, Qin Yuan was heavily injured and could not utilize 1/10 of his strength, and several times he was almost injured by the black figure. However, Qin Yuan was still too powerful after all, and eventually seized an opening and slapped the black figure's chest with his palm. Put! The black figure was slapped into serious injury, dragging its body to escape quickly. Put! Qin Yuan couldn't hold on either and spewed out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming even weaker. But he dared not tarry, and limped away. That frail back is like a lingering old man. Nangong Liuli didn't say a word. Her eyes stared at the void listlessly, and 2 clear tears kept slipping down like pearls. Cutie! You little cutie! I'm not worth it. I'm really not worth it. Nangong Liuli's voice was trembling, and tears had already soaked her cheeks. Ever since the system had awakened, she knew clearly that the underworld spirit grass was definitely obtained by Qin Yuan. Su Fan was the bad guy who robbed Qin Yuan. She also clearly knew how dangerous the Dead Moon mystic realm was. It was definitely not that easy to get the underworld spirit grass, but after truly seeing what Qin Yuan had gone through, it still made her heart twist like a knife. That image of dying from serious injuries over and over again was like a blade mercilessly cutting into her heart. For his own sake, he almost died in the Dead Moon secret realm. But what about yourself then? Give him the cold shoulder. A big rebuke to him. It ended up putting him on trial. It was obvious that he had already done so many things to disappoint him by that time. It's obvious that they're strangers to each other. Why? Why is he still willing to do so much for her? She doesn't deserve it. It really doesn't deserve it. Even you don't trust me? I believe you. She hadn't realized until then that her remorse was so ridiculous, so powerless, so shameless. She is not even qualified to be remorseful. She really doesn't deserve it. Just as Nangong Liuli was despairing, images appeared in her mind once again. Chapter 33, Stygian Spirit Herb? Feast Spirit Grass? There is only one small building in the picture, hidden amongst the lush greenery, fresh, light and serene. In front of the door of the small building stood a figure, blue brocade clothes, slender body, handsome face without a single blemish. It was none other than Qin Yuan. Behind him, there was a middle-aged man. This person Nangong Liuli recognized. It was one of Qin Yuan's guards. At this moment, Qin Yuan was standing with his hands behind his back, his expression uncertain. Ancient Moon Danfeng. What a ancient Moon Danfeng. Almost fell into your trap. Luckily, I discovered the problem in time. If I really gave this underworld spirit grass to Liuli, something big would have happened. Nangong Liuli's spirit shook dramatically. The ancient Moon Dan formula, a sect treasure that she had been studying, recorded a variety of precious pills. The 3 treasures glazed pill that she needed to break through the Jindan stage was precisely one of the ancient Moon's pill formulas. The underworld spirit grass was also one of the 3 herbs necessary for the 3 treasures glazed pill. Is there something wrong with this formula? Nangong Liuli was in the midst of her astonishment when she heard the middle-aged man in the picture ask, "Young master, this underworld spirit grass, what's wrong with it?" Qin Yuan said slowly, "The 3 treasures glazed pill. What is needed is the 3 treasures of heaven, earth and man. The heavenly treasure is the fruit in the cloud, and the earthly treasure is the fairy in the stone. As for the human treasure, it is reasonable that it should be related to people, and this underworld spirit grass, but a kind of the mostine things, and human treasure simply 8 pole cannot fight. That's why I'm telling you to make haste and go to the family to question the great-grandfather. 13th ancestor was a far-famed Dan Dao master back then. He must have discovered the problem." "Sure," Qin Yuan said. "According to great-grandfather, the human treasure of the 3 treasure glazed Dan should be the feast spirit grass." "Feast spirit grass?" The middle-aged man wondered. "Young lord, are you talking about that kind of? A supreme treasure medicine that can open up the meridians, transform the physique, and remodel the spiritual roots?" "Exactly." Qin Yuan slowly nodded his head. "Feast spirit grass, naturally close to spiritual qi, where it grows. It is bound to be a place where spiritual qi is extremely dense. After taking this kind of feast spirit grass, the human body will also be naturally close to the heaven and earth avenue, for the absorption and operation of the spiritual qi will be multiplied. And even in the place where the spiritual qi is a little bit thick, the spiritual qi is like being invited by the feast. It will take the initiative to go to be close to the spirit grass taker, and run around the taker. At the peak, heavy visions will be formed. Grass grows and warblers fly, flowers and birds accompany, auspicious clouds flow, and 1,000 streaks of rays of color, as if the aura has been subjected to convene a grand banquet. That's why the ancients called it the feast spirit herb. It is precisely because of this natural closeness to heaven and earth and the characteristics of the human race that the feast spirit grass is called the human treasure. This Dan formula is too old, and after a few turnarounds, it was only during the process of excerpting it that the descendants wrote the word feast incorrectly, as the word meditate. So that's how it works. That explanation works. The middle-aged man came to a realization and immediately arched his hand. "It's still young lord who's great. Such a long-standing Dan formula can actually be discovered by you to be the problem." "Just a hunch," Qin Yuan sighed. "Luckily it was discovered in time. Otherwise once this underworld spirit grass is taken, Liuli's light cultivation will be completely wasted, and the heavier one will die." The middle-aged man said hesitantly, "But this ancient moon Dan formula is the greatest treasure of the Taishan sect. If you say that the formula is wrong, I'm afraid they won't believe you. And this underworld spirit grass you have already given to Miss Liuli. You're in Miss Liuli's current relationship, coupled with her obsession with achieving the Jindan stage. She is also afraid that it will be very difficult to hand it over, right? Then grab it and destroy it. Anyway, she should never be allowed to take it." Qin Yuan's gaze was firm. "This, young master, forgive my subordinate for speaking frankly. You have been misunderstood quite deeply by the Taishan sect nowadays, and your relationship with Miss Liuli has also already gone very wrong. I'm afraid if you do this again, you'll completely offend Ms. Ruri to death. On the part of the Taishan sect, they'll be looking for trouble from you as well." "So what?" Qin Yuan said indifferently. "Anyway, I'm already an evil person in everyone's eyes now, so what difference does it make if I do more or less bad things? At least, you can save someone's life. Consider it as accumulating some blessings for yourself. This, well, the screen ends here." Quiet. Silence. Deadly silence. Nangong Liuli sat paralyzed on the ground without moving, her face devoid of color, just like a real wooden sculpture made of clay. "I don't know how long." Nangong Liuli slowly raised her head. That water-like elegant and light eyes disappeared, replaced by a dead general woodenness. Yet in the depths of this woodenness is gut-wrenchingly cold. It was like 10,000 years of ice on the top of a snowy mountain. She slowly opened her mouth. That heavenly, melodious and elegant voice now turned cold and mechanical, low and hoarse. "Tell me what Su Fan really is." The answer to this question can be known to the host by completing the life simulation. "Not anymore." Nangong Liuli shook her head. "Tell me, what exactly is Su Fan?" The system was silent for a few moments before it sounded again. "Do you have any regrets in your life?" "Regret?" Nangong Liuli smiled miserably. "That can be too much, too heavy for my life to bear. There are regrets that can be remedied. That's what the system exists for. I'm going to do it now. And what happens when it's done?" Nangong Liuli was silent for a few moments. Her expression was so flat that not a single fluctuation could be seen. I will give my life to atone for my sins. The system does not consider this behavior of the host to be atonement or redemption, but rather evasion. Nangong Liuli said, lost in thought. Maybe, but that's all I can do. No, you have a better way to go about making up for what was. Make amends? Nangong Liuli closed her eyes in pain. Do I still have the qualifications? The host can choose to run away, but the hurt and pain you have caused to others by what you have done will last forever. Are you going to continue to make the people who love you, the people you love, suffer for the rest of their lives because of your mistakes? Nangong Liuli's figure shook and silently lowered her head. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and if you have regrets, you have to make up for them. Running away is the most incompetent and selfish behavior. But, what am I going to do? What should I do? Nangong Liuli's trembling voice was tinged with pain, yet with the slightest hint of longing. The only thing she could do now was to kill Su Fan. For Qin Yuan, she no longer had the face-to-face. The host will get all the answers after completing the life simulation. Life simulation? Another life simulation? Nangong Liuli hesitated for a moment, lightly biting her red lips. Then turn it on. Chapter 34 Life Simulation. Ding Host Life Simulation begins. Important note, this simulation is centered around the host's life, and will mainly simulate important points in the host's life, as well as include important events and characters that the host is involved in. If the host wants to view the events that happened with other characters as the lead, he needs to pay extra system coins. Simulation begins. Su Fan has been living in the pill hall for this period of time. Due to Su Fan's high popularity, the elders of the pill hall used the best medicines for him, and Su Fan's injuries healed very quickly. But he never left, but stayed in the pharmacy close to you. You also wanted him to rest for a while longer, so you didn't say anything. 7 days later, Qin Yuan seemed to have been attacked at the CO cliff, and chasing the attacker left the CO cliff and actually ran to Su Fan's residence. Just as the disciples of the law enforcement hall found out, Qin Yuan said he was assassinated and hunted down the murderer and chased him here. But no one believed him. You appeared and saw that Su Fan was injured again and immediately angrily rebuked Qin Yuan. You're too much. Fine. Even you feel that way. Then you can punish me all you want. Qin Yuan laughed out loud. His face no longer warm and gentle, only anger and unwillingness. Qin Yuan was once again imprisoned in the thoughtful cliff. A month from now, you're participating in a joint alchemy competition of the 6 major clans, accompanied by Su Fan and Qin Yuan. Because of your beauty and talent, you were spotted by the Holy Son of the Haotian sect, who pursued you. Qin Yuan secretly went to the Holy Son of the Haotian sect, and the two came into conflict. When you arrived, you just grimaced. My business, not yours. The alchemy conference began, and you, Su Fan, and Qin Yuan quickly stood out. In the final, you three are still the best of the best and have a good chance of taking the top 3 places. But at the critical moment, Qin Yuan blew up the furnace. In the end, Su Fan won first place and you won second. Qin Yuan accuses Su Fan of tampering with him, but no one believes him. You've grown even more disgusted with Qin Yuan. After returning to the sect, the Holy Son of the Haotian sect came to propose marriage. The Haotian sect is much more powerful than the Taishan sect, and your father intended to agree to the marriage, but you refused. In the end, Su Fan stepped forward and launched a challenge with the Holy Son of Haotian. In the end, the Holy Son of Haotian was unable to defeat Su Fan and left with a grudge. Another month later, the conflict between Qingxue and Qin Yuan erupted and she proposed to Qin Yuan to withdraw from the marriage. Qin Yuan was reluctant, and that's when Su Fan stepped forward. A fight broke out between Qin Yuan and Su Fan. In the end, Su Fan won. Qin Yuan left the Taishan sect with hatred. After leaving the Taishan sect, Qin Yuan joined the Devil Spirit sect. 3 months later at the 6th sect competition, you meet again. At this point in time, Qin Yuan had already become an enemy of the Taishan sect, and the people of the Taishan sect hated to kill him. However, the Taishan sect disciples at this time were not opponents at all. This ancient tomb is occupied by me. You guys can get lost. Qin Yuan's dominance angered the Taishan sect disciples. Everyone together, kill him. Eventually everyone rushes in, and you stand at the very back of the crowd, ultimately not making a move. Qin Yuan quickly defeated the Taishan sect's disciple and said disdainfully, "Bunch of losers." Looking at the severely injured fellow disciples, you couldn't help but stand against Qin Yuan. What? You want to make a move too? You are silent, with a cold look on your face. Take your men and get out or don't blame me. You said expressionlessly, the sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turning back is the shore. so don't be obsessed anymore. Get out. The only thing that responds to you is this word. The first battle broke out between you. You were certainly no match for Qin Yuan and were quickly defeated. But Qin Yuan didn't hurt you. He just nailed it. Get lost and stay off my property. Kill me if you can. You're full of stubbornness. Kill you? I'm still tired of dirtying my sword. Qin Yuan sneered. Get lost. Stop. Just then, Su Fan arrived. Haters gonna hate each other. The two immediately erupted into a fight. At this point, Qin Yuan was no longer Su Fan's opponent and was quickly defeated. Good. You win. Qin Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and silently turned around to leave. Elder sister, are you alright? Su Fan asked with concern. You laughed softly. It's okay. You were led by Su Fan into the ancient tomb occupied by Qin Yuan. However, the ancient tomb is far more dangerous than you can imagine, and your party has suffered heavy losses. Even you and Su Fan and Qingxue were injured, and the ordinary disciples were even more than half casualties. In the end, Su Fan obtained the inheritance of it. The rest of you got nothing, but you were all heartily happy. Sending best wishes to Su Fan, you then explored other inheritance lands, and in the process, you once again met up with the people of the Haotian sect. Again, it's all about the enemies. A bloody battle erupted, and in the end, the Taishan sect won with great difficulty under Su Fan's leadership. Nangong Liuli. After the secret realm trial was over, the holy son of the Haotian sect found you again and wanted to take you away by force. You're mesmerized. At the critical moment, a black shadow appeared and blocked the Haotian sect's assassin. Qin Yuan. It's Qin Yuan. When the black shadow in the picture just appeared, Nangong Liuli shed tears of excitement. This back, how could she not recognize it? Chapter 35, The Heavenly Tribulation Revisited. After blocking the assassins of the Haotian sect, this figure was also heavily injured, but he still brought you back and placed you on the bed, and then silently left. When you open your eyes, all you see is the concerned eyes of Su Fan. Elder sister, are you alright? You saved me? Su Fan froze for a moment. I'm sorry, senior sister. It was my negligence that almost put you in danger. Your heart is touched. Thanks. Nangong Liuli. After returning to the Taishan sect, the Haotian sect had already come to the door to ask for punishment. The Taishan sect could not afford to mess with the Haotian sect, and they dared not speak out in anger at this crime of desire. The Haotian sect has only one purpose. That's you. Your father faltered. At this time, it was again Su Fan who stood out and fronted up against the Haotian sect. Due to Su Fan's high popularity, when he stood out like this, most of the disciples responded in unison. The Taishan sect was completely pushed to the point of no return. Don't worry, senior sister. I can fix it, trust me. Facing such a behemoth as the Haotian sect, Su Fan did not have the slightest bit of timidity and was still glowing. Good. You smile and nod there. A month later, a piece of news shook the entire eastern region of the Xianling continent. The holy son of the Haotian sect has been killed. You immediately found Su Fan. Did you do it? Su Fan admitted it. You sighed, disturbed, but more moved. Revenge comes quickly. Only 7 days later, the Haotian sect joined forces with the demon spirit sect to kill the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed. Nangong Liuli was shocked inwardly. There are very few people who survive, and you are lucky to be one of them. You were taken by your protector to a small mountain village and have been living in seclusion ever since. Half a year later, Su Fan appeared, but he didn't come to you. After the destruction of the Taishan sect, Qin Yuan forcibly took Qingxue away to marry her. At the big wedding ceremony, Su Fan showed up. He defeated Qin Yuan and escaped with Qingxue. The two have been in hiding ever since. Qingxue was brought to the holy land of Yaoqi, while Su Fan went to the western region of the Xianling continent to practice. 3 years later, Su Fan returned as king, overwhelmed the Haotian sect and the demon spirit sect, as well as the entire Qin Yuan clan. You are reunited once again. Nangong Liuli. Qin Yuan survived, but fell into the devil's way. It has been 10 years since you met again, and that has been a meeting of the entire eastern region of the Xuanwu. You met on the battlefield of the martial arts. You lost to Qin Yuan, and Qin Yuan lost to Su Fan. In the 1,000 years since then, Qin Yuan has always wanted to take revenge and kill Su Fan, but has never succeeded. You also meet up from time to time during this process. At one point, Su Fan offended an unbeatable enemy and had to flee alone. Su Fan's enemies wanted to destroy you all, and Qin Yuan appeared. He stopped the killing and saved you, but the whole time, he didn't look at you. You are settled in a safe place, and Qin Yuan leaves again. Nangong Liuli. 2,900 years later, Su Fan and Qin Yuan had their final battle. This time, Qin Yuan finally gained an advantage. Just at the critical moment of decapitating Su Fan, Yu and Gu Qingxue together blocked in front of Su Fan. Qin Yuan hesitated. Su Fan took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and killed Qin Yuan. 3,000 years later, Su Fan successfully certified as an immortal and ascended to heaven. 5,000 years later, a giant hand pinched the Xianling continent into pieces, and Yu, along with all the living beings, turned into dust. This giant hand is Su Fan's enemy. Su Fan has offended an unspeakable being in the immortal realm. After 5 million years, Su Fan finally defeated this great enemy. Time passes. The years are like knives. 5 million years. Su Fan, who was happy and free in the immortal world, with countless wives and concubines, had long forgotten about the deceased people in the Xianling continent. You and the entire Xianling continent have completely become flying dust under the wheels of history. Your life simulation ends here. You must have the answer to your question. Su Fan was the son of the Qi of this heaven and earth, the protagonist of heaven's destiny. You are the daughter of the Qi that belongs to his life. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, is the villain on Su Fan's life path. Everything is arranged by God. The system's broadcast came to an end, but Nangong Liuli remained silent for a long time. That clear spring-like eyes were now only empty, and the whole person sat motionless on the ground, not seeing the slightest bit of vitality. After a long time, she let out a miserable laugh. So it is. Mandate of heaven. What a destiny. Sacrificing the lives of all to fulfill one? Is this manifest destiny? Obviously she and Qin Yuan, both could have a perfect life. A happy life. Clearly she had the chance to be with her beloved forever. It is because of the so-called heavenly destiny that has torn them apart alive. Because of the so-called divine order. Her personality. Her soul hardened and annihilated, leaving only an empty skin. Because of the so-called heavenly destiny, an amazingly talented protagonist of the era was forced to fall into the devil's path. Because of the so-called heavenly destiny, it is possible to willfully bring about the destruction of countless people. Mandate of heaven. What a providence. The way of heaven. Heaven has lost its way. Is not worthy of being called the way of heaven. Nangong Liuli looked miserable, her empty eyes staring at the sky. Rumble. The heavens seemed to be enraged. Violent thunderclaps resounded through the heavens, and thick clouds suddenly rolled across the cloudless sky, shrouding the entire Taishan sect. What? Angry? Nangong Liuli exuded a mocking smile. Do you get angry too? But, who are you to be angry? You don't deserve to be called heaven, much less the Tao. Rumble. The roaring sound resounded once again, tens of times stronger than before. Dozens of mountainous thunder dragons intertwined and circled, and the sky seemed to be vaguely about to be collapsed. My goodness, who has angered God again? My Taishan sect has always revered heaven and earth. Why is this heaven targeting us? Inside and outside the Taishan sect, all the supreme beings were shocked. This is the second time in just 3 days. What exactly has this Taishan sect done to hurt the heavens and attract heavenly punishment again? However, just as the crowd was shocked and furious, the thunderclouds that were about to descend in the dome of the sky suddenly dissipated. In just a few breaths of effort, it disappeared without a trace. Ding, the host is at ease. At ease. The host's current cultivation level is low, and he is not yet able to fight against the heavenly Tao. This system has already shielded you once for free. If the host angers the heavenly Tao or any supreme being again and needs the system to step in, system coins will need to be paid. This is you dispelling the heavenly calamity? Nangong Liuli opened her eyes flashing with shock. I'm the system, the omnipotent system. These are just small tricks. Chapter 36, Redeeming a Lost Love. Nangong Liuli's heart and mind shook dramatically. That's a heavenly calamity. A punishment from heaven. Even a true immortal would definitely not be able to resist it. The moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, she no longer had any hope of surviving. I didn't expect this being called the system to dispel it so easily. What the hell are you? System. I am the system. The all-powerful system. Nothing? Nangong Liuli asked in a low voice. Then can you help me kill Su Fan? Of course. Then can you help me change Qin Yuan's life? Of course. Really? Nangong Liuli looked up in surprise. I said, I'm the system, the all-powerful system. So what does need to be done? Nangong Liuli asked, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Ever since she realized that Su Fan was the son of heaven's destiny, she almost despaired. The manifest destiny is impossible to defeat, because he is the voice of heaven. but the power of the system gave her a glimmer of hope. This system is a perfect life system. The biggest function is to allow the host to make up for regrets and walk through life perfectly. Currently the system has cleared the influence of the heavenly Tao for the host, and the host has regained his sanity. As long as the host follows the system's requirements and successfully rewrites his life experiences to make up for his regrets, he will be able to obtain the system's rewards. Ding System Mission Update, Redeeming a Lost Love. Character Content. Because of the influence of the heavenly Tao, the host and the beloved one are drifting apart. Now that you have awakened to the system, the prodigal son returns and vows to redeem the lost love and save the one you love. You have already known the future of your life, and for the future tragedy, you have to do everything in your power to avoid it. I hope that the host will fulfill your heart's desire and finally move on to a happy life with the one you love. Perfect Life Systems, at your service. Warm tip, the host is currently clear about Qi contamination, but no one else is, and neither is Qin Yuan. Therefore it is very difficult for the host to change everything and get his lover back. I still ask the host to work hard. No problem. In that case, is absolutely fine. A smile finally bloomed on Nangong Liuli's face. Whatever this being called the system was, it seemed in no way malicious to her at the moment. Still trying my best to help her. Now that she was no longer under the influence of the heavenly Tao, and with the system as an extremely powerful aid, it was by no means impossible to make up for the regrets that had already occurred and change the tragedies that were about to occur in the future. Qin Yuan, I will spend the rest of my life to make up for the harm I brought you. I will prostrate myself at your feet and repent until you forgive me. 2 drops of clear tears slid down Nangong Liuli's face, and immediately that clear eye light turned sharp. And, Suvan, immediately, she took out the agar jelly jade pendant that Su Fan had given her from her spatial ring, and after quietly gazing at it for a moment, her jade hand slightly exerted force and crushed it into powder. The powder of the jade pendant drifted with the wind, glittering with a bit of starlight, reflecting Nangong Liuli's extremely beautiful face that appeared demonic and sinister. Su Fan, I'm going to let you in to try the most extreme, the most desperate, the most chilling pain on earth. Eventually, die in this most extreme, desperate, gut-wrenching agony. Ugh, boring as hell. At the same time, Qin Yuan was lying on the thoughtfulness cliff, his hands resting on the back of his head, his legs crossed, and a dog's tail grass that he didn't know where he got from in his mouth. The position he was in happened to be the very top of the Sido cliff, and it was also the position where the astral wind was the strongest. Even a Yuaning stage powerhouse would be blown bloody by the astral wind if they stayed here for too long. However, Qin Yuan, a Jindan stage 4, was lying there leisurely, and the violent astral wind was completely unable to cause him a single bit of damage. The next step is to wait for Su Fan that hanging hair to sneak attack me. When that time comes, I have to pay attention and tighten my breath, or else the mighty pressure will rebound slightly, and this kid will probably lose half of his life. Qin Yuan grumbled to himself. Sometimes it's not good for the villain to be too strong. 99 lifetimes of reincarnation, and although each reincarnation starts from 0, his memory is not erased. The experiences, lessons, and insights accumulated over 99 lives are all still there. 2. Even the experience of cultivation, the experience and some important Dan formulas, alchemy and weapon refining methods were still fresh in his mind. In these 99 lives, he has been a dog leg, a farmer, a Taoist priest, a martial arts master, and he has also become a refiner, an array master, and an alchemist. All of the various aspects of life he has already experienced, and there were many times in which he had ascended to the absolute peak of humanity, having reached the Mahayana stage and the transition stage. Such a wealth of life experience, all brought to this last life. Therefore, no matter whether it was cultivation, alchemy, weaponry, formations, or talismans, as long as there was something in the immortal cultivation world, there was nothing he didn't know how to do, and every single one of them was at the level of a grand master. So in this life, he hardly needed much effort to reach the desired achievement. Currently, although his cultivation was at the Jindan stage, it was far more powerful than an ordinary Yuaning stage. This was still the result of his desperate suppression. Otherwise he would have already broken through to the transformation god stage. Qin Yuan was also quite distressed when he went through the plot. Su Fan hadn't built his foundation yet. When he sneak attacked himself next, if he accidentally fell asleep and his breath leaked out a tiny bit, even if this kid was the son of heaven's destiny, he would probably have to drink a pot of water. Sometimes Qin Yuan had to suspect that when he reincarnated, this system didn't give him a chance to scrub away his memories and senses. It was specifically to make it more difficult for him. While Qin Yuan was comfortably enjoying a massage from the astral winds of the thinking cliff, Su Fan was lying on a hospital bed in the medicine hall. A moment later the door to the room was pushed open, and Nangong Liuli walked in with a bowl of soup, still a light green plainclothes, waist girded with light blue satin, the beauty of the flawless face, a clear spring-like eyes calmly cannot see any waves, the whole person is as always elegant and dusty. Sister. Su Fan immediately smiled and sat up. Nangong Liuli smiled gently at her and handed him the soup bowl. Senior brother, it's time to drink the medicine. Aha. Somehow, Su Fan felt that there was something wrong with his senior sister's smile, but he didn't think too much about it and immediately took the soup bowl and drank the soup in one go. He then passed the bowl on the side and smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Well, get some rest. You've been hurt badly this time, so you need to stay here for a while longer to avoid any after effects. Nangong Liuli said. Okay, I'll listen to senior sister. Su Fan nodded repeatedly, begging for it. You rest then, I'm going to get busy. Okay. Looking at Nangong Liuli's delicate back, a hint of fire flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Senior sister Liuli, you are mine. No one can snatch it away. Outside the door of the room, Nangong Liuli eyed the distance, the corner of her mouth curling up slightly. If you drink a few more times, your limbs will be wasted and your cultivation will be wasted. So you won't be able to sneak up on Qin Yuan, will you? Chapter 37, Qingxue's intentions. These 3 days were very long for Qin Yuan. For Su Fan, however, it was beautiful, because the elder sister boiled medicine for him every day, and will also take the initiative to ask him how he feels, whether there is any place uncomfortable. Hands and feet will not be numb. That wasn't even there before. This means that one's relationship with senior sister is a big step closer. If you keep this up, you'll be able to get your hands on a beautiful woman. There are only a few minor problems. Senior sister, why do I feel that my limbs are a bit weak lately, and I don't seem to be as smooth when I run my spiritual energy? Is this normal? Nangong Liuli smiled faintly. No problem. It's normal. Keep taking it for a while longer and it will get better. Oh, that's good. Thank you, senior sister. Tough luck, senior sister. After Nangong Liuli left, Su Fan received Fei Yan's voice in his mind. Have you noticed something about the way this woman has been looking at you lately? What's the problem? I think it's good. You're overthinking it, aren't you, master? Su Fan was stunned by the question. I can't say, but there's this gut feeling that you'd better keep an eye out. Fei Yan said. Also, you should have noticed. Your recovery from this injury is very slow. If it was before, with your physique, this level of injury should have healed 70% to 80% by now. But this time, you had problems getting out of bed and walking, and the flow of spiritual energy gradually became sluggish. Does that seem normal to you? What does master mean? Is Sister Liuli harming me? There's something wrong with the medicine given to me? Su Fan smiled and shook his head. You're being overly concerned. You and I are not just a little bit ignorant about the way of pills. If there was a real problem with the medicine, you would have had a gap even if I couldn't detect it. But these past few times, the medicines that senior sister gave me were all healing medicines that were obviously not toxic. My recovery was slow this time, and senior sister explained to me that he was giving me a slow recuperation to get rid of the roots of the disease left from before. You trust this woman that much? Fei Yan asked this after a moment of silence. I trust her more than I trust my own judgment. A confident smile spread across Su Fan's face. There was no way the woman he had his eye on could harm him. Anyway, you'd better be careful. Fei Yan added a final reminder and said nothing more. Don't worry, master. I have my measure. Su Fan nodded and began to think silently again. Qin Yuan, I'll let you enjoy yourself for a few more days. And when I'm cured, I'll give you some more color. This pagoda trial, you're off the hook. According to his idea, he was originally going to sneak up to the thoughtful cliff, lure Qin Yuan down, and then plant the evidence. Because in a short while, the Taishan treasure tower trial would begin. And the rewards in this trial were important to him. If Qin Yuan, his archenemy, couldn't participate, then his success rate in seizing the treasure would be greatly increased. Nowadays, although Qin Yuan had gone up to the thought cliff, he would probably be released when the trial began. That's why he's going to set up another offense for Qin Yuan. Make sure he can't attend again. While Nangong Liuli's side was busy, Qingxue wasn't idle either. Qingxue had already learned from the system that in the last few days, Su Fan should be playing tricks to lure Qin Yuan down from the thought cliff. Although Su Fan had been severely injured by himself and had been staying in the medicine hall for treatment, he should still go that far, and that time definitely won't be long. She must block Su Fan's actions, but what to do? Gu Qingxue was a bit embarrassed. Originally she was thinking of sneaking up on Su Fan again, leaving her completely out of action. But she had no chance to get close to Su Fan now after she had fallen out with him. There was nothing she could do, so she could only keep secretly monitoring Su Fan all the time while thinking of a way out. Finally the kung fu was not lost. Let her find the breakthrough. Looking at Nangong Liuli who left from Su Fan's hospital room, Gu Qingxue's lips curled up slightly. That's you. Based on her observation, Nangong Liuli had to deliver medicine to Su Fan twice a day. This medicine is the key. She had no way to get to Su Fan, but she could get to Su Fan's medicine. She could take advantage of Nangong Liuli's inattention and poison Su Fan's medicine. As long as he poisoned Su Fan, there would be no way for him to trap Qin Yuan during this time. That's good. Just do it. Gu Qingxue made a decision in her mind and began to think of a method of action. This action may seem simple, but it is not so easy to implement. For one thing, Su Fan and Nangong Liuli could both be geniuses in the path of elixir, so if it was an ordinary poison, it would be easy for them to distinguish. Secondly, she was now Su Fan's enemy. Nangong Liuli and Su Fan were good friends, and trying to get close to Nangong Liuli was also a problem. The first point is a good one. She has a very weird and high-level poison in her. It was something she had brought from her family for defense and had never had a chance to use. This one worked just fine. This kind of poison was colorless and tasteless, and even Yuaning stage Dan Dao masters were unable to distinguish it. And the inertia is extremely strong, and other drugs almost do not produce a reaction. Added to the medicine cannot be seen at all, but once taken, it will lead to the meridians inch broken, spiritual roots crippled. It couldn't be more appropriate to use it for Su Fan. The key question now was the second point. How to break through the guards and get to Nangong Liuli. Gu Qingxue pondered for a moment, as if she suddenly thought of something, and after a rummage in her spatial ring, she soon took out a palm-sized jade talisman. There were 3 words written on the jade talisman. The Divine Concealment Charm. Divine Concealment Talisman can hide the user's aura as well as his or her figure, undetectable below the Yuaning stage. So Fan, I still have to thank you. Looking at this Divine Concealment Talisman, the corners of Gu Qingxue's mouth spread into a strange smile. It was only because of this Divine Concealment Talisman, which was given to her by Su Fan, saying that it was for her defense, but she had never taken it seriously. I didn't realize it would come in handy today. Gu Qingxue guessed that not long ago, when Su Fan stole the treasures from the treasure pavilion, he used this Divine Concealment Talisman to hide from the elders' probing. There is no doubt about the reliability of this treasure, returning the favor in the same way as the other. It's kind of a good use of things. That afternoon, when Nangong Liuli was preparing to boil the medicine, Gu Qingxue made her move. After using the Divine Concealment Talisman, it was as if she had disappeared into thin air, and even her breath could not be captured. She smoothly made her way through the layers of guards and arrived at the place where Nangong Liuli was boiling the medicine. Taking advantage of the fact that Nangong Liuli was preparing the medicinal herbs and didn't notice, she put the poison that had already been prepared into the soup that was being boiled. The tumbling broth quickly engulfed the powder, and there was not the slightest hint that anything was wrong. Soon the soup was finished boiling. Nangong Liuli carried the soup to Su Fan's room. Gu Qingxue also followed far behind, until she saw Su Fan drink the soup in one go. Then she put her heart down and a cold color flashed in her eyes. Good show. Chapter 38, A Fairy is Hard to Cure. Senior sister. I can't move. I can't move. Early the next morning, a mournful cry resounded through the entire medicine hall. Nangong Liuli immediately rushed to Su Fan's room, and saw Su Fan lying on the bed with a frightened face and crying out, "Elder sister. Me. Why can't I move? What's going on? Can't move?" Surprise flashed in Nangong Liuli's eyes. It shouldn't. She used a smaller dosage of the drug to be on the safe side, so it should have taken 7 days for it to waste away? Don't you worry. I'll take a look first. Nangong Liuli comforted him and went forward to check. With just a glance, Nangong Liuli changed her face. How did this happen? How's it going, senior sister? What's wrong? Looking at Nangong Liuli's appearance, Su Fan's heart became even more terrified. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's all the yelling for so early in the morning? Can't anyone sleep anymore? Just then, an old voice rang out. Then a black-robed old man, full of impatience, walked in. It was the elders of the medicine hall. Elder, I can't move. Come and help me. What's going on? Can't move? It can't be, can it? The medicine hall elder immediately sobered up a few points and hurriedly went forward to take Su Fan's pulse. This pulse was also a blush. How did this happen? How did this happen? How's it going, elder? What's wrong with me? Tell me. Sufan yelled anxiously. The pill hall elders sighed deeply and looked at Sufan with a complicated expression. You're wasted. What the hell? Sufan is ruined? Thinking on the cliffs. After hearing Qin Ming's report, Qin Yuan instantly sat up from his stone bed. Who did you hear that from? Is the information reliable? Reliable. Very reliable. Qin Ming tun drank a few mouthfuls of water before catching his breath for a while. It was early this morning. Sufan was originally convalescing well in the medicine hall. Who knew that when he woke up early this morning, he suddenly found that his meridians were broken, his spiritual roots withered, and his limbs were paralyzed, and he had become a complete invalid. Now the whole clan has gone crazy. Qin Yuan was confused. What's going on? It's not in the script given by the system. What's this all about? System? What's going on? Qin Yuan questioned the system again. The script given by the system is a task that the host needs to walk through. As for the accidents that occur in it are normal and need to be corrected by the host to find a way to do so. There's that answer again. Qin Yuan sighed. This was difficult. According to the system, Sufan should have come up the mountain this evening to lure himself away from the thoughtful cliff. Now that Sufan is wasted, how can this plot go on? What's wrong, Gongzi? Aren't you happy that Sufan is ruined? Seeing Qin Yuan's face go green and white for a while, Qin Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. Happy, happy. Qin Yuan squeezed out a smile. Happy. If this plot doesn't go smoothly, then there's a chain reaction behind it. Did you find out who did this to Sufan? Qin Ming said with a straight face. Currently all the evidence points to Nangong Liuli, because Sufan's treatment has always been her responsibility. The medicines that Sufan has been taking during this period of time were also all prepared by her. Nangong Liuli? It shouldn't be, should it? Qin Yuan frowned slightly. This woman should be on good terms with Sufan by now, right? Everyone feels the same way. Senior sister Nangong is beautiful and kind-hearted, and she and Sufan are also friends, so she has absolutely no motive to do this. But other than senior sister Nangong, there's no one else who has a chance to lay their hands on her. Qin Yuan fell into deep thought. According to his thoughts, it seemed that the only one who could do so at the moment was Qingxue. The woman, after all, is now jumping out of the plot a bit and out of control. But Qingxue was currently still locked up, and there was no chance to make a move. Could it be that Nangong Liuli also knew something? Qin Yuan's heart jumped as a bad premonition surged through his mind. One Qingxue gives one a headache. If another Nangong Liuli is added to the mix, it would still toss him to death? No way. This has to be cleared up. The plot can't be messed up either. Something has to be done to pull it back on track. Wasn't the key point of this episode to plant evidence to lure himself down the mountain? Just like last time. If Sufan doesn't come, I'll come down myself. Sufan was wasted, so I found a way to cure him. Anyway, no matter what, the plot can't be messed up. Qin Ming, follow me down the mountain. Qin Yuan made a decision in his mind. Young master, have you finally made up your mind? Not only was Qin Ming not worried when he heard this, but he even revealed a look of excitement. I told you a long time ago. What bull ****** Taishan sect rules? What's the point of paying attention to them? You can do whatever you want, go wherever you want, and in your position, who is qualified to punish you? It's a shame that you, as a person, are just too decent and sentimental. Okay, cut the crap and follow me down the mountain. Qin Yuan interrupted Qin Ming's chatter and took the lead as he flew towards the mountain. When the disciples guarding the mountain saw this, they didn't dare to stop them, and could only report the matter to the higher-level elders. However, by this time, Qin Yuan had already left the thoughtful cliff and arrived in front of the door of the medicine hall. At this moment in the medicine hall, there was already a lot of noise. Numerous disciples and elders gathered around Sufan's bedside, chattering away. Little senior brother, you hold on. You must hold on. We are all thinking of a way. We'll definitely cure you. Yes, young master. You have to be strong. You'll be healed for sure. Lin Xianer and the other senior siblings were grief-stricken, comforting Sufan while angrily accusing him. Senior sister Liuli, what the hell is going on? Junior brother has been under your nose. How did he suddenly become like this? I don't know. Nangong Liuli faintly shook her head. Lin Xianer became even angrier. You don't? Who else is here but you with access to Little Master? Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? I said it didn't harm Suvan. This is the kind of thing I didn't see coming at all. The medicine Sufan drank the elders had also checked, and no poison was found at all. If you keep slandering me like that, don't blame me for disregarding my fellow disciples. Nangong Liuli was after all the daughter of the patriarch, even if she was the most suspected in Su Fan's matter. Without conclusive evidence, no one dared to take her for a while. Facing Lin Xianer's accusations, Nangong Liuli was also not polite at all. She looked serious and her gaze was cold, and for a while, she also bluffed Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer was looked at a little weakly and said with lightly clenched silver teeth, but, it's clearly you who keeps looking at little master. Okay, Xianer, you don't have to say it. Lan Yun stopped Lin Xianer. She glanced at Su Fan and silently sighed. Then she shifted her gaze to Nangong Liuli's body. Her eyes flashed with a slight complexity. Fanner and Liuli have always been very close, and I don't believe Liuli would hurt Fanner. Who exactly poisoned Fanner? We can slowly investigate. It's imperative that we stabilize Fanner's injuries first, and then find a way to cure him before we do so. Difficult. The chief elder of the medicine hall sighed. I have practiced medicine for many years and have cured countless difficult cases, but the poison that this disciple was suffering from was unheard of and unseen by the old man. This poison was colorless and tasteless, hard to be detected, yet it was like a maggot on the bone, constantly eating away at this disciple's body. A few of us old guys have just tried many kinds of methods, but they have no effect on this poison. The toxins still continue to play out now, and I'm afraid if we don't get treatment in time. No, it can't be. Definitely not. Lin Xianer was the first to make a sound, looking pleadingly at the pill hall elder. Elder, you must think of a way. You can surely cure little senior brother's injury. Elder sighed and shook his head silently. Everyone was silent, with a look of grief on their faces. Impossible. Su Fan lay on the bed, his face pale, constantly muttering, unable to believe what was happening to him. It's obviously been fine. There's nothing wrong with the medicine that you're obviously drinking. How did you get yourself to this point? Ever since they couldn't move today, he and Master Fei Yan had also been trying to think of a way to deal with it, but so far, they couldn't find any way to deal with it at all. Master, didn't you say that you were an immortal in your lifetime? How is it that you don't have a cure for this toxin? If it's in life, naturally, but I'm only a remnant of a soul now, and most of my memories are lost. There was helplessness in Fei Yan's tone. Su Fan's mood hit rock bottom. I've come through a lot of storms and waves. Is it possible that I'm really going to fall here? Damn. Really upset. No. I have to pull myself together. I must think of a way. I have not yet ascended to the immortal way. I have not yet obtained Qingxue senior sister and Liuli senior sister. And there are still so many beauties waiting for me in this world. I can't just die. Absolutely not. But what am I going to do with? As soon as he thought of the current situation, Su Fan deflated again. Now he was lying in bed, unable to do anything, looking at Su Fan, whose face was ashen. A smooth smile flashed across the bottom of Nangong Liuli's calm and indifferent eyes. Sovan, this is just the beginning. Later you will suffer hundreds or thousands of times more intensely than you do now. Nangong Liuli was also surprised about Su Fan's condition. She knew that Su Fan had a strong talent for pills, so when she poisoned him, she was extraordinarily careful and cautious, choosing a very hidden drug, and every time she used the drug, it was a very small amount to ensure that it would not be detected. According to the amount of medication she gave Su Fan, it would take at least 5 days before she would be completely paralyzed as well. I didn't expect Su Fan to look like this early this morning. Not only was he paralyzed, but his meridians were still broken by inches, and even his spiritual roots were damaged. It was almost a sign of impending death. This was not at all what the drugs she was using were supposed to do, unless Su Fan had been poisoned by something else. But for so long, Su Fan had only taken the medicine he had given himself. No one else had a chance to poison it. Nangong Liuli was puzzled by this. But in any case, this is a pot she doesn't take. When the elders of the medicine hall were accountable just now, she flatly denied that she had poisoned herself. She has to hold back, to hide yourself in the shadows as much as possible. After awakening the system, she wanted to kill Su Fan handily more than once and wanted to return to Qin Yuan's side, but reason told her not to. Su Fan was a son of Qi, definitely not that easy to kill. Once she broke with Su Fan like Gu Qingxue did, she wouldn't have much of a chance if she wanted to make a move on Su Fan again in the future. The present self has done nothing to redeem itself. There was no qualification to face Qin Yuan. What she had to do now was to destroy Su Fan's chance as much as possible before being exposed. Although this time Su Fan was poisoned, she was highly suspected. But with the character she had accumulated over the years, coupled with Su Fan's trust in her, as long as she resolutely denied it, there was a high probability that she could ultimately be cleared of any wrongdoing. That would give himself a chance to do it next time. As for whether Su Fan will die this time, she wasn't worried in the slightest. Su Fan was a son of Qi. He definitely didn't die that easily. Don't look at him now, but eventually he'll come back to life. The son of Qi, the spokesman of heaven's destiny, is just so unreasonable. But there are benefits to this. That would mean that he could do it to Su Fan without any worries, because no matter how brutal it gets, he won't die. That way he could torture him slowly and not worry about making the death too painful. Chapter 39 Unwelcome Visitors. Elder Xian, can you think of another way? You've seen the talent and enlightenment of Fanner. There's no problem in saying that he's the number one of the younger generation in the entire Taishan sect. Such an outstanding junior mustn't fall just like that. Lan Yun once again anxiously pleaded with the elders of the medicine hall. Lin Xianer kept pleading as well. Yes, elders, you're so divine. You'll definitely be able to save senior brother Su Fan. Junior brother is the future hope of the Taishan sect. You must save her. The elders, however, shook their heads in succession, indicating that there was nothing they could do. How about going to ask the Supreme Elder to give it a try? Suddenly, one of the elders said this. No, the Chief Elder immediately waved his hand. The Supreme Elder has already reached his twilight years and is currently relying on death seclusion to prolong his life. Once he was awakened, his remaining lifespan would be reduced by another large amount. As long as the clan is in a time of life and death every time, it must not disturb the Supreme Elder. And even if the Supreme Elder steps in, he may not be able to cure him. The expectations that the crowd had just raised were instantly wiped out, and lamentations rose in all directions. But there are still people who don't believe it. How about we let the Supreme Elder step in? We can't just watch little master die like this, can we? It's good to at least try. Yes, junior brother is the future hope of the Taishan sect. Once he falls, then the future of the Taishan sect will be lost. I think it's a matter of life and death now. Elder, you can just go and invite the Supreme Elder. I think the Supreme Elder will definitely be very willing to step in once he knows about it as well. Su Fan's fellow disciples still refused to give up, and one by one, they uttered pleas. The medicine hall elder was furious. Ridiculous. The Supreme Elder is the most important backbone of my Taishan sect. How could he possibly come out so easily? Not to mention him being a young disciple, even if it was an old man, or even the patriarch who was dying from serious injuries. He would not be qualified to invite the Supreme Elder. Don't mention this matter again, or don't blame the old man for driving you away. With the Pill Hall elder so angry, the crowd didn't dare to say anything else no matter how upset they were. Lin Xianer's face was pale and her cheeks were wet with tears. Is Elder Xian really out of options? Blue Rhyme slowly closed her eyes. If he's still in a slightly better condition, he can still be sent to the Yaoji Holy Land. With the means of the Holy Land of Yaoqi, he could naturally be cured. It's a pity that the Yaoqi Holy Land is a long way away, and I'm afraid he won't be able to make it in time in his condition. The crowd fell silent, all filled with grief. Su Fan's mood also gradually became heavy, and the confidence he had been feeling disappeared. Damn, won't really die here, right? Su Fan, I'd like to see how you'll survive this time. In a room in the corner of the pill hall, Gu Qingxue quietly gazed out the window, the corners of her mouth curving up into a perfect arc. Everything went better than expected. I really don't know how Su Fan is going to survive this time. I'm looking forward to it. Nangong Liuli also had some mutterings in her heart. This Su Fan shouldn't really be dying, right? So far, there's no hope of seeing Su Fan survive. Yo, what's going on here? All this hustle and bustle? Just then, a frivolous voice rang out, only to see a brocade-clothed, gorgeous and handsome youth walking slowly. Qin Yuan. Everyone was shocked, not expecting Qin Yuan to actually appear here. You rebellious disciple, weren't you punished for facing the wall at the thoughtfulness cliff? How dare you leave privately? Lan Yun's face was cold as soon as she saw Qin Yuan. A few days ago this retrograde disciple, who had confronted her in full view of the public, had almost caused her to lose face. Seeing each other again, she couldn't wait to slap this rebel. Qin Yuan. The rest of the people also looked different. The disciples who had been injured by Qin Yuan last time all wore angry faces, but they dared not speak out in anger. Of the remaining disciples, many of them had a faint disgust in their eyes. These were Su Fan's die-hard loyalists, but most of them had a curious look on their faces, wondering what Qin Yuan was doing here. Qin Yuan. Su Fan also didn't expect Qin Yuan to come, despairing and a bit puzzled at the same time. Looking at Qin Yuan who suddenly appeared in front of her, Nangong Liuli's face gradually turned pale. She clenched her silver teeth and gently sucked in her breath. forcing herself not to cry out, but that eye socket was still flushed with red. It was clear that she hadn't seen him for only 3 days, but it gave her the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. She wanted to avert her gaze and not look at Qin Yuan. She didn't want to lose her temper, but she couldn't do it. She couldn't afford to give it up. She just wanted to look at him greedily. So keep looking at him, looking at the love of her life that she pushed away with her own hands. This is the greatest happiness for her right now, right at this moment. Qin Yuan seemed to have sensed her gaze and also looked towards her. 4 eyes. Nangong Liuli felt her soul tremble and averted her gaze in panic. She can't do it. She didn't have the courage, much less the qualification to look at Qin Yuan. There really is something wrong with this woman. A glance, just a glance. Qin Yuan then had a judgment in his heart. In his 99 lifetimes as a human being, he had seen too much, and almost no one could disguise themselves in front of him, though it was only a glance. Though Nangong Liuli quickly collected her emotions, still, he could see mixed emotions in the other man's demeanor. This emotion was not unlike when Qingxue looked at him. From this, it could be judged that there was a high possibility that something was wrong with Nangong Liuli as well. Qin Yuan did not move and withdrew his mind, his frivolous gaze sweeping over the crowd. I was a little bored staying at the thoughtful cliffs, so I came down for a walk. Seeing that it's so lively here, I came over to take a look. Blue Rhyme said angrily, "You rebel! What's the Sikyong cliffs? How can you come and go as you please? Are there any sect rules in your eyes? Any clan? Row by row I know the sin. I just came down to have some fun. I'll go back when I'm done. Take a break, you old man, and don't give me a hatchet job." Qin Yuan lazily waved his hand. It's said outside that Su Fan is ruined. Let me see how it is. Lan Yun still wanted to rebuke, but Qin Yuan changed the subject, and Lan Yun was even more annoyed as she had no place to spread her anger. This matter has nothing to do with you. Immediately get your ass back to the thoughtful cliff. Never mind? Are you sure? Qin Yuan looked at her. Lan Yun coldly said, "Sure as well as sure. Now get out of here immediately. You are not welcome here." Fine. I'm not welcome, am I? So I'll just go. Qin Yuan grunted lightly, stretched and headed out, muttering as he went. Originally, when I heard that you guys couldn't save Su Fan, I thought of coming to save his life. But since you guys don't need it, forget it. The voice was soft, yet clear to everyone's ears. Wait. The moment Qin Yuan was about to cross the threshold, Lan Yun called out to him. What for? Qin Yuan turned back. Blue Rhyme said with narrowed eyes. Are you saying that you can treat Su Fan? Chapter 40, Qin Yuan's request. Could be, but it looks like you won't be needing it, so I'll be going. Qin Yuan waved his hand and turned away once again, looking at Qin Yuan's back. Lan Yun hesitated for a moment before finally calling out to him again. You wait. What are the fifth elder's orders again? Can't you just say it all at once? Qin Yuan said impatiently. Blue Rhyme suppressed her anger and asked again. Do you know what kind of poison Su Fan has been poisoned with? So many medicine hall elders were at their wits' end. Why are you so sure you can cure him? Lan Yun asked, looking straight at Qin Yuan. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Whatever the poison is, I can cure it just fine. Qin Yuan smiled playfully. What? Is it hard to believe that the fifth elder really wants me to treat your precious disciple? Blue Rhyme hesitated. Su Fan's current condition was already poor to the extreme, and the elders were at their wits' end. If there really is a silver lining, it's not a bad idea to give it a try. But, can Qin Yuan really? Master, don't trust him. What does he know about healing? You know about his conflict with the little master. He definitely doesn't have a good heart. At this time, Lin Xianer and a few disciples also followed up, looking at Qin Yuan with a vigilant face. Nangong Liuli in the corner was filled with doubt. Qin Yuan and Su Fan were arch rivals, so how could they take the initiative to help each other at this time? What does he want? Lan Yun pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Yuan once again. How are you going to treat it? Can you promise to cure Van's son? The elders of the pill hall also looked over at this moment, curious as to what Qin Yuan would say. No guarantees, and no comment on the cure. Qin Yuan said indifferently. You, Lan Yun said with suppressed anger. How do you expect me to trust you like that? Believe it or not. The corner of Qin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. Anyway, when I say I can cure it, I mean I can cure it. Blue Rhyme was silent for a moment and said, if you really do have a way to heal Vanner, please help. Master. No. Lin Xianer was the first to raise her hand in opposition. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Yuan is? How can we let him treat little master? Isn't this harming little master? Yes, master. That's never okay. The rest of the disciples were also in opposition. Blue Rhyme sighed. Instead, you have seen the current situation, and as long as there is a glimmer of hope you can't give up. Otherwise, do you have any other ideas? There was a silence from the crowd. Why wouldn't they know this? Lin Xianer still retorted. But master, Qin Yuan doesn't know medicine at all. Even if he wants to try, he can't be allowed to try, right? It's not even hope. It's despair. So what do you say? What do we do? Lan Yun looked at Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer silently lowered her head. Lan Yun looked at the other disciples again. What about you guys? What do you guys have to offer? The rest of them looked at me and me at you. And no one said anything. I know you guys don't believe in Qin Yuan, but Fanner is already like this now. So as long as there's a ray of possibility, we absolutely can't give up. And now that all the elders of the medicine hall are present, if he plays tricks, he will definitely be detected. The crowd was only slightly convinced by this explanation. Lan Yun looked at Qin Yuan. If you really have a solution, let's try it. And I hope you're not just talking out of your ass. Qin Yuan smiled coldly and walked around Lan Yun towards the outside of the pill hall. Lan Yun was confused for a moment and then whirled around to block Qin Yuan once again. Don't you want to heal Fanner? Now go what? I'll give the cure if you tell me to? Who do you think I am? I don't want to heal him now. You. Lan Yun's face instantly turned gloomy. Qin Yuan, are you playing with me? If you say so, I don't want to treat him now anyway. Su Fan is your fellow disciple. How can you see death? I just see death. What can you do about it? Qin Yuan wore a bemused smile. You rebel. Asshole. Lan Yun was trembling with anger, itching to strike immediately. Lin Xianer couldn't look away. Master, I think forget it. Qin Yuan definitely can't be cured anyway. He's just here to make trouble. Yes, master. You calm down. There is no need to have a general understanding with this kind of person. Qin Yuan, you should leave. You're not welcome here. The disciples stared angrily at Qin Yuan. Senior nephew Qin Yuan, do you really have a way to treat Su Fan? The pill hall's elder stepped forward at this time and looked at Qin Yuan seriously. Sure, with regards to these few elders, Qin Yuan did not give a face to others. These guys are all highly respected and didn't have much beef with him in the original episode. Elder Xian asked again, how are you going to treat it? The method of treatment is an unspoken tradition of my Qin family, and I am not at liberty to share it. The elder only needs to believe that I can cure this brat. Qin Yuan's posture was placed very high, and the several elders were not annoyed. After all, Qin Yuan's family lineage was very uncomplicated, and they were not qualified to pose in front of Qin Yuan. When Lan Yun and the others heard this, they finally sort of believed it in their hearts for a few moments. The Qin family was the royal family of the Dongling imperial dynasty, and with the Qin family's means, they should really be able to cure Su Fan. If that's the case, it's possible for Qin Yuan to give it a try. Elder Xian and the others pondered for a moment and said, since you have a solution, I'd better ask you to do it. I know that there is some grudge between you and Su Fan, but the fact that you are here today shows that you also have a heart to save people. The fifth elder and these disciples, just now, were also concerned, so you shouldn't be so familiar with them. The words spoken by the pill hall elder were much more euphemistic, and were considered to be a step down for both sides, but Qin Yuan wasn't going to make it that easy. He didn't mind giving these little caramels a good screwing as far as the plot allowed. I'm sorry, Elder Xian, as you saw just now, the fifth elder and these disciples are not friendly to me. That's why I'm not going to help Su Fan heal either. Lan Yun and the others immediately became angry once again. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, recalling that just now, Qin Yuan had indeed just arrived and was targeted by them. If I had known he was here to help, I would have known to say less. But at a time like this, momentum cannot be lost. So the crowd added, we just talked about you twice. How can you be so petty? Okay, even if we're wrong, we shouldn't have said anything about you. Just hurry up and treat little senior brother. What's between us shouldn't involve junior brother. You should quickly heal him. If anything were to happen to junior brother, you would surely feel guilty for the rest of your life as well, right? Alright, shut up, all of you. Elder Xian couldn't stand to watch and chided in a deep voice. Are these people stupid? Still the same attitude? He waited until the crowd calmed down before he said to Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan, what exactly do you want before you're willing to help? Let me step in and help? It's not impossible. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment and said this. Lan Yun frowned at Qin Yuan. What do you want? It's simple if you want me to make a move. As long as you can fulfill my two conditions. On what terms? Qin Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd and finally rested on Lan Yun's body. the corners of his mouth spreading into a frivolous arc. First, all of you, Su Fan's fellow senior siblings, plus you, the master, all kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me. At the same time, he shouted 3 times, I was wrong, Grandpa Qin Yuan, please forgive me. Second, after I woke up Su Fan, I asked him to recognize me as his godfather. That would make me consider saving the boy's life. Chapter 41, is this the same sect? Impossible. Qin Yuan, don't go too far. The people were all bursting with anger. They knew in their hearts that the request made by Qin Yuan would not be simple, but they did not expect it to be so excessive. Blue Rhyme, in particular, had her lungs exploding. This was a good apprentice she had once had. I can't believe she had to kneel. It's simply a slip of the tongue. Qin Yuan, is there any clan in your eyes? Any elders left? Do you really want to go all the way like this? Lan Yun's voice trembled as she suppressed the rage raging in her heart. Su Fan, who was lying on the hospital bed, also had a flash of resentment in his eyes. This Qin Yuan actually dared to humiliate him, so there is already a way to take death. Nangong Liuli blinked, but the corners of her mouth spread into a smile. So it is. He knew that Qin Yuan would not really save Su Fan. It's kind of a breath of fresh air to be able to piss this group off like this. The elders also looked at each other in dismay. The words had come to this point. It was already an internal matter of their division. They were not in a position to interject. They could only silently pray for the lad Su Fan. In the face of the crowd's rebuke, Qin Yuan was smiling faintly. What? You guys think it's too much? Well, then, this matter is off the table. Qin Yuan, what exactly do you want? Blue Rhyme's eyes were morose and seemed to be flashing with killing intent. I don't want to act how I want to act. My demands have been stated, and if you can't do it, then our deal can be nullified. Qin Yuan spread his hands and said with a smile, it is rumored in the outside world that the 5th elder treats his disciples with extra pampering, as if they were his own children, and that all of the 5th elder's clan are also like blood brothers and sisters, making the other fellow disciples very envious. Today your own disciple is critically ill. Obviously there is a chance that he can be saved, but it is only for you to kowtow and admit your faults, and you are all unwilling to do so? It looks like your door style, 5th elder, isn't as intimate and harmonious as the rumors from the outside world. Don't you stir up right and wrong. Is the bond of our clan not something you can shake with a few words? Blue Rhyme said angrily, you were at least once my disciple. You said it was once, not anymore. Qin Yuan interrupted her. Anyway, those are the 2 reasons I'm here. If you say yes, I'll save it. If you don't, I won't. It's that simple. The crowd was enraged, but they had no words at all. The current Qin Yuan was completely oil and salt, and there was no room for negotiation at all. Master, what do we do? Lin Xianer asked in a bitter whisper. Immediately, a male disciple yelled lowly. What else can we do? Are we really going to bow down to this asshole? Damn, I could never do that. Are you going to watch your youngest brother die just like that? Aren't you usually very close to little brother? And now you won't even bow down for him? 4th senior brother. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Lin Xianer immediately retorted. I. 4th senior brother was speechless with dislike and was quite annoyed in his heart. So you mean you're willing? Yeah. Well, why don't you take the lead? Lin Xianer blushed and silently lowered her head. Don't overestimate your place in other people's minds. When faced with costly choices, even loved ones and brothers may not value you as much as you think they do. I think it's better to forget about it. Qin Yuan's conditions are too much. Is it hard to believe that you're really willing to kneel down and kowtow to him and admit you're wrong? Even if you do the others? Take a step back. Even if we did, don't forget that he has a second condition. Do you think junior brother will really recognize him as his godfather? I feel the same way. Even if we are willing, junior brother is definitely not willing. Junior brother has such a strong character. He definitely won't bow down. And Qin Yuan also said just now, just can consider. This kind of person you also know? What if he backtracks? Wouldn't we have been humiliated for nothing? Besides, even if he is willing to cure, it is not certain whether he can cure it. I think it's better to forget about it. Seeing that the opinions of the crowd had begun to go sideways, Su Fan on the hospital bed was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. How do you guys know I won't? You're not the ones who are dying, are you? For the sake of your so-called dignity and face, do you disregard my life? That's the same door, acting so close on weekdays, but when it comes down to it, that's the face you make. Su Fan violently coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood again under his anger. Junior, the crowd had hurriedly returned to Su Fan's bedside once again, each with anxious faces. How are you doing? Junior brother? Are you alright? The pill hall's elder's face became even heavier as he probed a bit. The roots are lost. The essence is leaking out. It won't last much longer. The people all looked sad. Qin Yuan, do you really want to see death? Lan Yun once again glared angrily at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, however, was expressionless. The conditions just now. If you agree, I'll save. If you don't, I won't. It's as simple as that. How many times do I have to repeat myself? The people were all furious to the core, but they could no longer say anything. Qin Yuan's attitude was too tough. There was no room for negotiation. Isn't there any negotiation for a different offer? No. Everyone was silent. It's just, this may be the life of Vanner. After a long time, Lan Yun let out a sigh and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Xianer and the others cried out, while still complaining. Oh, I'm sorry little senior brother. It's us who are useless. We couldn't save you. Little senior brother. You can see, it's not that we're not willing to help you. It's really that Qin Yuan's conditions are too much. Even if we promise him, you will definitely not agree to it either. Little senior brother, we have tried our best. If you want to blame it on Qin Yuan. A group of stupid. Su Fan was on the verge of fainting from anger. These people, for the sake of their own face, are going to watch themselves die? Is my life not a life? Su Fan's breath was so weak that he was no longer able to speak, but at this moment, he forced himself to make a sound. I wish, wait, all be quiet. Elder Xian sensed Su Fan's abnormality and immediately stopped the crowd from performing. Lan Yun hurriedly walked forward and asked in a soft tone, Fanner, what do you want to say? There's no rush. Speak slowly, Master is listening. I would like to, I answer. Yes. What did you say you were willing to do? Van El? I'm willing to agree to Qin Yuan's conditions. There was a moment of quiet on the scene. Awkward. Lan Yun, Lin Xianair and the others looked at each other. I didn't expect Su Fan to actually agree to it. Hasn't Su Fan always had a tenacious character? It was amazing that he could put up with such an excessive request. But here's the problem. Su Fan agreed. What about them? Is it hard to really kneel down for Qin Yuan? If they didn't kneel, then they would be equivalent to indirectly killing Su Fan. If they kneel, they will have no face. Fanner, what did you say? Master didn't understand. Say it again. Blue Rhine was troubled in his mind and could only pretend to be confused. I said, I'm willing to agree to Qin Yuan's conditions. Chapter 42, Su Fan who can bend and bend. I thought that Su Fan should have been unable to speak anymore, but it turned out that he didn't know where to get a breath of air, and his voice was very clear to everyone's ears. Lan Yun's face completely darkened. The elders all had a look of watching the show at the moment. Not bad, that's how a great man should be, able to bend and bend. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, then added in a whirlwind. It's a pity that it's useless for you to say yes. You heard it just now. Your master and senior brothers and sisters are not agreeing. It doesn't look like they're very eager to save you. Qin Yuan, this is my matter. Don T involved master in them. Su Fan was very smart and knew how to retreat to advance, and said in a breathless voice, I promise you a deal. You help me heal, okay? Van L. Little master. The crowd was humbled and moved. Su Fan really knows what he's doing, but getting them to really kneel and kowtow is just too hard. This will cause harm to their Taoist hearts. For those who cultivate immortals, the heart of the Tao is fundamental. Once the Tao heart collapsed, the path of cultivation would become even more bumpy and rugged. No way. Qin Yuan smiled faintly. Two conditions are missing. Qin Yuan, do you really have to go so far? Lin Xianer reprimanded with red eyes. I'm just so over the top. It's not like you don't know that. Qin Yuan said with a smile. It's not just for you to kneel down and apologize. It's not to take your lives. Look at you one by one. Usually you always talk about solidarity and love. Now look at your faces. If I were Suvan, I'd hate me you guys. You don't want to stir up trouble. It's clearly you who saw death. You're the real culprit who killed little senior brother. That's right. You're the real culprit. The crowd was red-faced and accusing, but Qin Yuan laughed. Well, if you guys say I am, I guess. But you all know in your hearts what the truth is. As long as you can live with yourselves in your hearts, kill and kill. Qin Yuan's words spoke to the hearts of the crowd, but they remained silent, and no one was willing to bow their heads. A pair of guilty gazes drifted over to look at Su Fan, then quickly left. The elders also shook their heads in succession. It looks like a great offspring is about to fall like that. Nangong Liuli took everything in, and an icy smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Good. That's what they deserve. However, there was still some doubt in her mind that Su Fan did not see any hope of survival at the moment. It can't be really dying, can it? Su Fan's heart was sad. Is he just going to be dropped? To give up their lives just to save their face? Has same door. Nice one. Look at all of you bears. Cowardly and cowardly. Selfish and evil-hearted. It's really sad that Su Fan has a group of senior brothers like you. Qin Yuan suddenly sighed at this time and said, that's just it. I'd better heal him. If Su Fan was really killed by you people, it would be really not worth it. What did you say? Lan Yun and the others were immediately shaken. You're willing to treat Vanille? What? You think I'm really as hard-hearted as you guys? Qin Yuan taunted. In fact, a son of Qi, where is it so easy to die? When he had just arrived, he had already done a probe on Su Fan. It was discovered that although Su Fan's meridians were broken by inches, there was a nameless essence deep in the boy's dantian. It was also unknown when Su Fan had obtained the chance. With this essence in place, it was impossible for Su Fan to die, and when another moment passed and Su Fan was completely wasted, this essence would break through the bonds and help remodel Su Fan's physical body-spirit root. At that time, not only would Su Fan not die, but his cultivation would be further advanced. This is the son of Qi. The tenacity of life is unconscionable. In other words, whether Qin Yuan saved or not, Su Fan would not die. Since this was the case, why not use this opportunity to tease Su Fan a bit? Anyway, as long as Su Fan doesn't die, it's fine. Having nothing to do with the main plot, teasing the son of Qi and the people around him was a way to give his suffocating NPC a little bit of bad luck. The crowd was in a happy and sad mood. Qin Yuan was finally willing to make a move, and it was naturally good that Su Fan was saved. But just now their performance is really too unseemly. Once Su Fan survived, he would surely blame them, right? Alas, in case Qin Yuan, if you cannot save the life. The thought was inexplicably born in someone's mind. Are you really, willing to save me? Su Fan looked at Qin Yuan, and the hope of life was once again lit up in his eyes. I'm a good-hearted man, not hard-hearted like your brothers. I'd have a bad conscience if I really let you die. Qin Yuan still didn't forget to stir up trouble. The faces of the blue rhythm crowd were a shade of green and white. If you have a bad conscience, does that make us feel better? Much thanks. Where could Su Fan pay attention to anything else at this moment? Only excitement remained in his heart. Qin Yuan said with a smile, don't thank me. Don't forget your promise is about to. After you're cured, you can be my godson. When? Course. Su Fan was silent for a moment, and finally spat out these two words slowly. Survive. Survive. It has to be survived. That's what matters. As for what face, dignity, all must be backward. What's more, now he's only verbally promised to do so, and when he's really cured, can't he back out? What about going back on your word? Going back on your word? Don't worry about it at all. With his emotional intelligence and a 3-inch tongue, he could be completely cleared of these charges. Everyone would only be heartbroken and would instead accuse Qin Yuan of being narrow-minded. Su Fan's calculations were very good. But how could Qin Yuan not have thought of this? He said indifferently, I can't trust your character with empty words. Between you and me, we must make a note, and you must swear on the heart of the Tao, and it's going to be witnessed by all the Pill Hall elders, and your senior brothers and sisters. What? The crowd was once again shocked. This condition of Qin Yuan's was too harsh. Su Fan's complacency instantly dissipated, and a thick killing intent surged in his heart. This dog thief. Damn. I can't move now. I can't do it. Su Fan came up for air. That's easy. I'll heal you some so you can get up and move and talk. I'll root you out after you've made your note and sworn your oath. Chapter 43, Su Fan. My good son. The faces of Lan Yun and the others were completely gloomy. If they really gave witness, how would they face Su Fan in the future? Qin Yuan. This asshole is simply too hateful. The Pill Hall elders gentlemen also had a look on their faces as they watched the show. Su Fan's heart churned with killing intent. This asshole, Qin Yuan, was completely prepared. All the roads are blocked. Qin Yuan, however, smiled and said, what? You guys don't want to? Then either still count. Yes. Su Fan agreed anyway. Living is more important than everything. I promise to agree to your terms if you save me. Su Fan looked at Lan Yun and the Pill Hall elder and the others again, his gaze still clear and simple. The Master, elders, please. Lan Yun and the others were embarrassed and touched you, and their hatred for Qin Yuan increased by a few points. If it wasn't for Qin Yuan, how would their master and disciple have come to this point? It's all because of this asshole Qin Yuan. Good. Blue Rhyme's voice carried the slightest hint of pain. Pa pa pa. At this time a burst of applause sounded, and Qin Yuan looked at Su Fan with a smile on his face. Rather, I have underestimated you. With a heart like this, you are qualified to be my opponent. But you'd better be clear. It's a matter of swearing on the heart of the Tao. After I revive you, you'll be my godson. If it is disobeyed, there will be heavenly punishment. No. Su Fan gritted his teeth and said, a color of resentment flashing under his eyes. Okay, then I'll reluctantly step in and heal you. Who made you a good son to me? Ha 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 ha. Qin Yuan's rampant smile echoed in the room, and the hearts of Lan Yun and the others were dripping blood. If it was possible, they really hated to kill Qin Yuan. After today, all of them in the first sect would have no face left. Qin Yuan's palm was pressed against Su Fan's dantian, and immediately in the center of his palm, a greenish light shot out, enveloping Su Fan's belly. In just a few moments of work, Su Fan's miserable white face gained a few more points of redness, and his breath stabilized. Great! Vanner is saved. Blue Rhyme and the others finally showed a long-lost look of joy on their faces. Su Fan also sighed in relief. Qin Yuan really did have a few real skills. He's saved. However, before he could be happy, Qin Yuan's movements came to an abrupt end. What's wrong? Why don't you continue? Lin Xianer asked urgently. Qin Yuan said indifferently. Su Fan is now stabilized, and the promise you made just now can be honored. The faces of the crowd froze, all of them looking at Su Fan with a hesitant expression. Master, please. Su Fan's expression was bland, unable to see any emotions. In full view of the crowd bore witness, and Su Fan swore to the heavenly Tao. He squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and dabbed it right in the center of his forehead. It's the sign of the heavenly oath. He then activated his spirit root and used his aura to catalyze the sound gate, emitting a sound that was grand and vast. I, Su Fan, swear by the heavenly Tao, as long as Qin Yuan cures the poison I have suffered, I will recognize Qin Yuan as my godfather. I am his godson. Please ask the heavenly Tao to bear witness, and if you go against it, heaven will kill you. Su Fan kept his eyes open. As long as Qin Yuan cures me of the poison I'm suffering from. What do you mean? Cured? What are the criteria? Qin Yuan said it was cured. He could have said it wasn't. That way, the oath he made could not count. After hearing Su Fan swear, Lan Yun and the others lowered their heads in embarrassment. What a thing to call it. Qin Yuan is the eldest senior brother of their one door. Su Fan is the youngest senior brother, and the youngest senior brother recognizes the eldest senior brother as the godfather. This time, not only Su Fan has lost his face, but their one door people have also followed the shame. Once the word got out, all of them in the first sect would become a laughingstock. Please, help me heal. Su Fan looked at Qin Yuan, but he could not see any color of anger in his gaze. This is a very good camouflage. Qin Yuan naturally heard the fault in Su Fan's words, but he didn't care. His aim was to make Su Fan lose face, and that was enough. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. What do you mean invite me? What should you call me? Su Fan's face stiffened and immediately understood Qin Yuan's meaning. However, at this moment, he had no right to refuse, and could only suffocate and lower his head, shouting in the smallest voice, Godfather, what did you say? I can't hear you. Godfather. Su Fan gritted his teeth. What did you call me? I can't hear you. Godfather, please heal me. Su Fan shouted out, his voice echoing throughout the room. Blue Rhyme and the others closed their eyes in pain. Qin Yuan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, well, my good son. For father to help you. Su Fan was finally sort of relieved that everything was over. Ahead, the sea is wide open. Qin Yuan, the shame you brought me, I want you to return it 100 times. When he thought of the situation just now, Su Fan's heart was dripping blood. The dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. Qin Yuan already has a way to take death. Ow. Su Fan suddenly let out a heartbreaking scream. Lan Yun, Lin Xianer and the others, along with the elders, were all startled. What's wrong with you, Van? Qin Yuan. What is this all about? Normal. The detoxification process will be a bit painful and will need to be endured. The crowd suspected that Qin Yuan was holding a personal vendetta, but they had no proof. My good son, hang in there. It will hurt a little at first. Wait a while and it will be comfortable. Qin Yuan smiled and comforted. and then he began to treat again. Ow! The miserable hissing sound spread throughout the entire Taishian gate, and the birds and beasts scattered in fear. Is there a happy event in this? Pharmacy? What's with the pig killing at this hour? The uninformed disciple asked in confusion. Nangong Liuli stood blankly in the corner, her mind in a state of utter confusion. Qin Yuan actually really treated Su Fan. She knew that Su Fan was the son of heaven's destiny and could survive even the greatest of desperate situations. This one will be no different. But how could she not expect that the key to Su Fan's survival this time was actually Qin Yuan? Why would he do that? Wouldn't it be better for him if Su Fan died? Why did he get Su Fan back? Nangong Liuli was puzzled. Qin Yuan must have a reason for doing this. But no matter what, I can't let Su Fan hurt Qin Yuan again. There must be another way to finish off Su Fan as soon as possible. Nangong Liuli's heart quickly became firm. Chapter 44, Nangong Liuli's mind. The treatment was soon over, and Qin Yuan had kept his promise and cured the toxins in Su Fan's body. The elders of the pill hall were curious about Qin Yuan's means, but they had said that it was an unclassified transmission of the Qin family, so they couldn't be bothered to ask anything else. My good son, rest well, and my father will see you again in a little while. Qin Yuan left with a big smile. The joy in Su Fan's heart was instantly extinguished, and his face turned gloomy. Qin Yuan, the humiliation you brought me, I will repay you tenfold. How are you feeling, Van L? After Qin Yuan left, Lan Yun and the others immediately went up and asked with concern. I'm fine, master. I've worried you all. An innocent smile immediately spread on Su Fan's face. His gaze only contained gratitude and guilt, and Lan Yun and the others became more and more distressed about Su Fan. Fanner, you need to rest well and not let other things affect your mind. Yes, junior brother. You need to look on the bright side. You were just forced to give in. What you just said doesn't count. We'll all understand. That's right. You were just cornered. We can all testify to that. Everything is Qin Yuan's fault. You are the victim. After Qin Yuan left, the crowd finally began to speak with confidence and boldness. Su Fan said gratefully, "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. That's good. You get some rest first. This is something we'll do for you." Seeing that Su Fan didn't have the slightest bit of blame for them, the crowd was also relieved. However, none of them noticed the contempt and disdain hidden in the depths of Su Fan's eyes. Nangong Liuli walked on the road with a complicated mood, when she suddenly realized that there was actually a familiar figure in front of her, looking at her silently. Wasn't he the one she'd been longing for? Nangong Liuli's mind trembled, and she subconsciously tried to avoid it. Instead, the other side spoke. The Su Fan thing was not your doing. Nangong Liuli's brain went blank. She had thought freely about her reunion with Qin Yuan countless times, thought freely about how she should go about communicating with the other party. But I didn't expect it all to come so quickly and so suddenly. She inhaled softly, forcing herself to remain calm while her voice was still shaky. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend. You can fool others but not me. Qin Yuan sneered. Why did you poison Su Fan? Shouldn't the relationship between you two be very good? Nangong Liuli wanted to cry, wanting to tell Qin Yuan the truth about everything just like that, yet the only remaining lychee kept her from doing so. I really didn't poison him, believe it or not. When she said these words, Nangong Liuli's heart was dripping blood. How much she wanted to fall into Qin Yuan's arms, but at the moment, he could only push him away indifferently. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. She could only suppress the pain and secretly repent in her mind. However, Qin Yuan's next words completely broke her defense. Do you, by any chance, know something? Nangong Liuli's mind shook violently as she forced herself to remain calm. What do I know? What do you mean? Don't pretend. You know what I mean. Qin Yuan said indifferently. You should have believed what Gu Qingxue said the other day, right? Think I'm an innocent victim. Think Su Fan is the real villain? You poisoned Su Fan because you sympathized with me and felt guilty about me? Nangong Liuli was struck by lightning. There was only one voice left inside. He knows everything. Ever since she awakened the system, she had thought about holding back, hiding in the shadows, and giving Su Fan a fatal blow. When she had redeemed herself and was qualified to stand in front of Qin Yuan, she would then reveal her true self. But I didn't realize I was exposed so quickly. Nangong Liuli wanted to say something but didn't know how to open her mouth. Her eyes reddened and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. Qin Yuan sighed lightly. Nangong Liuli really knew the truth. Done. One Gu Qingxue was hard enough to deal with, and now there was an additional Nangong Liuli. I said, are you out of your mind? You think you and Qingxue are the only ones awake? You think you're the only ones who know the truth about everything? You think I'll be touched if you do this? That I would forgive you? I'm telling you, you're overthinking it. Qin Yuan decided to do his last effort to save Nangong Liuli again. If you do that, it'll just make me think you're a wallflower, that you're clueless, and it might even make you sick. We all know what I am and what I have done. I don't need sympathy, let alone pity. You need to stop making a fool of yourself. Qin Yuan's words were said in a very unpleasant way, but Nangong Liuli was not angry in the slightest, and there was only strong guilt and heartache in her heart. He's always been so strong, so proud, never bowing down. Even if they are misunderstood, they don't care at all. And that's why it was hurt so deeply, and why it was pushed step by step. Eventually it went to the point of becoming demonic. I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have been biased. I hurt you. Nangong Liuli was in tears. The soft body was like a delicate orchid swaying in the wind. I know you're still mad at me and hate me. It's okay. I'll spend the rest of my life atoning for my sins and making amends. As long as I'm alive, I will never allow anyone to hurt you. Done. It's all over. It's hopeless. Qin Yuan's face was filled with black lines. Nangong Liuli had indeed known everything and was on the path of no return. The difficulty of his mission as the tragic villain had been raised another level. Suit yourself. But I'm warning you. Stay out of my business from now on. Or don't blame me for flipping you off. Qin Yuan didn't bother. His heart was tired. Nangong Liuli, this chick doesn't look like a svelte girl, but her character is much more paranoid than Qingxue. She's determined to do something that 9 cows can't pull back. He'd better go back and figure out how to respond. Wait. Nangong Liuli called out to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan didn't turn around. What else? Why did you save Su Fan? Nangong Liuli pursed her lips and asked. That was the biggest doubt in her mind. This is my business, not yours. After dropping this, Qin Yuan took another step to leave, leaving Nangong Liuli alone, standing blankly in place. Why? Looking at Qin Yuan's back, Nangong Liuli kept pondering. Suddenly, the slightest light flashed in her eyes. Did he do this for me? Chapter 45. He has always been so gentle. I have been the one treating Su Fan. Now that Su Fan has suddenly died of poisoning, I definitely cannot escape the blame. And the reputation I have been building as a divine doctor will also be greatly affected. Could Qin Yuan have saved Su Fan because he was worried that if I did that, I would be tracked down by the sect? It's possible. Quite possibly. What an extremely gentle person he has always been. In the past, he had silently paid for her, and for Qingxue, over and over again. Even if he endured curses and misunderstandings, he never spoke up. This time, might be the same. No, it must be. Nangong Liuli couldn't stop her tears. Qin Yuan. He has never changed. He has always been so gentle. Qin Yuan, I absolutely will not let you suffer any more grievances. Absolutely not. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for my sins and loving you. At this moment, the haze in Nangong Liuli's heart dissipated. In its place was intense elation. Qin Yuan still has her in his heart. That's enough. Totally enough. Even if she died, she would be satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully revising the storyline and making up for his regrets once, gaining 300 system coins. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out in Nangong Liuli's mind. She immediately opened the system's interface, and after seeing the generous rewards, a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Great! This being called the system can really help me. So next, Qingxue, it's about time I met you. What do you call this? Outrageous away from the original. Qin Yuan felt very tired and irritated. The 99th reincarnation. The difficulty was much higher than he had imagined. All sorts of accidents happen all the time. So it looks like you have to be careful and careful again in the future. Otherwise, if he was not careful and had an accident, his efforts in the previous 98 lifetimes would be wasted. Next is the pagoda trial. According to the direction of the original script, this time I was locked up in the thoughtful cliff with no way to participate because I repeatedly violated the rules of the door. In the end, Su Fan walked to the highest level of the pagoda and got the highest chance of the pagoda. Qin Yuan was thoughtful. That would be easy. Su Fan is alive now anyway, so there's definitely no problem participating in the trial. All I have to do is stay at the Sivan cliff and play dead, and this episode will pass. Alas, can finally clear the air for a while. Qin Yuan stretched his back and once again closed his eyes to hibernate in the astral wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully revising the storyline and making up for his regrets once, gaining 300 system coins. At the same time, the system's reward appeared in Gu Qingxue's mind. However, she had gradually gotten used to the existence of the system and wasn't as curious as Nangong Liuli. At the moment she was being racked with intense doubt. Why did Qin Yuan go to save Su Fan? This was something she couldn't figure out. She was clear that Su Fan was the son of heaven's destiny and was not that easy to kill. But how could she not expect that the key to Su Fan's survival this time was actually Qin Yuan? Why did Qin Yuan do that? Gu Qingxue wanted to find Qin Yuan and ask for clarification. Crunch! Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. Seeing the slowly approaching figure, Gu Qingxue's willow brows gently furrowed. Nangong Liuli? What are you doing here? I'd like to ask you a few questions. Nangong Liuli was dressed in a green-color luo skirt. Her light and elegant temperament was like an orchid, contrasting sharply with Gu Qingxue's coolness and arrogance. With the two absolute beauties standing opposite each other, the entire room seemed to brighten up a few points. Gu Qingxue's frown deepened. What's the problem? Su Fan's poison. You put it there, didn't you? Nangong Liuli looked at Gu Qingxue's eyes and asked. Gu Qingxue had already prepared her words and sneered without moving. It's not like you don't know that I've been in custody all this time and haven't had a chance to get close to Su Fan. Even if you're looking for a scapegoat, you should find a convincing one, right? You don't need to explain so much to me. I believe in my own judgment. The poison that Su Fan was poisoned with was definitely given by you. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. What makes you so sure? Intuition. Gu Qingxue's eyes flashed with mockery and disdain. Nangong Liuli, I didn't think you'd actually be able to tell cold jokes, no matter how much you deny it. I trust my judgment. No one has that motive but you, Nangong Liuli said faintly. But don't worry, I didn't come here today to ask for your pardon. Inquisition? You're going to question me on a hunch? What do you think you are? Gu Qingxue coldly said. Nangong Liuli sighed lightly. That's not what I meant, and I mean you no harm. So don't misunderstand. So what do you want? Gu Qingxue asked with a frown. Nangong Liuli whispered. I came to find you because of what happened to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan? Gu Qingxue was even more puzzled. What's it got to do with him? I already know the truth, and I believe what you say. Gu Qingxue was stunned. What do you mean? What I said. Nangong Liuli slowly raised her head and looked seriously at Gu Qingxue. I believe everything you said that day in front of the pillory. Qin Yuan was really misunderstood and framed. Gu Qingxue's mind shook as she looked at Nangong Liuli incredulously. Obviously 3 days ago, she was still hostile to Qin Yuan. Why the sudden change in attitude? What is happening to her? Exactly? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Gu Qingxue asked vigilantly, fearing that there was a trick in it. I know the truth from some source, and know that everything you said the other day was true. Nangong Liuli said. That's why I've come to find you, hoping to cooperate with you and help Qin Yuan together. You? Helping Qin Yuan? Gu Qingxue smiled coldly. How can I trust you after what you've done? You can choose not to believe me, but I won't harm him, Nangong Liuli whispered. In fact, ever since awakening the system, she had realized that there was something wrong with Gu Qingxue. It was only because Gu Qingxue's various behaviors were practically identical to what she wanted to do after awakening the system, plus the heavenly calamity that suddenly appeared and inexplicably dissipated. Nangong Liuli suspected that this existence called the system might have appeared in Gu Qingxue's body as well. She asked the system, but it said it didn't know. But it doesn't matter. The important thing was that she could have one more ally. She could help Qin Yuan more easily by working with Gu Qingxue. Still, why should I trust you? Gu Qingxue was cautious, worried that Nangong Liuli had some ulterior motive. Chapter 46, Pagoda Trial? I'm not going. Nangong Liuli didn't explain any further and said directly. In a short while, the Taishan Treasure Tower trial will begin. But right now, Qin Yuan was still the one who wore the sin, and it was likely that he would be targeted by Su Fan and the others, and there was no way he could participate in this trial. I have to help him. You? What are you going to do? Gu Qingxue scrutinized Nangong Liuli. I will request to Father and the Elder Council that Qin Yuan must participate in the trial. I hope that you can also represent the Dongling Imperial Dynasty and put pressure on the sect side. You don't need to be reminded of that, Gu Qingxue said indifferently. She had long been prepared to do so. The chances of this pagoda trial were too important to let Qin Yuan miss out on. On top of that, I'm going to make Su Fan unable to participate in this trial. Oh, only then did Gu Qingxue come to her senses. What are you going to do? I have my own arrangements, Nangong Liuli said seriously. If this does work out, I hope you'll trust me in the future. Good. Qingxue gazed at Nangong Liuli for a moment and slowly nodded her head. The corners of Nangong Liuli's mouth spread into a smile, and without saying anything more, she turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, Qingxue called out to her. What's wrong? It's being said outside that it was Qin Yuan who saved Su Fan. Is that true? Qingxue asked. Nangong Liuli nodded. Yes, Qingxue said blankly. Why? Did he do that? Why? A soft color flashed in Nangong Liuli's eyes. He has his reasons for doing so. Naturally. Anyway, you have to believe that he has always been a very nice, kind and gentle person. All the time. After saying this, Nangong Liuli turned around and left, only leaving behind an even more bewildered Qingxue. Time passed quickly, and the Taishan trial was about to begin. According to the usual practice, disciples who were punished to stay at the thought cliff were not allowed to participate, and Qin Yuan was one of them. But at this time, the patriarch took the unprecedented initiative to step forward and allow Qin Yuan to participate. The elders began to argue over this. No way, patriarch. Our Taishan sect has always had strict rules. We can't break the rules of the sect for a Qin Yuan, right? I do think it's fine. This Taishan trial is very important for the younger generation. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Yuan is the Taishan sect's premier genius, and it would be even more of a loss for our Taishan sect if he were to be absent. That's right. Qin Yuan is the most powerful genius in my Taishan sect in 1,000 years, and has high hopes of rushing above the 7th level. Didn't we admit Qin Yuan back then so that he could unlock the secrets above the 7th floor of the pagoda? I don't think so. What has this Qin Yuan done lately? We all know it well. This is a completely wrong-minded person. Letting him grow up will lead to endless troubles. To say that breaking through the 7th layer of the pagoda may not be the only thing Qin Yuan can do. I see that 5th Elder's young disciple Su Fan's talent isn't inferior to Qin Yuan's. He has a better chance of breaking through than Qin Yuan. There was a lot of talk, and in general there was a preponderance of non-support. After all, Su Fan was too popular right now, and many people were extraordinarily disgusted with Qin Yuan. But in the end the patriarch stepped in. Better let him participate. Who hasn't made a mistake yet? Qin Yuan's identity isn't simple after all. If we don't let him participate and this matter is known by people from other sects, our Taishan sect will also be disgraced. The sovereign's words caused the crowd to fall silent. To put it bluntly, Qin Yuan's identity was so uncomplicated that there was no way for him to refuse. The elders were all human. Naturally they understood the meaning of the patriarch's words. Even if they were unconvinced, there was nothing they could do. Lan Yun's face was unpleasant, but at this moment, she had no chance to retort. Daughter, my father has done his best to be kind this time, so we'll see what Qin Yuan does next. Patriarch Taishan said silently in his heart. On the one hand, there was the pressure from the Dongling imperial dynasty, and on the other hand, there was the pleading of his precious daughter. He just can't afford it. Patriarch Taishan was also puzzled. Hadn't his daughter recently been on bad terms with Qin Yuan? Why the sudden change of heart? But then again, he had a selfish reason for letting Qin Yuan participate. Since the creation of the Taishan sect, no one had been able to break through above the 7th level of the pagoda. No one didn't want to know what was hidden above the 7th floor of the pagoda. Although Su Fan is very hopeful, but with the addition of another Qin Yuan, wasn't there more hope? What the hell? You're telling me to go to the pagoda trials? Qin Yuan was sleeping comfortably on the thoughtful cliff when Nangong Liuli suddenly came and told him such news. Nangong Liuli laughed lightly. That's right, the patriarch has agreed. You can now leave the thoughtful cliff and participate in the pagoda trial. No go. No go no go no go. Qin Yuan waved his hand repeatedly. Are you kidding me? He's not going to bother going through this kind of drama that has nothing to do with him. But this pagoda trial is really important. A big reason why you came to the Taishan sect back then. Wasn't it for the chance in the Taishan pagoda? Nangong Liuli said anxiously. She thought Qin Yuan was gambling with her. It doesn't matter now. I don't want to go. That's it. Bye. For others, the chances of the pagoda trial were indeed extraordinary, but in his 99 lifetimes as a human being, he hadn't seen any chances, so naturally he wouldn't care about this. Qin Yuan, I know that you are gambling with me, but don't joke with your own future, okay? You really can't be absent from the pagoda trial. Nangong Liuli earnestly pleaded. No, I'm not going. I'm not going even if I say so, and I don't have the time to gamble with you, so don't overthink it. Hurry back and don't waste your time here. Nangong Liuli's complexion dimmed a few points. Although Qin Yuan had her in his heart, his resentment towards her was still very deep. Okay, if you don't go, I won't go. I'll stay here with you. Nangong Liuli clenched her teeth and said. Qin Yuan, however, did not eat this. You can stay here if you like. It's got nothing to do with me. Qin Yuan shrugged, then turned around and gave her a back. Nangong Liuli was a bit anxious. She couldn't stay here for too long, and for the moment, Sufan had more trust in her. If she stayed here for too long and was discovered by Sufan, her next plan to murder Sufan would be lost. However, Qin Yuan seemed to be in a fit of anger right now and was not willing to go down the mountain at all. Why don't you? You want to participate? Nangong Liuli asked as she pressed her anxiety. I don't want to go. It's as simple as that. So don't waste any more time. I'm not going to change my mind. Nangong Liuli was desperate. She had thought that the sect side would stop Qin Yuan, but she hadn't thought that Qin Yuan would be so adamant in his refusal. After a long time, she sighed slowly. What now? What to do? Should we really let Qin Yuan miss out like this? It's just, if he doesn't want to go then forget it. But no matter what, Sufan could not be allowed to participate. And so on. Suvan. Nangong Liuli's eyes lit up and suddenly thought of a solution. Okay, it's fine if you don't participate. Then I'll be in the pagoda and take the opportunity to kill Sufan. Anyway, I won't give up avenging you. After saying this, Nangong Liuli turned around and left. Qin Yuan? Chapter 47, Go. Why don't I go? Later, Qin Yuan whooshed to his feet and scurried to Nangong Liuli's face. What did you just say? Looking at Qin Yuan's reaction, a hint of a smile flashed across the corner of Nangong Liuli's mouth. Sure enough, Qin Yuan still has me in his heart. He was worried that if I killed Sufan, I'd take the blame, so he stepped in. I said I would take the opportunity to kill Sufan in the pagoda. You're nuts, aren't you? Qin Yuan said angrily. I've told you not to meddle in my affairs. Can't you understand human language? I'm not involved in your business. Nangong Liuli blinked her pretty eyes. I also have a conflict with Sufan. I want to kill him, can't I? Of course not. You're the daughter of luck. Don't you know that? The heroine kills the hero? Where in heaven's name is that? But then again, he wasn't actually worried about Sufan actually being killed. The sons of Qi didn't die that easily. But the key to this time's plot was that Sufan had to obtain the supreme inheritance of the Taishan trial in order to do so. This inheritance was related to Sufan's subsequent path of cultivation. It's all especially important for subsequent episodes. Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue wreaked havoc, although they couldn't kill Sufan, but it was very likely that Sufan would be seriously injured, thus losing the chance to obtain the supreme inheritance. Then the subsequent episodes mustn't have blood mom crashes. Qin Yuan said in a cold voice. You can kill anyone you want, only not Sufan. If you make a move on him, don't blame me for being rude to you. Why is he the only one who can't? Because. No means no. No reason. So I'm just going to kill him? Then I'll. Just what? Looking at Nangong Liuli's affectionate eyes, Qin Yuan's cruel words ended up not being said. He said solemnly, anyway, you just can't kill him. He has many backgrounds involved. The only one who gets hurt is you. And you know my grudge against Sufan. Only I can kill him. No one else. Background? Isn't he from a barbaric small town? What background can he have? Where are you getting all the questions? I told you he wasn't that easy to kill, believe it or not. Qin Yuan growled lowly in annoyance. Nangong Liuli quietly stared for a moment, a soft color flashing under her eyes. She was clear that Qin Yuan was only saying this to prevent himself from killing Sufan and taking responsibility. Either way, I'm going to try. It's the only thing I can do for you. Qin Yuan, I'll say it again. I don't need you to do anything for me. Please don't flatter yourself. Okay. Qin Yuan almost roared out his voice. You don't need it. I can't help it. Nangong Liuli said softly. If you don't want to go, forget it. I'll go first. After saying that, Nangong Liuli walked around Qin Yuan and headed down the mountain. Wait. Just after taking 7 or 8 steps, Qin Yuan's voice came again. Nangong Liuli's heart was delighted and she immediately turned back to look. What's wrong? I'll go. Qin Yuan said with a gloomy face. Nangong Liuli said with delight. You've changed your mind and are willing to go to the trials? I'll go. Can I not go? If Sufan hadn't obtained the inheritance, I don't know what the subsequent plot would have popped up like. Qin Yuan wanted to cry. He's a big villain who not only has to worry about his own plot, but also for the son of Qi. It's too hard. It's really too hard. Qin Yuan was eventually invited out of the mountain by Nangong Liuli. on the day the pagoda was opened. The entire pagoda square was filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. Above the dome of the sky, the colorful haze danced like a swimming dragon and a true phoenix. Deep in the plaza, a 20-foot-tall stone tower towered. The stone tower looked a bit old and already looked a bit worn out, yet it gave off a feeling of deep vicissitudes, like an old man who had traveled through the ages and was looking down on the living beings. This is the treasure of the Taishan sect, Taishan Pagoda. It was rumored that this pagoda was made by the founding ancestor of the Taishan sect, on the occasion of his ascension to immortality, with all the heavenly treasures that he had accumulated over the years, and was refined with the power of the immortal Tao for his descendants to practice. The pagoda contains the most pure spiritual qi in heaven and earth, in which cultivation, not only cultivation progresses rapidly, but also with the pure spiritual qi quenching the body, so that it is transformed into a new body. The pagoda was divided into 9 layers, and with each upward layer, the richness of the aura would increase exponentially. Of course, the climb will be exponentially more difficult. In addition to that, the pagoda also hid some of the treasures of the founding ancestor of the Taishan sect, as well as cultivation insights. This is something more precious than aura. Ancient legend has it that at the top of the pagoda, there is even a supreme treasure placed in the heavens and the earth. However, after all these years, no one has ever climbed to the top. It was only because the trials of the pagoda did not look at cultivation, but only strength. Regardless of whether it was the foundation establishment stage or the spirit transformation stage, or even the void refining stage, as long as one entered the pagoda, they would be located at the same starting line, depending on who had a more solid foundation, and who was stronger and more talented under the same realm. Over the years, countless Taishan sect patriarchs had wanted to explore the pagoda, but they had all stopped at the 7th floor. The disciples who participated in the trial had even failed to break through the 6th layer. This had become one of the greatest secrets of the Taishan sect. Today, however, there is hope that the secret will be cracked. Senior brother Sufan's talent is unique in the world. He can definitely break through to the 7th or even the 8th layer of the pagoda. I think it's more than that. Senior brother Sufan is likely to reach the top directly. Senior brother Sufan, we believe in you. In the center of the square, Sufan stood with his hands in the air, and his mood rippled faintly. Half a month. A whole half a month. This time, I'm going to have a clean slate. Sufan secretly swore in his heart. The poisoning half a month ago was literally the darkest moment of my life. Inexplicably, he recognized a godfather. If it wasn't for the division and others concealing the secret, he would have become the laughingstock of the entire clan by now. But for all that, the incident still became a knot in his heart. Even after he was cured, he locked himself up for 7 whole days, not daring to come out to see anyone. In today's pagoda trial, he was going to make a clean sweep, wash away the shame from your body with a brand new glory. Little senior brother, cheer up. You are the best. I believe that you will definitely be able to ascend to the 8th floor of the pagoda. No, it's the 9th floor. Eager anticipation and blessings flashed in the eyes of Lan Yun and Lin Xianer. Thank you, master, and thank you, senior brothers and sisters. I will do my best. Su Fan was filled with gratitude, but disdain flickered in the depths of his eyes. Ever since the last time he had been poisoned and these people had refused to kneel, he had seen it for what it was. None of these people can be trusted. Why is Qin Yuan here? Isn't he being punished for facing the wall at the thought cliff? At that moment a cry of alarm rang out, and a pair of eyes looked in one direction. Only Qin Yuan and Qingxue came side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, with gorgeous postures and an immortal aura, unlike anything on earth. Chapter 48, Good son, why do you run away when you see your father? Qin Yuan, what brings you here? As the crowd murmured, a clear and melodious voice rang out, and in the next moment, a red figure was seen floating and landing in front of Qin Yuan. This was a red-clothed young girl, looking 18 or 19 years old, with a red power suit with dark gold armor, which showed off her perfectly tall figure to the fullest, and her feet stepped on a pair of golden glazed high-heeled boots, which made her legs look even more slender and perfect. The woman wore a single ponytail, displaying her flawless melon face unreservedly. A pair of large jewel-like eyes were exceptionally bright, and her eyebrows revealed pride and confidence. At this moment, the woman's good-looking willow eyebrows were gently furrowed. Why did you come here to make a scene if you didn't stay at the Sithu Cliff? What? Do I have to greet you? Miss Yi, where I'm going? Qin Yuan said indifferently. Can't I come to the pagoda trial? Yi Shansha, true disciple of the Taishan sect's patriarch, at only 19 years old, He had already reached the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage. Before Qin Yuan came to the Taishan sect, she had always been the first genius of the entire Taishan sect. After Qin Yuan arrived, Yi Shansha's limelight was stolen. Yi Shansha was unwilling and had been competing with Qin Yuan openly and secretly, but every time it ended in failure. This has led to a constant bad blood between the two. Are you kidding me? According to the rules of the sect, disciples who were confined for violating the rules of the sect could not participate in the pagoda trial. Don't you know that? Yi Shansha said in a loud voice. Qin Yuan laughed. Sorry to disappoint you. The patriarch and the elders have decided and agreed that I should participate in the trial. Impossible. How could the sect break the rules of the sect for you alone? Nothing is impossible. If you don't believe me, go ask the patriarch. Now please get out of my face. With a cold snort, Qin Yuan walked forward around Yi Shansha. You asshole. Yi Shansha's face flushed slightly in anger and glared fiercely at Qin Yuan, but she didn't go after him. It's good that you've come to participate. I'm bound to win this time, so that you can see what I'm capable of. Yi Shansha lightly bit her silver teeth and said, Qin Yuan. Su Fan's face instantly turned ugly, and the slightest hint of resentment flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Yuan. It was this dog thief that brought him the greatest shame of his life. He vowed not to be a man until he had taken this revenge. However, at this moment, even though he hated Qin Yuan no matter how much, Su Fan had to quietly take a few steps back and hide behind the crowd. His agreement with Qin Yuan was currently in effect, and if Qin Yuan came to him in public and forced him to call him godfather, how else is he going to get off the stage? Fear of what will come. Qin Yuan saw Su Fan at the first glance, and immediately walked towards him. Su Fan wanted to dodge, but Qin Yuan had already shouted out, Yo, my godson, you're here too. Why don't you come and salute me when you see my father? Su Fan's face instantly turned white and froze in place. Qin Yuan had already arrived in front of Su Fan and smiled faintly. What, my good son, what do you run for when you see your father? Is father that terrible? There were a lot of people in the square, and after hearing Qin Yuan's words, everyone froze. What do you mean, godson? Isn't he talking to Su Fan? Can it be that he's flirting with Su Fan? But looking at Su Fan's face, there's something wrong. What's going on? Su Fan's face had risen to a pig's liver color. Qin Yuan, what the hell do you want? Asshole, how dare you call my father by his first name? It's simply treasonous. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? You've sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Aren't you afraid that heaven will destroy you? Qin Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire square, and everyone seemed to have heard the meaning. This time, Su Fan recognized Qin Yuan as his godfather? Or did you swear to the heavenly Tao? This is going to be fun. Su Fan was trembling with anger. It's over. It's all over. Now he can't keep his secret. The entire clan knew about his unwashable shame. Su Fan couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and completely lose face. Qin Yuan, don't go too far. This is a public place. It's not up to you to mess around. Lan Yun, angrily, blocked in front of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was delighted. The fifth elder came at the right time. When Su Fan recognized me as his godfather at that time, you were a witness. You'll prove to me if what I'm saying is true? What? The fifth elder was also present at that time? Su Fan is the fifth elder's favorite disciple. How could he watch Su Fan suffer? Is there anything else inside this? Things seem to be getting interesting. The crowd's gossiping hearts were completely ablaze. Qin Yuan, you asshole. Lan Yun's face also turned gloomy. What? Is it possible that the fifth elder is unwilling to give me proof? Alright then, I'll get someone else to prove it. If I can't, I've even recorded the staying stone, so let's bring it out for the guys to see. Qin Yuan, be a man and leave a thread. You can meet in the future. You don't go too far. Lan Yun's face was as gloomy as water. If you want people to not know, you have to do it yourself. If you did it, you did it. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. Admit it in a big way. What's the big deal? Being so covered up will rather make people look down on you. Qin Yuan looked at Su Fan. Don't you think so, my good son? Sovan. Qin Yuan, what exactly do you want before you give up? Blue Rhyme just couldn't take it anymore. The pairs of interested gazes around them were almost like sharp blades. What do you mean? What do you mean I'll stop? Obviously. Su Fan promised me that he would call me godfather when he sees me in the future. Or he swore to the heavenly Tao. And this first time he disowned me. Can't I, as a father, teach a lesson to such an ungrateful grandson? Is it wrong for me to ask him to call me godfather? When you guys begged me to save Su Fan, this wasn't your attitude, was it? You bastard, you rebel. Blue Rhyme's lungs were about to explode, but she was speechless. The crowd understood now. I know. It should be that Su Fan was poisoned at that time. Only Qin Yuan could cure him, and the price of Qin Yuan's hand was to recognize him as his godfather. Su Fan agreed in order to live, and swore to the heavenly Tao. So that's how. This is awkward. This Qin Yuan is also too much. They are all fellow disciples. How can he bully his junior brother so much? Who says it isn't? This Qin Yuan is really too nasty. The crowd was talking, but most of them still had a sympathetic mentality towards Su Fan. After all, most of the disciples on the scene were of ordinary origins, and Su Fan was their representative. So they naturally sided with Su Fan, coupled with the destiny of the son of Qi, and Su Fan's shaping popularity. Very few people would mock him, instead feeling that Qin Yuan had gone too far. Only a small number of rich kids who were on good terms with Qin Yuan would gloat. Chapter 49, Su Fan's counterattack. Qin Yuan. We're all fellow disciples. Don't go too far in what you do. It's better to settle an injustice. I think this matter should be settled, and you shouldn't be too much of a bully. Someone stood up for Su Fan. Qin Yuan, however, smiled coldly. It's not your turn to tell me what I do. You losers, so shut your mouths. You're too much. It's unbelievable. I'm just so unbelievable. What? Not convinced? You don't want to fight? The disciple who had stepped out was scared back, and Qin Yuan looked at Su Fan again. How's it going, my good son? If you don't call out to me, then I'm going to bring out the staying stone. Su Fan also gradually came back to his senses at this time. He knew that Qin Yuan would not stop until he achieved his goal. Godfather. In the end, he decided to put the matter to rest, or else he would only be more humiliated if he continued to make a scene. Speak up. I didn't hear you. Godfather. Su Fan finally shouted out. Just 2 words, but it was as if it had emptied his entire body of strength. The faces of the crowd turned weird, some gloating, some mocking, and some sympathizing with some disdain. Su Fan actually really shouted. How can this be? This will damage the heart of the Tao. Is this still the senior brother Su Fan in my mind? Shouldn't he be high-minded and proud? He actually gave in. So what if he doesn't yield? Don't forget that he swore an oath to heaven. No matter what, his image is kind of ruined, and this disgrace will stay with him for the rest of his life. Senior brother Su Fan is too pitiful. Qin Yuan is really too detestable. Lan Yun and Lin Xianer and the others were so furious that they couldn't wait to fight with Qin Yuan. The elders and senior officers present looked at each other in dismay, not expecting this to actually happen. Smiles flashed across the eyes of Nangong Liuli and Qingxue, secretly praising Qin Yuan in their hearts. Yi Shansha sized up Su Fan and then looked at Qin Yuan, shaking her head helplessly. Boring. Well, that's a good son for a father. Qin Yuan laughed out loud. That's the way it's going to be from now on. Keep it up. You can play by yourself. I'm going to get busy for my father. Qin Yuan drifted away with Qingxue, leaving behind only Su Fan, whose face was ashen, and Lan Yun and the others, whose faces were embarrassed. Little senior brother, you should not be angry. It is not worthwhile to have a general understanding with this kind of person. Yes, junior brother, now that the pagoda trial is about to begin, you shouldn't let this kind of person affect your mindset. Several senior brothers were comforting Su Fan. Su Fan gently inhaled and squeezed out a smile at a few people. Don't worry, senior brothers and sisters. I won't. That's good. Go for it, young master. Seeing Su Fan recover so quickly, the crowd was also relieved. Su Fan found an excuse to leave and went to the corner alone, his face instantly turning livid, his eyes revealing resentment. Qin Yuan, I'm going to let you die without a burial place. His reputation, his dignity, was ruined in this moment. It's all because of Qin Yuan, the dog thief. If he didn't take this revenge, how could he still have the face to live in this world? Too hateful. Simply too hateful. My Taishan sect's hallowed sect. How could a scum like Qin Yuan appear? It's simply a disgrace to Taishan sect. What a good person senior brother Su Fan is. How can he bear to bully? Does he still have a conscience? It's just plain evil. It can't be helped. Who let people have a background? We're just ordinary people. Don't people bully us as much as they want? If I remember correctly, Qin Yuan is still being punished by the Sido Cliff, and according to the rules of the sect, he is not qualified to participate in the pagoda trial at all. What about now? People are still participating? The Taishan sect's custom that hasn't been broken in these thousands of years, isn't it broken for him today? What can be done about that? Who made people's status honorable? The door rules are simply a joke in their eyes. Damn, it's really upsetting. Just because of his noble status, should we cast a net in his favor? Is this fair to us ordinary disciples? What can you do if you're not willing? Who let us not have his kind of background? Alas, resigned to fate. There were many people above the square, expressing their dissatisfaction with Qin Yuan. The light in Su Fan's eyes flashed, and his heart suddenly had a calculation. Looking around, he quickly found a young disciple who was red in the face with anger and had been making dissatisfied remarks about Qin Yuan, and by the looks of him, he also belonged to the type of rash youth. Su Fan then walked to his side, smiled faintly, and patted the youth's shoulder. What for? The youth looked back and his eyes lit up the moment he saw Su Fan. Senior brother Su Fan? Hello senior, it's me. Hello. The youth smiled and shook hands, then whirled in pity. What does senior brother Su Fan want with me? It's nothing much, just thanking senior brother for always speaking up for me. Su Fan said gratefully, but senior brother should still keep his voice down. Qin Yuan is a person with a very small heart. If you are noticed by him, he will most likely target you. Thank you for the reminder. Senior brother. It's mainly because Qin Yuan's behavior is so bad that I just can't stand watching it, the youth said indignantly. Then there's nothing that can't be done. Who made us the children of a cold family? Su Fan sighed. People who are locked up in the Siyuan cliff are able to participate in the pagoda trial. Bullying me, a small humble son, is still not a handful. Hateful. Simply hateful. Who says it isn't? Su Fan said helplessly. Actually, it's not a big deal for me to be bullied. The resources of the pagoda trial were limited. And with one more person, there was more competition. With Qin Yuan's background, he must be harboring an exotic treasure that would allow him to obtain the chances of the pagoda several times over. If he went in alone, he would take away the chances of hundreds or thousands of ordinary disciples. It was already difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain resources, and now they had to be plundered like this. This isn't bullying me alone, it's bullying all of us ordinary disciples. I really want to step up and fight back and get something for everyone. Nay, the conflict between Qin Yuan and I is very deep, and once I speak out, I will be suspected of holding a personal vendetta. Senior brother Su Fan, you are really too good. The youth was filled with a touching look. With your status, you would have had everything you wanted a long time ago, yet you still think about us ordinary disciples. If we back down again, what face do we have left to live in the world? Damn it, I have to object in front of the patriarch today. Elder brother, you should calm down a bit. This person Qin Yuan's identity is not simple. You protesting alone won't do anything at all. The only way to change the sovereign's decision is to work as a group and speak together. Seeing that the youth was completely enraged, Su Fan stared at the youth's eyes, and a flash of black flashed through his clear eyes. The moment the youth touched Su Fan's gaze, his eyes flashed with the slightest bit of bewilderment, but he quickly regained his clarity once again. He said angrily, "You're right, senior brother. Only by mobilizing everyone's strength can we defeat Qin Yuan. Watch me next. If I don't keep Qin Yuan out of the trial, I'll write the word king backwards." The youth surnamed Wan left angrily, going to the surrounding disciples to spread Su Fan's remarks just now. Prepare to mobilize a large number of disciples to file a protest. Chapter 50, The Wrath of the Crowd? Su Fan's speech itself was very compelling. Coupled with his destiny as the son of heaven's fate, a random sentence would convince others, while at the same time, he looked for the kind of rash youths who were themselves easily deceived, to be utilized as objects. In order to prevent accidents, Su Fan also used a divine soul technique to compel the youth, through the power of the divine soul, to confuse the other party's mind, so that the other party, without realizing it, would act in accordance with his thoughts. Under the multiple insurances, this youth then completely became Su Fan's pawn. Qin Yuan, this trial, you don't want to participate. The corner of Su Fan's mouth spread a grim smile when he saw this. The wrath of the crowd could not be violated, and when a large group of disciples protested later, he didn't believe that the patriarch would offend the widest group of disciples for the sake of a single Qin Yuan. Time passed quickly, and the pagoda trial was about to begin. The tower guarding elder ascended towards the front, facing the many disciples and said, "The pagoda trial is about to begin, so please prepare all disciples. I hope you can achieve excellent results in this trial. Wait, I have something to report." Just then, an ill-timed voice rang out. A pair of gazes looked over in unison, and the one who spoke was the youth who had been compelled by Su Fan. The tower guarding elder frowned and said, "What is your business? Disciple has a matter that I don't understand, and I'm here to ask elder for advice." The youth said righteously. The tower guarding elder was a bit impatient. "What's the problem that you have to say it now? Don't you realize what an occasion this is? This matter concerns the survival of the clan. Disciple must speak now." The clan lives and dies? The tower guarding elders' frown deepened. So tell me, what's so serious? If you can't tell me what's going on, you know the consequences. Dare I ask, elder? My Taishan sect has been based in the immortal cultivation world for many years, and instead of collapsing, it is flourishing. What is its most important guarantee? Rash asked aloud. What does that have to do with the question you're about to ask? Another elder got impatient. Rash continued. Of course it's related. Please ask the elder to clear up the confusion for the disciple. The elder pondered for a moment and said solemnly, there are many reasons why the Taishan sect has been able to last through the ages. But to say that the most fundamental guarantee is the legacy. It is because of the legacy that the Taishan sect has been able to grow and prosper. Then may I ask, elder, by what means does the Taishan sect ensure the inheritance? What way? The two elders looked at each other and said, naturally, through the rules of the gate. Without rules, a clan must have strict rules if it wants to exist for a long time. That is to say, the most important thing that has allowed my Taishan sect to survive to this day is its adherence to the rules of the sect. Can a disciple understand it that way? You could say that. The elder nodded his head and then asked in a serious manner, what the hell are you trying to say? Just give it to me straight now. Keep beating around the bush like that and back off. The thing that disciples want to talk about is related to the rules of the gate. The youth's gaze swept over Qin Yuan's body and he immediately said loudly, dare I ask, elder? Since the very foundation of our Taishan sect is the rules of the door, the rules of the door must never be disobeyed. Then why did you go against the rules of the sect today and let a disciple who was at the Seo Cliff participate in the pagoda trial? Isn't that breaking the rules of the gate? Isn't it destroying the very foundation of the Taishan sect? Isn't it a matter of life and death for my Taishan sect? The youth's voice echoed across the field, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Everyone hadn't expected that after talking for half a day. This strange disciple's target was actually Qin Yuan. Countless pairs of gazes looked in Qin Yuan's direction, all with a gloating expression. This is going to be a good one. The corners of Su Fan's mouth slightly flared up in a bizarre arc. Qin Yuan, this time I will make you lose face. When Lan Yun and Lin Xianer and the others saw this, they also looked happy. This is great. Qin Yuan is in trouble. Gu Qingxue and Nangong Liuli's faces instantly turned a few shades darker. It was so hard to get Qin Yuan to participate in the trial, but there was actually someone who was so obstructive. God damn it. Yi Shansha was also stunned, and then said in a low voice, I'll let you have to get into this mess. This is going to be a problem. Only Qin Yuan himself, after only briefly freezing for a moment, once again regained his candor. On top of the high platform, the faces of the sect's executives were all very unpleasant. Although many people did not support Qin Yuan's participation, the matter of Qin Yuan's participation in the trial itself represented everyone at the top of the sect. Now that he was being questioned by an outer disciple to his face, it was a serious challenge to the majesty of the sect. How dare you? This is a decision made by the higher echelons of the sect. Can it be questioned by you, an outer disciple? Get the hell down there right now. The tower guarding elder changed color explosively, and the release of the Yuaning stage's pressure was gut-wrenching. This young disciple, however, was not at all convinced and looked straight at the elder. Is what the disciples said wrong? The elders had said that the root of the sect was the sect rules, so why did they violate the rules to allow Qin Yuan to participate? Isn't this shaking the very foundation of the Taishan sect? Just because Qin Yuan has a powerful background? What about us ordinary disciples? If we commit something, do we still have the opportunity to be this ad hoc? Is that fair to us? As a member of the Taishan sect, I have to think about the sect. I'm also qualified to think for the clan. That's right. We want fairness, no privilege. We want fairness, not privilege. After a word, the group responds. These were the disciples that the youth had contacted beforehand, and almost at the same time, they made their voices heard. There were many other infected disciples who were also shouting angrily at this moment. I also asked the patriarch to withdraw his order and prohibit Qin Yuan from participating in the trial to uphold the dignity of the sect rules. I also asked the patriarch to withdraw his order and prohibit Qin Yuan from participating in the trial to uphold the dignity of the sect rules. The group was as excited as the waves. There were tens of thousands of disciples competing and onlookers on the field, and a large portion of them were infected, and the loud voices resounded throughout the square. The many disciples were all agitated one by one, like a puddle of dry wood that would burn into a blazing fire with just a little spark. The faces of the patriarch and the elders were completely gloomy. For the hallowed Taishan sect to have a scandal like a collective petition happen was nothing short of a disgrace. Great! Now Qin Yuan is completely finished. No good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unpunished. Now it's finally time for retribution. Lin Xianer and the other fellow disciples of Su Fan were all overjoyed. Lan Yun also snorted coldly and gave Qin Yuan a deep look. Qin Yuan, you are completely to blame for having today. Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue's faces turned white with anger. Gu Qingxue's eyes even contained killing intent. These people actually dare to target Qin Yuan like this. Damn it, all of them. Patriarch, what do you think of this? Above the high platform, the elders were also in trouble. Whether to give in and let Qin Yuan withdraw, or to suppress this riot, this was the dilemma before them. On the one hand, there was this raging anger, and on the other hand, there was the dignity of the clan. Once it is not handled properly, there will be a lot of consequences. Chapter 51, Qin Yuan, you are not qualified to participate in the trial. Patriarch, I think it's better to disqualify Qin Yuan's participation. Otherwise there's no way to calm the anger of these disciples. Absolutely not. If we back down today, what will happen to the clan's majesty in the future? Are we going to be pressured into anything that happens in the future? Then what do you say? With so many people petitioning, we can't forcefully suppress it, can we? Why not? It's just a bunch of outer disciples. Wouldn't it be enough to find a few leaders to make an example of them? What are you talking about? Our Taishan sect is a famous sect. Both sides argued, and the Taishan sect's patriarch was also in trouble. No matter how this issue was resolved, it would be detrimental to the prestige of the clan. Qin Yuan, then you've really given me a hard time. Sovereign, tell me, what should we do? The patriarch couldn't decide in his mind at the moment. You guys say that I'm not allowed to participate in the trial? Just at this critical moment, a frivolous voice rang out from the corner. The voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The crowd followed the sound and realized that the one who spoke was none other than Qin Yuan. That's right, that's what I said. You're not qualified for the trial. The rash youth was the first to speak out, and the rest all followed suit. You, a wearer of sins, absolutely cannot participate in the trial, or I will be the first to disobey. And me. Facing that pair of indignant gazes, Qin Yuan only slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Good. Very good. Very good. Immediately, Qin Yuan looked at the tower guarding elder. Elder, when you spoke just now, there was an incomplete sentence. I'd like to add. What's wrong? The elder was greatly puzzled in his heart, not knowing what kind of medicine Qin Yuan was selling. The many disciples at the scene also revealed puzzled expressions. The patriarch and several elders also stopped their discussion and looked at Qin Yuan. Su Fan smiled disdainfully, not believing that Qin Yuan could still make any waves. In full view of everyone, Qin Yuan opened his mouth frankly. You just said that the most fundamental thing about the Taishan sect's inheritance to this day is the sect rules. I don't think that's a comprehensive statement. The rules of the door are only one aspect, but the more important thing is power. Power? The elder was puzzled. What exactly do you mean? Qin Yuan didn't look at the rash disciple who led the way. You don't want me to participate in the trials? You don't think it's fair? That's right. The rash disciple had no fear at all. Qin Yuan smiled faintly and suddenly slapped his palm at this disciple. It all happened so fast that the crowd had no time to react. The pupils of the rash young man suddenly tightened, and it was too late for him to dodge. One could only watch as the palm landed on his chest. Bang! The youth spat blood from his mouth and flew backwards like a cannonball to 10 feet away. Put! The youth's eyes opened angrily, and just as he opened his mouth he once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. No longer able to speak. Senior brother Wang. The other disciples then reacted and came forward to assist them, only to find that the youth was already heavily injured and his meridians were broken. Get to the rescue. The patriarch also awoke with a start at this moment and ordered the pill hall elders to go and check. Su Fan froze, and Lan Yun froze. Nangong Liuli, Gu Qingxue, and Yi Shansha also froze. Everyone froze. No one expected that Qin Yuan would actually strike out in public. Reacting. Su Fan was overjoyed in his heart. Qin Yuan, this idiot, is simply digging his own grave. It's too much. This bastard Qin Yuan, he simply doesn't care about the sect. Lin Xianer's pretty face was also red with anger. Lan Yun's face was covered in frost. This was his once good disciple. What a lawlessness. Nangong Liuli and Gu Qingxue glanced at each other, both bewildered, not knowing what exactly Qin Yuan wanted to do. What does this idiot want? A flash of anxiety also flashed through the depths of Yi Shansha's jewel-like eyes. Patriarch, please punish Qin Yuan severely. Please punish Qin Yuan severely. Punish Qin Yuan severely. Facing the crowd of excited disciples, even if the patriarch wanted to favor Qin Yuan, he couldn't do so openly. He glared angrily at Qin Yuan and asked in a deep voice, Qin Yuan, what exactly do you want? To strike out and injure someone in public? Is there a clan in your eyes? I'm just trying to prove something. Qin Yuan, however, said without haste, the fundamentals of a clan's legacy, the rules of the clan are only superficial. What is more important is the power. Without power, it's all talk. To have power is to have everything. To have the right to make the rules. Weak people don't deserve to talk to strong people. Imagine if the Taishan sect had always abided by the rules of the sect, yet their highest cultivation level was only at the Jindan stage, and one day they had a conflict with a great power at the transitional succession stage. What will the outcome be? There was a moment of silence. What else could the result be? The patriarch said in a deep voice. So you're showing us your power? Exactly. Qin Yuan said in an unassuming manner. The sovereign's face became even more gloomy. Am I to understand that you are provoking our entire Taishan sect? That would be a shame. And I didn't mean it. Qin Yuan's gaze swept over the angry multitude of disciples. I'm just trying to get this bunch of losers to, well, recognize reality. Asshole. You're too much of a bully. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law? Heaven will not tolerate such evil thieves until they are eliminated. The crowd was completely enraged by Qin Yuan's words. Qin Yuan, however, smiled disdainfully. Get rid of me? Do you have the ability to do that? Do you have the qualifications? What am I and what are you? To put it bluntly, even if I kill all of you, Taishan clan has no way to punish me. I'm just a bully. I'm just vicious. You guys, what can you do to me? He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Since he had decided to participate in the trial, there was nothing anyone could do to stop him. These people didn't have Su Fan's destiny and had nothing to do with the original plot. Dare to provoke him? Then don't blame him. Patriarch Taishan and the others did not speak. The silence is deafening. Many of the disciples who had come forward had their lungs exploding with anger and abuse. Words such as asshole, is too much. I'm going to kill him, don't stop me. They are all over the place. Qin Yuan swept his gaze over them. Write down all the people who just cursed me and exterminate their clans. As you wish. A voice rang out from the shadows. The tirades stopped, and a pair of eyes filled with hatred. Qin Yuan added, make a note of all those who look at me with murderous intent in their eyes as well, and exterminate them. Look closer. Don't miss it. As you wish. Everyone lowered their heads. Enough. The patriarch just couldn't stand to watch. Qin Yuan, this is the Taishan sect. It's not you. Dongling dynasty. You're not allowed to be so wild. If you are not punished, our Taishan sect will have no more face. You don't have to participate in this trial. This Taishan sect, you can't stay any longer either. I will expel you from the Taishan sect today. Chapter 52, What can you do to me? What? Nangong Liuli and Qingxue and the others were shocked, and their moods instantly turned anxious. What will they do if Qin Yuan is expelled? Su Fan, however, was overjoyed that the purpose of this one was accomplished. Not only would Qin Yuan not be able to participate in the trial, he wouldn't even be able to stay in the Taishan sect. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Lan Yun's face was expressionless. It was good to be expelled. She would never have to face this retrograde disciple again. The many Taishan sect disciples were all indignant, feeling that the patriarch's punishment was light, and some wanted to open their mouths, but at that moment, they heard Qin Yuan laugh playfully. Do you hear me? I'm no longer a Taishan sect disciple now. From now on you guys be careful when you go out. Beware of corpses and bones. Yo! The dissatisfaction of the crowd that had reached the edge of their mouths was swallowed. Yi Shansha's eyes flashed a complex color. Qin Yuan is going to leave so soon? Damn! Haven't beaten him yet, the patriarch said in a deep voice. Alright, it's almost time. I think the trial can also be opened. Wait, a voice interrupted the sovereign. What's wrong with you again? The patriarch was on the verge of storming out, glaring angrily at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan gave a slow salute. I, Qin Yuan, the sixth prince of the Eastern Tomb Imperial Dynasty. See sovereign. You. The patriarch was stunned, somewhat unsure, but when Qin Yuan said that, it was clear that he no longer considered himself as a disciple of the Taishan sect. Instead, he was the prince of the Eastling Imperial Dynasty. The specs aren't the same anymore. What is the matter with the sixth prince? The patriarch had no choice but to say this. Everyone's eyes widened. What else does this Qin Yuan want to do? In a pair of puzzled gazes, Qin Yuan slowly said, in compliance with the agreement between the Eastern Tomb Imperial Dynasty and the Taishan sect, I have come here to participate in your sect's pagota trial. There was a moment of quiet. followed by a chorus of discussion. The Dongling imperial dynasty and the Taishan sect had always been allies, and this was already something that was known by everyone. The directions that the two powers practiced were different, and the native disciples of this sect were not necessarily suitable for the sect's techniques, so sometimes there was an exchange of disciples. If a disciple of the Taishan sect was suitable for the Gongfu of the Dongling imperial dynasty, he would be sent to the imperial dynasty. Similarly, a disciple of the latter who was suitable for practicing the Taishan sect's Gong methods would be sent to the Taishan sect. This is a very common thing in the immortal cultivation world. Qin Yuan and Qingxue, as a result, were sent to the Taishan sect. At the time of the alliance, both sides stipulated that once the opportunities of their sect were opened, they would be open to the disciples of the other sect, even if the disciple of the other side did not worship the sect. For example, this time around, the pagoda trial had quite a few disciples from quite a few other sects that were friendly with the Taishan sect participating. In other words, Qin Yuan could similarly participate in the pagoda trial in his capacity as the emperor of the Eastern Mausoleum. Patriarch Taishan and the elders looked at each other. The faces of the disciples who had just snapped were as ugly as if they had eaten. The current Qin Yuan was no longer a disciple of the Taishan sect, and it was no longer useful to talk about the rules of the sect. And with Qin Yuan's attitude, when the time came to really liquidate, they would really be exterminated. Many of the disciples became afraid and began to regret why they had stepped forward just now. The joy on Sufan's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by gloominess and unwillingness. Blue Rhyme's complexion was complicated and she sighed silently. The faces of Nangong Liuli and Qingxue blossomed with renewed joy. Qin Yuan once again said slowly, "Dare I ask Sovereign, can I participate in the trial?" "Sure." After a moment's silence, the Sovereign still gave an affirmative answer with a sullen face. It was a mutual agreement, and there was no way he could refuse it. The mood of the many outgoing disciples sank to the bottom. After trying for so long, it's a total waste. Is this the privilege that comes with power? I'm not happy. The rash man who led the group was even so angry that he spat blood from his mouth and fell into a coma. Qin Yuan once again looked at the crowd below and said indifferently, "Remember in the future, in this world, it is strength that speaks. Wastes, not qualify to compete with the strong. If you want to be fair, take strength. Otherwise you'll only be asking for trouble." The many disciples who had stepped forward had their faces red with anger, but at this moment, no one dared to step forward anymore. All right, it's time for the trial to begin. So get ready. The patriarch really couldn't look on anymore and waved his hand to stop Qin Yuan. This farce, finally, is sort of over. Forget it. People are big shots. We can't afford to mess with them. It's better to keep a long memory in the future. Although what Qin Yuan said was hard to hear, it wasn't wrong. In the Xianling continent, power is the root of everything. Then again, it turns out I wouldn't have wanted to come out of the woodwork. It's all because of that rash man who had to compel me. When he wakes up I'll make sure to settle the score with him. Actually, we haven't gained nothing. At least Qin Yuan has been expelled from the Taishan sect. So this can be considered a victory for us. True enough, at least we got rid of him. I'll never have to see that hateful bastard again. The many disciples who had come out were exchanging words. All of them were overwhelmed with emotion. That's just it. At least Qin Yuan has been driven out of the Taishan sect. Su Fan had thousands of unwillingness in his heart, but he could only accept the reality helplessly. He looked at Qin Yuan with a sinister gaze. So what if you participated in the trial? There's no way I can lose to you. Both Nangong Liuli and Qingxue's eyes blossomed with a faint color of delight. Qin Yuan just needs to be able to participate without any problems. Yi Shansha looked towards Qin Yuan, her large eyes flashing with wariness. Qin Yuan, I won't lose to you this time. Rumble. With a violent vibration, the door of the pagoda slowly opened, and a surge of aura spewed out. The pagoda trial has officially begun. At the command of the tower guarding elder, the many disciples rushed in impatiently. Nangong Liuli and Qingxue glanced at each other and nodded imperceptibly. Nangong Liuli then took the lead and entered. Qingxue smiled gently at Qin Yuan. Let's go in too. Go play with yourself. Qin Yuan had been paying attention to Nangong Liuli. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. He had to keep an eye on Nangong Liuli. He couldn't let her gaff Su Fan. But I want to stay with you, Qingxue said sincerely. This scene caused the surrounding disciples to look at the scene with another burst of amazement plus envy. Qingxue was the famous iceberg beauty of the Taishan sect, but now she had actually turned into a dog licker as well. Suit yourself. Qin Yuan was really too lazy to pay attention to Qingxue as he realized that Nangong Liuli had followed Su Fan to the second level of the pagoda. The interior of the pagoda was a separate space, only a dozen feet square from the outside world. Yet inside, it was thousands of feet, larger than the square outside. The pores of the body opened up, the meridians of the body operated independently, and the vast ocean of spiritual chi actively entered the body through the pores and the large acupuncture points of the circumference. Many disciples immediately broke through the shackles as soon as they entered, and their cultivation realms directly broke through, and with each level up, the purity and concentration of this aura would increase exponentially. But it's not that easy to move up. In the pagoda, the powerful and refined aura was accompanied by a powerful pressure, and with every step forward, the pressure endured would increase by one. Many people were already sweating before they even reached the entrance to the second floor. And disciples whose cultivation was not strong enough were pressed to the ground and unable to move. Some were even spitting blood from their mouths. However, for the outstanding disciples, this first layer wouldn't be too much pressure, and many of them had already rushed to the second layer. Qin Yuan and Qingxue were even more like walking on the ground on this first floor, and there was no difference between them and outside the pagoda. Seeing that Qin Yuan couldn't wait to head towards the second floor, Qingxue's eyes flickered for a moment before she immediately went up and pulled him back. Don't go yet. There's something I want to talk to you about. Let's talk about what's going on outside. No, it's urgent. I need to talk now. So tell me, as we walk. I have too many people here to be convenient. Let's go to the corner and talk. Then don't say it. Qin Yuan was a bit impatient. How come he hadn't realized that this Qingxue was so annoying before? Chapter 53. Remember the first time we met? No. I must say, Qingxue, are you annoyed? I don't want to talk to you. Stay where you are. Qin Yuan really couldn't take it anymore, and Nangong Liuli even followed Su Fan to the second floor. If Qingxue continued to pester him, who knew what would happen on the second level? Qin Yuan just wanted to shake off Qingxue and go up alone, but he was pulled by her. Qingxue, what the hell do you want? Qin Yuan asked in a cold voice. Qingxue tightly grasped Qin Yuan's sleeve, her cold face flickering with aggravation. Brother Qin Yuan, do you hate me that much? That's right, I just hate you so much. I'm sick of seeing you. Get the hell away from me, Qin Yuan said with annoyance. Qingxue's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom in their depths. Qin Yuan really did still have some resentment towards her. It seems like she's not doing enough and has to keep trying. But I just want to follow you, Qingxue said with a lost voice. The veins on Qin Yuan's forehead jumped twice as he pushed Qingxue away. Off. He then quickly rushed up to the second floor of the pagoda, not giving Qingxue any time to react. Brother Qin Yuan. Qingxue's heart was anxious, remembering her promise with Nangong Liuli, definitely not letting Qin Yuan chase after him. He had to buy time for Nangong Liuli. Thinking of this, Qingxue didn't care about anything else and quickly rushed up to the second floor of the pagoda as well. Meanwhile, Su Fan had already rushed up to the fourth floor of the pagoda. His goal was clear, the treasure at the very top of the pagoda. Beyond that, nothing appealed to him. Even if you don't get the treasure this time, you have to ascend as high as possible, because the higher the location, the thicker the chances and the greater the benefits to him. Senior Sister Liuli, are you alright? Su Fan turned back to Nangong Liuli again, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Although the last time he was poisoned, Nangong Liuli's suspicion was high, but he had always felt that it was impossible. And then Nangong Liuli found him to clarify. He chose to believe Nangong Liuli. His senior sister was so kind and gentle, how could she harm him? So this time, when Nangong Liuli asked to join him in the pagoda trial, he agreed without hesitation. As long as he helped Nangong Liuli obtain the chance she wanted this time, then his senior sister's favor towards him would increase exponentially. I'm okay. Nangong Liuli smiled faintly, her gaze clear and gentle. You, on the contrary, are more powerful than I thought. It's only been less than half an hour and you've already reached the fourth floor. Elder sister is flattering. The fourth floor is still just the beginning. Our goal is the sixth and seventh floors. It's the winner of this trial, Su Fan said triumphantly. Then cheer up. Nangong Liuli lightly laughed. Let's continue, or the people behind us will catch up. We can't lose to them. Good. Su Fan smiled confidently, and then he continued to climb. Let's go, senior sister. Aha. Looking at Su Fan's back, a coldness flashed in the depths of Nangong Liuli's eyes. Champion? Just forget about it. This time, the champion could only be Qin Yuan. Wait for me, brother Qin Yuan. Wait for me. Qin Yuan ran in front, while Qingxue chased after him. When they reached the second level, the pressure was clearly elevated, and the pace of the two slowed down. After Qingxue caught up with Qin Yuan, she once again blocked in front of him. Qingxue, don't blame me for hitting you if you keep this up. Qin Yuan had a fierce look on his face. Why does this woman never stop? I'll follow you even if you beat me. Qingxue stubbornly looked at Qin Yuan, completely ignoring the surprised gazes around her. I know you hate me, and I'll have a hard time trying to find you when you're out of the pagoda. So there's something I have to say to you here. Otherwise I'll keep pestering you even if you kick me out. Unless you kill me. Qin Yuan was really speechless. He had the intention to move on, but Qingxue had been following him around making a scene, and with all the people around him watching, he really couldn't afford to lose this person. He said with a sigh. Okay, I'm convinced. You can say whatever you want. Really? Thank you, brother Qin Yuan. I knew you would give me a chance. Qingxue's face immediately glowed with joy as she gently inhaled and said, Brother Qin Yuan, do you still remember when we met? Don't remember. Qin Yuan rolled his eyes. But I remember. Qingxue said to herself. At that time, we were both only 3 years old. I was brought to the palace by my father, and at that time you happened to be playing in the imperial garden. My father brought me to you, and that was our first meeting. I still remember when your mother-in-law pointed at me and said, Look son, this is your future wife. Stop. Qin Yuan listened to a burst of flesh and directly interrupted her. If you have something to say, just say it, don't give me such a long-winded waste of time. Well, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say anything. Qingxue whispered. We seemed to hit it off back then, and after we first met, I used to visit you to hang out, and you used to come to me, and you said how wonderful we were back then. Qingxue, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave now. Qin Yuan seriously suspected that this girl was sick in the head. What kind of occasion was this? How can you even think about love? You don't want to hear it. I'm just not going to say anything. One more word from you and I'll leave immediately. Qin Yuan warned again. Qingxue looked in the direction of the entrance to the third floor and nodded. Well, then I'll be blunt. Say it in advance. And don't be offended if I say it. You say. Then I really said it. Say. Qin Yuan suppressed the urge to storm off. Qingxue was silent for a moment and said again. Brother Qin Yuan, do you know how I know that you were framed by Sufan? I don't know. Qin Yuan finally had some interest. This was his biggest doubt and the beginning of the collapse of this ghost plot. Tell me about it. It's a long story. Long story short. Then, well, actually I haven't known about this for a long time. When Sufan first came here, he was not familiar with any of us. And then, Qingxue began to speak at length again. Yet after speaking for a full 3 minutes, Qin Yuan completely failed to get to the point of anything. It's bull **** through and through. Shut up. Qin Yuan really couldn't listen anymore and interrupted her again. What's wrong, brother Qin Yuan? Qingxue blinked. You're stalling? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Qingxue. Qingxue's heart sank and she didn't move. What's stalling? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. You conspired with Nangong Liuli, didn't you? Qin Yuan said indifferently. You stole me here. Nangong Liuli follow Sufan, and then wait for an opportunity to go kill him, right? Chapter 54, Get thee out of here. You misunderstand. I was not familiar with Nangong Liuli in the first place. How could I collude with him? Besides, she's always been on good terms with Sufan. How could she harm him? Qingxue continued to lie. Qingxue, you take me for a cutie. Qin Yuan said in a cold voice. You clearly know how important the pagoda trial is, but you want to talk nonsense to me here. What else could it be for if not to delay? Didn't you delay me so that Nangong Liuli would have a chance to finish off Sufan? I warned you guys long ago. This is between me and Sufan. It's not your turn to interfere. Why do you all have to go against me? Qingxue's heart and mind trembled, but she soon adjusted her emotions and looked at Qin Yuan stubbornly. You're right. I am colluding with Nangong Liuli, but we're doing it for you too. To avenge your death, and for you to take first place in the pagoda trial. We have a clear conscience. We'll do it even if you hate us. Qin Yuan was so angry that his person went numb. He sighed and said coldly, You'd better expect nothing from Sufan. After saying that, he rushed towards the third floor as fast as he could, looking at Qin Yuan's disappearing back. Qingxue's heart, however, was full of grievances and unwillingness. It was obvious that she was doing this for Qin Yuan's benefit. So why did he just not appreciate it? It seems that, Qin Yuan's hatred for himself is much stronger than imagined. Qin Yuan, no matter what you do to me, I must avenge you, even if you hate me. Qingxue suppressed her inner pain and took out a sound transmission stone from her pocket, whispering into it. As soon as the plan failed, Qin Yuan had already reached the 3rd floor. Plan 2 is ready to begin, so move as quickly as you can. Copy that. A moment later, in the sound transmission stone, Nangong Liuli's voice came. What received? What are you talking about, elder sister? On the 5th floor of the pagoda, Su Fan looked at Nangong Liuli behind him with some doubt. Nothing, you heard wrong, Nangong Liuli said with a light smile, putting away the voice transmission stone without a trace. Oh, we're almost at the 6th floor. The pressure here is so strong that if we're not careful, we'll be pressed out of the pagoda. Senior sister, be careful. Su Fan didn't think much about it either, and was fully concentrating on fighting the pressure from the pagoda. Aha! Nangong Liuli nodded and silently watched Su Fan, who was under heavy pressure. Not enough. It's not enough. It's going to take some time. Waiting until the 6th level makes success more likely. On the 4th floor of the pagoda, a woman in red was climbing with difficulty, glancing back from time to time, that willow-like brow constantly knitting up. What the hell is this Qin Yuan doing? How come he hasn't followed me yet? Su Fan is now at the 5th level. Yi Shansha was a bit unwilling in her heart. She was still thinking of having a good match with Qin Yuan. It turned out that this guy actually didn't even reach the 4th floor. Qin Yuan, you don't let me down. Yi Shansha took one last look at the rear, then once again gritted her teeth and accelerated her pace. Su Fan, Su Fan, don't let anything happen to you. Qin Yuan was chasing after him non-stop. However, the interior of the pagoda was too big, and from the entrance to the exit, there was a distance of hundreds of feet. After the 3rd layer, the pressure also increased abruptly, and even Qin Yuan began to feel the pressure, his pace much slower than before. As for the other disciples, they were already struggling at this level, and some were even pressed to the ground to come up for air. But, from time to time, there were disciples whose figures were enveloped in white light and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. This is the protective mechanism of the pagoda. Before entering the tower, each disciple would be given a jade pendant. If they couldn't hold on in the pagoda, they would be teleported outside the pagoda as long as they crushed the jade pendant. Disciples who were teleported out would also have their scores fixed at this level, and the duration of their stay would be displayed. In the end, all disciples will be ranked by the number of floors and time, and receive rewards from the clan. Those who could reach this layer were all elite disciples of the inner sect, as well as core and even true disciples. Yet even such heavenly pride had such a hard time at this 3rd layer. Seeing Qin Yuan walking almost as if he was walking on the ground, the crowd was envious and jealous. Although Qin Yuan's character wasn't great, this talent was really strong. Just now, Su Fan and Yi Shansha and the others, at the 3rd level, their speed was not even half of his. Wait! Just then, a black figure blocked in front of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan frowned. What do you want? This disciple he recognized, a true disciple of the 3rd elder. Qin Yuan, I want to challenge you. The youth looked straight at Qin Yuan with a face full of arrogance. The moment these words came out, all the disciples at the scene were astonished for a moment, and then they exuded expressions of interest. Senior brother Gongsun is going to challenge Qin Yuan? This is going to be a good one. Elder brother Gongsun is the 2nd disciple of the 3rd elder. He's just under 50 years old this year, and he's already at the 5th level of the Jindan stage, and he's even stronger than Qin Yuan by 2 levels. Do you think Qin Yuan can beat him? I see hanging. Although Qin Yuan was known as a supreme celestial pride, he had never lost a single battle even when he crossed levels. But senior brother Gongsun isn't a vegetarian either, and is 2 small realms stronger than him, so if Qin Yuan wants to defeat him, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. I don't think so. Qin Yuan's talent is more than 1 step stronger than senior brother Gongsun. Even if he crosses 2 minor realms, he is not without a fighting chance. While the crowd murmured, Qin Yuan's face sank. Challenge? Challenge my ass. I'm afraid this isn't about holding him back. This Nangong Liuli is very well prepared. This man who challenged him was called Gong Sunso. He is the cousin of Nangong Liuli, and his relationship with Nangong Liuli is quite good. There hadn't been many encounters with him, and now to challenge him at this juncture? Isn't it obvious that there's an ulterior motive? Seeing that Qin Yuan did not speak for a long time, Gong Sunso said with a cold smile, the outside world rumors that you are the first genius of the Taishan sect in 10,000 years. I am not convinced. I'm going to see it today. I can suppress my cultivation to the same level as you, and save people from saying I'm bullying you. How about it? Do you dare accept my challenge? Asterisk 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 off. As soon as Gongsun's words fell, Qin Yuan slapped him. Gongsun didn't have time to react at all, and flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling 3 feet away. Qin Yuan didn't even look at it before hoofing it forward. The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Did I blink? Why did I see Gongsun get slapped away? Fake, for sure. That's Gongsun, defeated like that without even moving? My god. What is happening here? Sneak attack. It must be a sneak attack by Qin Yuan. That's right, Qin Yuan must have sneak attacked, otherwise how could he have defeated Gongsun so quickly? Chapter 55, Get the hell out of here. Gongsun coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his heart and mind shaking dramatically. Defeated. Just like that? Other people couldn't see it and felt that Qin Yuan was sneak attacking, but he, the person in question, had a deep understanding. Qin Yuan's slap seemed random, but both the force and speed were more than several times faster than him. Even if one went all out, it was impossible to block it. How did this happen? How can Qin Yuan be so strong? Gongsun's mind was in turmoil. Originally, he was just listening to his cousin's encouragement and wanted to challenge Qin Yuan. He was confident that with his strength, even if he didn't have the means to defeat Qin Yuan, he would at least be able to fight a draw. Who knew it would actually turn out like this? Asshole! Stop right there. Before Gongsun had a chance to speak, another roar rang out, followed by the sight of a man in green, once again blocking Qin Yuan's path. The man in green had a Chinese character face, his eyes were shining, and his body was robust, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain. Qin Yuan, you've gone too far. Brother Gongsun was just trying to spar with you. If you can't beat him, admit defeat. Why did you sneak up on him with underhanded tactics? This is the style of the first genius of the Taishan sect? I must teach you a lesson today. It's senior brother Zhao Hu? Great. Now Qin Yuan is in trouble. When the crowd saw this scene, they showed joy again. Zhao Hu was a great disciple under the second elder's door, and his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Jindan stage. Not only that, he was born with a dragon elephant physique. His natural flesh was 100 times more powerful than normal people. Even when facing the 7th level of the Jindan stage, one could easily defeat it. With him making a move, he would definitely be able to defeat Qin Yuan. Only then did Gongsun come back to his senses and immediately shouted at Gongsun, Brother Zhao, don't. Me. Brother, you don't have to say anything. Today I have to teach this Qin Yuan a lesson. Let him know what it means to be outside of people. As soon as Gongsun opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Zhao Hu, who said to Qin Yuan, Why don't you say something? Are you afraid? It's useless to be afraid. Today I must make you apologize to Brother Gongsun. Are you bored? Get out of here. Qin Yuan slapped out again, and Zhao Hu didn't even have time to react, so he flew backwards just like Gongsun, falling right next to him. There was a momentary quiet on the scene. Everyone was looking at Zhao Hu incredulously. Lost? The 6th weight of the Jindan stage, the dragon elephant physique, is so watery and defeated? No, Qin Yuan must have played a trick. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat senior brother Zhao Hu so easily. That's right, Qin Yuan must have used unseemly means again. Damn it, this Qin Yuan is so despicable. The crowd woke up with a start, and their gazes toward Qin Yuan were filled with anger and contempt. To use such despicable tactics against a fellow disciple is truly abominable. Zhao Hu coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and was filled with disorientation. Defeated, he himself was just defeated. Like Gongsun, Zhao Hu was also the first to notice Qin Yuan's power. That strength. That speed. Even if one went all out, one might not be able to block it. Gongsun patted Zhao Hu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Brother Zhao, just now, I actually want to say that my loss is not wrong. The result is, alas, you are too anxious. Zhao Hu. Damn. Why is this Qin Yuan so powerful? Zhao Hu muttered, his heart shaking tremendously. You stop right there. Before Qin Yuan could take 2 steps, he was once again blocked by a man in black. The man was tall and thin, and his gaze was sharp as he stared at Qin Yuan. The 2 senior brothers are merely trying to spar with you, so forget it if you don't agree. Why use such underhanded tactics? Great. It's senior brother Lu Yuan. Senior Lu is the 3rd disciple of the 4th elder, and now he is at the 7th level of the Jindan stage, so he can definitely defeat. Asterisk 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 off. Before the crowd could rejoice, they saw Lu Yuan follow suit and fly backwards, falling to Zhao Hu's side. There was another moment of silence at the scene. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was spitting blood from his mouth, questions appeared in many people's hearts. Knowing that Qin Yuan liked to play tricks, why was Senior Lu still so careless? Can't it be that Qin Yuan's strength is really strong? Strong enough to defeat an absolute genius at the 7th level of the Jindan stage with a single move? No way. Absolutely not. The crowd simply could not believe such a reality. The path of cultivation. One step at a time. Every small realm apart. The gap was like a difference between clouds and mud. Even if Qin Yuan was no longer a genius, it would be impossible for him to cross 4 levels in and kill his opponent in a single move. Qin Yuan is definitely still committing fraud. Absolutely. Damn. 3 senior brothers have failed. Who can still block him? I really want to see Qin Yuan get violently beaten up. Many of the disciples came to a unanimous conclusion. However, Qin Yuan had walked to the middle of the 3rd floor at the moment, and it was highly unlikely that he would want to stop him. The only ones who understood Lu Yuan's feelings well were Zhao Hu and Gong Sun Su. At this moment, Lu Yuan was also distraught. Originally, he had a strong battle intent towards Qin Yuan, wanting to challenge this genius. A few days ago, under the encouragement of Gu Qingxue, he also chose to meet Qin Yuan for a while in the middle of the pagoda trial. But I never thought it would turn out this way. Qin Yuan is horrible. Stop. Just then, another black figure blocked in front of Qin Yuan. This was a young man. His figure was on the thin side, but his breath was very strong, and he had a hawkish nose, making his entire person look oppressive. Qin Yuan, let me meet you. The man's voice was hoarse and low, and his eyes flashed with intense battle intent. Senior brother Lingyun. Great. Senior brother Lingyun actually made a move as well. This time Qin Yuan definitely won't be able to escape, although senior brother Lingyun is also at the 7th level of the Jindan stage. 3 months ago, he defeated Lu Yuan, who was at the same realm, with only 3 moves. Moreover, senior brother Lu has always been cautious in battle, so Qin Yuan would have no chance to sneak attack. Senior brother Lingyun has always been a crane and seldom fought with others, but I didn't expect that he actually took the initiative to find Qin Yuan today. This shows that Qin Yuan has already committed public anger, and everyone wants to teach him a lesson. The many disciples immediately became excited once again. Lingyun glanced at Qin Yuan and without the slightest hesitation, he drew his long sword and with a furious roar, he charged towards Qin Yuan. Take that! Rumble! 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 Lingyun's move was decisive. There was no nonsense. His surrounding flames burned like a nirvana phoenix. The sacred and blazing flames instantly became diffused. Around him, countless flames flew and the silhouette of a phoenix appeared. Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. This is senior brother Lingyun's best move. The Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. Worthy of being senior brother Lingyun, his reputation for being strict and decisive is not justified. He used a masterstroke right out of the gate. 3 months ago, Lu Yuan was defeated by this move of senior brother Lingyun. This time Qin Yuan is dead. This is the 3rd floor of the pagoda. It's difficult for us to just stand here. And senior brother Lingyun can actually use a stance like the Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. It's simply too powerful. People are more angry than people. The fire phoenixes flew, and countless fire phoenixes transformed into sharp arrows, smashing down towards Qin Yuan like meteors. Even though he was in the 3rd layer of the pagoda, the power of the Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens still had not decreased much. If it was an ordinary 7th level of the Jindan stage, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured, or even die. One after the other is annoying. Get out of the way. All of you. Qin Yuan was also enraged and slapped Lingyun in the air. Chapter 56, Gu Qingxue's cousin uncle. Bang! The magic happens. Under the slap in the air by Qin Yuan, all the fireballs all reversed their direction and whistled as they rushed towards Lingyun. No good. Lingyun's pupils suddenly contracted. It was too late for him to dodge. The next moment he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. The spiritual energy running in his body was crushed. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. Coincidentally, it also happened to fall on Lu Yuan's side. The wild fluctuations instantly returned to nothingness. What's wrong with all of them? Can't you see I'm still busy? No eyes at all. Qin Yuan glanced at a few people impatiently, and then he instantly drilled into the entrance of the 4th floor and left, only noticing the confused crowd. Still, deadly quiet. Everyone was wide-eyed, unable to digest the shocking scene for a long time. Lingyun's face was even more pale, turning into a wooden sculpture of clay. Is this Qin Yuan, a person? After a long time, someone finally shuddered and made a sound. Once or twice you can say it was a sneaky careless attack. 3 times is fine. However, This fourth time, Ling Yun did not strike decisively, leaving no room for error at all, and was still slapped away. This was enough to show the Qin Yuan's strength. Zhao Hugongsun so Lu Yuan's three hearts finally felt a lot more comfortable, with Ling Yun being defeated by a single move. Their defeat made perfect sense. At this time, the entrance to the third floor flashed with white light, and a beautiful white-clothed silhouette slowly appeared. It was none other than Gu Qingxue. As soon as Gu Qingxue came up, she saw the four people lying side by side on the ground, and had a bad feeling in her heart. Where's Qin Yuan? It's gone up, Lu Yuan said with a dark face. I'm sorry, I didn't stop him. The remaining three also lowered their heads in shame. Gu Qingxue, Nangong Liuli, you'd better hurry, Gu Qingxue whispered to herself. 3 days ago, Gu Qingxue's room. Qin Yuan seemed to be very reluctant to participate in the pagoda trial, and I used some small tricks before he reluctantly agreed, Nangong Liuli said. Gu Qingxue was puzzled. Why? I don't know. Maybe they don't want to honor us. Nangong Liuli's complexion was slightly gloomy. Gu Qingxue was silent for a moment and asked in a low voice. You did what you had to do to get him to agree. Nangong Liuli briefly described the matter of her provoking Qin Yuan, and then added, the problem now is that he's in it, but with his mindset, he's not even thinking about going for first place. We have to figure out a way for him to take first place. Also, have to let Su Fan get nothing. What are you going to do? Gu Qingxue asked. Nangong Liuli's eyes flashed with the slightest bit of light. I need your cooperation. Qin Yuan soon arrived at the fourth floor, which had even fewer disciples. All of them are not the rare pride of the clan. One of them, a figure dressed in red like fire, looked particularly bright. As soon as the red-robed figure saw Qin Yuan appear, a luster immediately blossomed in his eyes. Qin Yuan, you're finally here. Qin Yuan was on the fourth floor, still not seeing Nangong Liuli and Su Fan's figures, and his mood became even more impatient. I blame Gu Qingxue and those 4 idiots for delaying me. Qin Yuan cursed secretly in his heart, and with no time to wait, he continued to rush towards the 5th floor. The higher up in the pagoda the more pressure there was. Su Fan had to go all out to deal with the pressure of the pagoda, and the chances of Nangong Liuli striking out would greatly increase. Once Su Fan was injured and couldn't hold on, even if he didn't crush the jade token, he would be forcibly teleported out. In this way, there was no way for Su Fan to obtain the chance of the pagoda. He had to hurry up and stop this from happening. Qin Yuan, you finally came up. I thought you couldn't make it to the 4th floor, fearing what would come. Qin Yuan hadn't even taken a few steps before he was once again blocked. Qin Yuan subconsciously wanted to slap him away. However, after seeing the face of the visitor, the action stopped. He asked, frowning, Gu Chang'an, what do you want? Gu Chahan, the absolute pride of the Gu family of the Eastling imperial dynasty. At only 66 years old, he had already reached the 7th level of the Jindan stage. It was Gu Qingxue's cousin uncle. Gu Chang'an was not a disciple of the Taishan sect, but had participated in the pagoda trial in the name of the Dongling imperial dynasty. Gu Chang'an and Gu Qingxue had a good relationship, and had always been more appreciative of himself as Gu Qingxue's fiancé. Only since joining the Taishan sect, due to the needs of the plot, he had done too many blackened things, plus being slandered in all sorts of ways, and could be considered infamous. Nowadays, Gu Chang'an's attitude towards him gradually turned cold, and gradually began to appreciate Su Fan. The son of Qi. No big deal. I'm your elder. Is that how you talk to me? Gu Chang'an's face became even more unpleasant. Qin Yuan, however, did not give the slightest bit of face. Say what you have to say. Fart what you have to say, and don't hold up the old man's time. You asshole. I'm such an asshole. Don't give a. Say something and get lost. You. Gu Chang'an's face was as gloomy as water. How could he not expect that Qin Yuan had actually turned so nasty? How can such a person be worthy of Qingxue? Gu Chang'an didn't bother to talk nonsense and said directly, my purpose in seeking you out should be clear to you. You don't deserve Qingxue. If you know what's good for you, take the initiative to withdraw from this marriage immediately. Is that what you're looking for me here for? Qin Yuan asked with a frown. He seriously doubted that this man was sick in the head as well. Didn't he know what the occasion was here? Or was he also invited by Gu Qingxue to stall for time? Or what? Where am I going to find you when we get out of here? I happened to run into it today, so I had to clear this up with you. Gu Chang'an said coldly. As you can see, Qingxue dislikes you a lot, and a strong twisted melon is not sweet. This marriage, you'd better return it as soon as possible. I'll back off if you tell me to. I won't. Qin Yuan immediately retorted. What a joke. He was too lazy to care about Gu Qingxue right now, mainly because this girl's persona was crumbling, not following the plot, making him very upset. But the marriage between them, which still involves a lot of drama later on, absolutely cannot be backed out. Qin Yuan, don't be insensitive. What qualifications do you have now to be Qingxue's fiancé? Let you withdraw from the marriage. Then you can still hold to save a shred of your face. If you don't agree, when our Gu family takes the initiative to withdraw from the marriage, you'll lose face. Gu Chang'an said nonchalantly. Is that a threat? Qin Yuan asked with interest. Gu Chang'an said indifferently. I'm just stating a fact, and I can't help it if you have to take it that way. Bang! Qin Yuan didn't say anything and slapped his hand. Caught off guard, Gu Chang'an was directly hit in the abdomen and flew backwards like a cannonball, falling several meters away and spitting out blood. Chapter 57 Yi Shancha's Anger. This scene startled everyone present. My gosh, what did I see? Qin Yuan actually defeated Gu Chang'an in one move. How is this possible? Gu Chang'an is a top genius and it is still the 7th level of the Jindan stage. 3 whole small realms higher than Qin Yuan This. Qin Yuan is also too perverted. Those who were able to reach the 4th level were the topmost heavenly prides of the Taishan sect. The eyesight was much higher than the many disciples on the 3rd floor, and although Qin Yuan was suspected of sneak attacking, most of them still saw Qin Yuan's strength at a glance. This palm definitely had the power to suppress the 7th level of the Jindan stage. Cough up. No way. That's impossible. Cough up. Gu Chang'an was even more disturbed as if he had been struck by lightning. How could Qin Yuan be so powerful? So powerful that he, a 7th level Jindan stage, was simply powerless and was directly seriously injured. Qin Yuan looked at him coldly. Who the hell are you? Who are you to interfere in my marriage to Qingxue? Don't think that just because you're the eldest, I won't dare to hit you. You'd better be honest from now on. If you keep leaning on your old age, it won't be as simple as getting hurt. You poof. Asshole. You asshole. Gu Chang'an was furious. To be so provoked by a junior in front of all eyes could be considered a loss of face. Yet what could he do? Can't beat Qin Yuan at all. Gu family disciples on command. Give me a shot together and teach this Qin Yuan a good lesson. Gu Chang'an roared. The Dongling imperial dynasty and Tai Xianmao had a close relationship, and there were not a few Gu family descendants competing this time. There were even 5 people who had reached the 4th floor, with 5 people striking out together. Even if Qin Yuan was no matter how powerful he was, he definitely wouldn't be able to get any good results. Brush up. At Gu Chang'an's command, 5 people immediately leaned over in Qin Yuan's direction. The 4th level of the pagoda was under a lot of pressure, and even the top geniuses of the Taishan sect and the Dongling imperial dynasty could no longer move with ease, panting with every distance they advanced. A few people had a lot of chi and roared at Qin Yuan. As a junior, how dare you disrespect your elders? Today we'll teach you a good lesson. You don't understand a ing word, do you, all of you? Qin Yuan was thoroughly annoyed, no longer showing any mercy, casually swinging out with a slap. He sent these 5 people flying backwards at the same time, pulling out 5 lines of blood. Bang, bang, bang. No one fell 3 feet away one by one, all spitting blood from their mouths and wailing. There's a deathly silence. Everyone's got a look on their face like they've seen a ghost. 5 Jindan stage. Still killed in one move. How terrifying was Qin Yuan's strength? I told you to get lost, but you had to come up here to get killed? Can't you understand a word of what they're saying? Or are they all out of their minds? Qin Yuan was really pissed off and glared at a few people. Remember that in the future. You'd better get as far away from me as you can when you see me, or don't blame me for not being polite. There was a silence and no one dared to speak. Dreaming. I must be dreaming. This can't be real. That's 5 high-ranking Jindan stages, and they were just defeated by a single move? The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Those 5 Jindan stage Gu family geniuses were even more horrified. Is Qin Yuan a human being or a ghost? Damn. This asshole. This waste. How can he be so powerful? Gu Chang'an was shocked and furious, but he could do nothing at the moment, and could only watch as Qin Yuan stepped over him. Yi Shansha was in a trance. Ever since Qin Yuan joined the Taishan sect, she had been competing with him openly and secretly, and although she had lost every time, the gap between her and Qin Yuan wasn't that big. Because of this, she was filled with wariness towards Qin Yuan and had always wanted to defeat this person who had pushed him down. She was similarly filled with anticipation for today's pagoda trial, hoping to compete with Qin Yuan. However, at this scene, Yi Shansha was distraught. That was 5 Jindan stage Any one of them would be impossible for her to defeat. The 5 of them joined forces, yet they couldn't even catch a single move from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan has always been clumsy to hide, never came up with the real thing. At this moment, a sense of frustration welled up in Yi Shancha's heart. No, I can't give up yet. Even if he is strong, I must defeat him. Definitely. Yi Shansha was an unconquerable nature, and quickly put her frustration behind her, replacing it with an even stronger will to fight. Seeing Qin Yuan walking towards her, Yi Shansha immediately stepped forward and blocked in front of Qin Yuan. She took a deep breath and her jewel-like eyes looked straight at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You off too? Before Yi Shansha could finish her words, Qin Yuan casually called out with a slap. Not good. Yi Shansha was shocked in her heart and immediately resisted, but unfortunately it was too late to react and she was slapped by Qin Yuan and flew backwards. Crowd. Put. What are you doing? Yi Shansha spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately became enraged as her beautiful eyes glared at Qin Yuan. Oh, it's you. I thought it was another one of those ungrateful ones looking for death. Sorry about that, haha. Only then did Qin Yuan turn his head to look and realize that it was actually Yi Shansha. Why? What's it to me? You. Yi Shansha's face turned white with anger. Hoping that this asshole didn't even know it was himself, he just shot off. It was a complete lack of regard for her. Yi Shansha glared angrily at Qin Yuan. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? You. Go away. I don't want to see you. Oh. Qin Yuan didn't bother to talk too much at the moment and directly turned around and stepped into the entrance of the 5th floor. Yi Shansha was confused. Gone? That's it? You'll leave when I tell you to? Bastard. Bastard. Hateful bastard. Yi Shansha was trembling with anger. This Qin Yuan was also too arrogant. Whoa! Moments after Qin Yuan disappeared, a fluctuation came from the entrance of the 4th floor. Gu Qingxue followed suit. Seeing the mess at the scene, Gu Qingxue's heart immediately sank. So many people, and they still haven't stopped Qin Yuan? Qingxue, you're finally here. Cough. When Gu Chang'an saw Gu Qingxue, he immediately shouted and beckoned. But he didn't expect to involve his injuries again and coughed up blood. Gu Qingxue hurried forward and asked with concern. Uncle cousin, how are you doing? Ahem. It's all minor injuries. It's okay. Ahem. Was it hurt by Qin Yuan? Who else could it be but this dog thief? Gu Chang'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a gloomy face. This dog thief. He simply doesn't care about our Gu family. Such a person with no respect and a bad heart doesn't deserve to be my Gu family's son-in-law. Your marriage to him must be returned. It must be returned. No way. Gu Qingxue blurted out. Gu Chang'an frowned. What's impossible? What are you talking about? Nothing. Gu Qingxue shook her head without explaining and whirled around. What happened between you and Qin Yuan? Why did he hurt you so badly? What else could it be? I only mentioned the matter of withdrawing from the marriage to him, and he sneaked up on me. If not for my quick reflexes, I'm afraid I would have been knocked out of the Taishan Tower by him. Retreat? Sneak up on you? Originally, Gu Qingxue was still a bit angry when she heard her cousin's uncle say that he had withdrawn from the marriage. But when she heard the latter, she immediately brightened up. Chapter 58 Unexpected Situation. Are you saying that Qin Yuan sneaked up on you? Does he not want to back out of the marriage? Gu Qingxue's breathing became slightly more rapid. Of course, what else could it be for? What bad luck! Actually falling into the hands of a latecomer. Gu Chang'an sighed. Gu Qingxue, however, was on the verge of tears with excitement at the moment. She knew that Qin Yuan had her in his heart. He's been faking his bad attitude towards himself. It's all fake. He loves me. Originally, she only wanted to use her cousin's uncle's hand to block Qin Yuan's progress in ascending the tower. After all, cousin uncle's attitude towards Qin Yuan had been very unfriendly, allowing him to block Qin Yuan, and being injured by Qin Yuan. She didn't have any psychological pressure, but she didn't expect to get such an unexpected good news. The depressed emotions in Gu Qingxue's heart during this period of time were swept away, and she once again burst with fighting spirit. As long as Qin Yuan had her in his heart, she would definitely find a way to obtain Qin Yuan's forgiveness. Retraced his steps, Gu Qingxue gently took a breath, calmed down a bit, and then took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Gu Chang'an. Tough on you, cousin uncle. Heal your wounds. Great. It just so happens that I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare a decent healing elixir. Kyosu was really a blessing in disguise. Gu Chang'an took the elixir and said as he uncapped the bottle. Let me tell you, Qingxue, your marriage to Qin Yuan is firmly backed off. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be my Gu family's son-in-law. After returning to the family, I will go to persuade your father and grandfather them well, as long as they agree. The withdrawal of marriage is the nail. Halfway through Gu Chanan's sentence, the elixir in his hand was snatched back by Gu Qingxue. What are you doing, Kyoso? Gu Chang'an asked in disbelief. Gu Qingxue put away the pill bottle with an expressionless face. It's nothing. I suddenly feel that you're in good shape, so it's better not to waste the elixir. Ahem. That won't do. I'm at the end of my rope. If I don't heal, I'll be ejected from the pagoda. It's okay, I'm sure Uncle Cousin can hold out. Gu Qingxue stepped past him without stopping, not paying the slightest attention to Gu Chanan's anxious cries. Meanwhile, Su Fan and Nangong Liuli finally reached the 6th floor of the pagoda. This is already a top-notch score. Since the founding of the Taishan sect, the best achievement of the young disciples was the 6th level. As long as he broke through the 6th layer and reached the 7th layer, he would be the veritable number one amongst the Taishan sect's disciples. The real situation in the pagoda could not be seen by the outside world, and only one small red dot could be seen moving. At this moment, above the square, 2 red dots could clearly be seen appearing on the 6th floor. There had been intense discussions outside, speculating on who these 2 people really were. Su Fan. One of them is definitely Su Fan. Only junior brother has this kind of talent. I think Qin Yuan is among them. Qin Yuan is not a great person, but his strength is really strong. It's not necessarily true. This pagoda trial is definitely full of talent. There are many who are not inferior to Qin Yuan and Su Fan. Shallow Summer, Gu Qingxue, Nangong Liuli, and possibly senior brother Shangguan and senior brother Yi, all have the potential to ascend to the 6th floor. How long has it been since someone ascended to the 6th floor? It seems like this term's disciples. Someone will definitely be able to ascend to the 7th floor. Don't get so excited. It's no use just ascending. You have to stay in the pagoda long enough to acquire the chance. In the past, there were disciples who speculated and tried their best to ascend to the 6th floor as fast as possible. But what happened? After staying for only a few breaths, they were teleported out, and the chances they gained were not as high as the disciples on the 1st level. That's right, there's no point in purely fighting for speed. The main thing to fight for in the pagoda is time. If it was simply for the height, it was believed that many disciples could reach the 6th floor by relying on various undercards. But how many of them lasted more than a quarter of an hour? Let's just wait and see and let time tell us the final end. Look, someone has been teleported out of the 6th floor. The crowd's discussion was immediately interrupted, and all gazes were directed towards the 6th floor's location. It's too fast to come out just after reaching the 6th floor, isn't it? Look at that. I was right by the talk. I knew someone was speculating, and now it's time to steal the chicken. Find out who the hell it is. Su Fan. It's Su Fan. The one who was teleported out was Su Fan. What? How can this be possible? Junior brother is so talented. How could he be teleported out at the 6th floor? That's right. It's Su Fan. It's really Su Fan. My god. Look. Su Fan seems to be seriously injured. Little master. The square above was completely abuzz. Everyone did not expect that the first person to be teleported out was actually Su Fan. Hadn't been on the 6th floor long enough for a minute before he couldn't hold on. At this moment, Su Fan was covered in blood. His bones were broken in many places, and his entire body was already breathless. Where his chest was, there was also a black dagger stuck in his chest, and his entire body was shrouded in a black mist. It's obviously poisoned. Lan Yun and Lin Xianer and the others were lost in thought, unable to accept such an outcome. How is this possible? How could Fanner be injured so badly? Who in the world poisoned him? This is only the 6th layer. Junior brother's strength should reach the 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer. What is happening in this pagoda? Can someone tell me what's going on? Who on earth is harming junior brother? Rewind time to half a quarter of an hour ago. On the 6th floor of the pagoda, white light flashed and the figures of Su Fan and Nangong Liuli appeared. After reaching the 6th floor, the pressure suddenly increased. Even top geniuses like Su Fan and Nangong Liuli were pressurized into breathing stagnantly, making it difficult to even take a step forward. Su Fan gasped and looked at Nangong Liuli. Are you alright, senior sister? Be sure to hold on. I have no problem with that. Nangong Liuli gritted her teeth and insisted. As a cultivator who majored in the Dan Dao, the pagoda trial was difficult for her. Yet she still desperately held on to the 6th floor. This is a marvelous achievement. Of course I have no problem. Yet to kill you. How? Can I fall down? Nangong Liuli said indifferently in her heart. That's good. Senior sister. Let's continue. Forward. Su Fan left a bright smile, and then he once again went all out to fight against the pressure. And at this moment, he completely failed to notice the coldness in the depths of Nangong Liuli's eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. On the 6th level of the pagoda, Su Fan had to put in a tremendous amount of effort for every step forward. After advancing just 4 steps, he was already sweating profusely, with veins popping out on his forehead. Nangong Liuli was also desperately holding on, while still keeping an eye on Su Fan. This 6th layer really lives up to its name. Elder sister. Must hold on. Hold on ah. Su Fan advanced while cheering himself and Nangong Liuli. It's now. Taking advantage of Su Fan's distraction, Nangong Liuli made a decisive move. A black dagger was directly inserted into the back of Su Fan's heart. The pressure on the 6th floor was great, and Nangong Liuli's movements would be affected. Yet she had waited so long for this crucial moment, and she naturally put her best foot forward. Coupled with the hateful strike, the speed at which the dagger stabbed out was not much slower than the outside world. At this moment, Su Fan was even worse, sensing the killing intent, but not being able to do anything to avoid it. The entire dagger plunged into the back of Su Fan's heart without any surprise. Pust. Time is almost frozen in this moment. Chapter 59 Nangong Liuli. Figure of the dagger. Su Fan painstakingly lowered his head to look at his chest. The tip of the knife had penetrated the chest cavity and was pattering out blood. Pust. He opened his mouth to say something, but he spewed out a mouthful of blood and planted himself on the ground. Nangong Liuli indifferently watched all of this with an extraordinarily unrestrained mood. Finally, revenge. Why? Su Fan was lying on the ground, his eyes staring at Nangong Liuli in death, his eyes filled with disbelief, unwillingness, and anger. Because you deserve to die, Nangong Liuli said coldly. The sins you've committed, the evil you've done to Qin Yuan, even if you died 1,000 times, 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. You, poof. Su Fan was so angry that he sprayed out a mouthful of blood once again, his eyes widening in anger. You betrayed me too. Betrayal? You're overthinking it. Since the beginning, we've had nothing to do with it. And what is this talk of betrayal? Nangong Liuli said in a cold voice. In my heart, there is only Qin Yuan since the beginning. For you, I have nothing but hate, and I can't wait to kill you by 1,000 cuts. Looking at Nangong Liuli's loathsome, murderous eyes, Su Fan's heart tore like a pain. He gave his heart and soul, and all he got in return was this. Qin Yuan. It's Qin Yuan again. First Qingxue, and now Nangong Liuli. These two were the love of his life. Now all of them had mercilessly wielded their butcher knives at him for Qin Yuan. Anger, unwillingness, and extreme pain consumed Su Fan's mind. Su Fan felt like he was going crazy. He can be open to the sarcasm and revenge of his enemies. He can be open to the coldness of outsiders. He can even accept the tragic deaths of his loved ones. But he cannot accept betrayal. Especially the betrayal of the woman he loved most. Why? Why are you doing this? What's so great about that loser? I can't believe you're going to kill me for him. Do you know how much I like you? We are truly made for each other. Su Fan let out an unwilling roar. Nangong Liuli's response was only a cold smile and contempt. What are you? Who are you to like me? I'm sick of seeing you. In my heart, there is only Qin Yuan. Only Qin Yuan is my only true love. Su Fan was struck by lightning and shook his head frantically. For the first time, he felt that the gentle senior sister was actually so strange. It was so strange that it frightened him. No, that's not true. What favor did Qin Yuan give you? Why are you so attached to him? Why? He didn't do me any favors, but it was his presence that got me out of my boring life, and I've only gradually felt the goodness of life. I'll be happy for him, I'll be distressed for him, I'll be watching him and holding on to him all the time. He has been an integral part of my life. Nangong Liuli's expression was unprecedentedly gentle, like a little girl in love. Su Fan couldn't help but look a little smitten, a demeanor he had never seen before. Jealousy and unwillingness spread as Su Fan roared. But Qin Yuan doesn't like you. He doesn't like you at all. Someone like him doesn't deserve you either. So what? I like him, and that's enough. Qingxue's gaze was as gentle as water. Even if he hates me, abhors me, hates me, I love him, always. Even if he becomes a devil, an evil practitioner without humanity, a beast, I will always love him. Even if he steps on me later and beats me and curses me, I will prostrate myself under him and never leave. Even if he tried to kill me, I'd be happy, because I can die at the hands of those I love. Su's brain went blank. He couldn't believe that such humble, one could even say lowly words, actually came from the mouth of the haughty senior sister Nangong. The senior sister he had admired and pursued for so long would actually say such undignified words for his enemy. What the hell is wrong with the world? Sufan suddenly felt ridiculous. Ridiculous like a clown. Was it you who gave me the poison I got last month? He asked this suddenly. Who else but me? Nangong Liuli smiled coldly. It was really too bad at the time. It was so close to killing you. As a result, Qin Yuan saved you. Suvan. It's funny. Everyone suspected me at that time and all the evidence pointed to me. As a result, you don't believe it. I just casually clarified a few things and you dispelled your suspicions about me. I don't know how a brain like yours has survived this long. But then again, it's good for you to be stupid. If you weren't so stupid, how would I get a second chance to kill you? Su Fan's heart was completely ashen. Nangong Liuli's every word and sentence, every knitted brow, all implied a strong hatred and killing intent towards herself. It's amazing that my previous self didn't notice anything. It was also naive to think that with his own charm, it was possible to conquer this gentle and haughty senior sister. It's ridiculous and pathetic. Senior sister, maybe you have some misunderstanding about me, but it's okay, I will use my actions to let you know what kind of person I really am. Let you know that I am true to you. Su Fan's breath was weak, but his expression was extraordinarily sincere. The primary goal now is to survive as long as possible and remain in the pagoda. Above the pagoda, there were still treasures that he had dreamed of, and he could not return empty-handed, so he had to stabilize Nangong Liuli. This was his specialty, and in general, if he pretended to be pitiful, kind, and innocent, he would almost invariably gain the sympathy of others. Even if Nangong Liuli wanted to kill him again, seeing how sincere he was, he would surely be moved to compassion. Unfortunately, this time he miscalculated. Put away your disguise. There's no point in being like this in front of me. I know exactly what you are. My heart to kill you will never waver. Nangong Liuli said nonchalantly. No, I don't believe it. The senior sister in my heart, who has always been so kind and gentle, would not be able to kill me. A big smile spread across Su Fan's face. I know that senior sister isn't actually ruthless. If senior sister really wanted to kill me, I should have died long ago now. Where would I have the chance to talk to you so much? You're pretty confident, Nangong Liuli said indifferently. Why don't you take a look and see what the dagger in your chest is? Daggers? Su Fan immediately lowered his head again. Blood was still gurgling out, but he still saw the part of the dagger that was exposed from the blood. It was actually black. The tip of the blade was still dripping with a black aura that soon fused with his blood. This is the spectral dagger. Immediately, Su Fan's face changed drastically. It's good that you still recognize it. The corner of Nangong Liuli's mouth curled up slightly. This gift that you gave me back then is now rightfully returned to its rightful owner. No, Nangong Liuli, you have a cruel heart. Su Fan changed color explosively, no longer recovering his first calmness. Chapter 60, Qin Yuan's helplessness. Spectral dagger. An extraordinarily sinister, mischievous magic weapon. The dagger is made of ethereal cold iron that has been soaked in ethereal breath for thousands of years. During the refining process, more than 100 kinds of poisons have to be added to extract them. Once successfully refined, this dagger contained the most mean and evil aura of heaven and earth, and once stabbed into the human body, it would release the underworld poisonous qi, as well as dozens of poisons. Under the dual action of poisonous gas and poison, the human body will rapidly fail and eventually die under the torture of various kinds of poison. This underworld dagger was accidentally acquired by Su Fan during a training session a year ago, and it just so happened that Nangong Liuli was also on the scene at that time, so he directly gave it to Nangong Liuli for self-defense. I can't imagine moments a year later, actually stabbing him in the chest. Put, you're so cruel, Nangong Liuli, you're so cruel. The poisonous qi finally erupted, and Su Fan instantly felt the aura in his body empty, followed closely by hellish pain. It seemed like thousands of poisonous insects, gnawing at his flesh and soul. Su Fan let out a heart-rending wail. Just like a mad beast, his crimson eyes were covered with blood, and his clear face had been distorted beyond human shape. Su Fan, you deserve this. Nangong Liuli exuded an unrestrained smile. He has been holding back for a long time, and today he finally begins to take revenge. But all this is just the beginning. Next, she is going to make Su Fan feel thousands of times more pain. As for whether or not Su Fan could survive this time, she wasn't worried in the slightest. Su Fan was the son of Qi, the protagonist of Heaven's destiny, and would not die so easily. so this time when she assassinated Su Fan, she did not hesitate to choose the underworld dagger. This would allow Su Fan to feel extreme pain. From this perspective, Su Fan's protagonist's destiny was still of great benefit. She could go about tormenting Su Fan with impunity, using all sorts of cruel to the point of being ridiculously wasted. Yet she didn't have to worry about playing too much and letting Su Fan die too easily. Soon Su Fan couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a coma in extreme pain. His entire body was flowing with black mist, and the vitality in his body was already so thin that it was almost imperceptible. Right at this moment, Su Fan's body was enveloped by a white light, and immediately disappeared from the spot. At this time, the protection of the pagoda was automatically activated, and the seriously injured and dying Su Fan was automatically teleported out. Only then did Nangong Liuli let out a long breath as she took out her voice transmission stone and said the mission has been completed successfully. After putting away the sound transmission stone, she looked in the direction of the entrance to the 6th floor and a smile blossomed at the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry Qin Yuan. I didn't listen to you. After saying that, Nangong Liuli swept her sleeves and disposed of the blood on the ground. She then crushed the jade token as well. The white light enveloped her delicate figure, and then slowly disappeared from the spot. Swish! After only 3 breaths, Qin Yuan finally arrived at the 6th floor. Looking at the empty 3rd floor, Qin Yuan's mood gradually became a few points heavier as well. Something really happened, didn't it? With Su Fan and Nangong Liuli's speed, the current possibility of reaching the 7th floor was not high. There was a great possibility that Nangong Liuli had struck out, and Su Fan had been teleported out of the pagoda after being seriously injured. But where is Nangong Liuli? It's not like they're both going to lose and get teleported out, is it? Moreover, this chance was extraordinarily important to Su Fan's future, so it was reasonable to say that even with the accident of Nangong Liuli, Su Fan should still have a high possibility of reaching the top successfully, right? Can't it be that they've really reached the 7th floor? Check out the 7th floor? Qin Yuan pondered in his mind, yet he was somewhat hesitant. After the pagoda entered the 7th floor, the pagoda guard puppet would appear. The strength of these pagoda guard clubs is determined by the highest strength of the entrant. That meant that if he entered the 7th floor, guard puppets of a similar realm to his would appear. At that time, with the strength of Su Fan and Nangong Liuli, they were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them. If he had defeated the puppet on the 7th floor, but he didn't go up himself and instead let Su Fan go up, it would be a bit unreasonable. More importantly, after the puppets on the 7th floor were defeated by themselves, even more powerful puppets would appear on the 8th floor. It was absolutely impossible for Su Fan to pass by then. Is it hard to escort yourself to the 8th floor again? 9th floor? Qin Yuan was caught in a dilemma for a moment. Swish! Just then, a white light flashed at the entrance of the 6th floor and a white figure appeared. It was none other than Qingxue, who had rushed over at the news. As soon as Qin Yuan saw her, he immediately frowned. Where are Nangong Liuli and Su Fan? He wasn't surprised at why Qingxue had arrived so quickly. After all, in the entire Taishan sect besides himself, Qingxue's talent was the strongest. Coupled with the fact that he had been taking special care of her before, Qingxue's strength and talent would be able to come to the 6th floor without any problems. Qingxue couldn't help but feel slightly happy in her heart when she saw that the 6th floor was empty. Nangong Liuli really got it smoothly. She looked at Qin Yuan and said blankly, I don't know. I just got here too. If they weren't on the 6th floor, they should be on the 7th floor, right? Qingxue, if you don't want me to flip out with you, give me an honest explanation. Qin Yuan said without any trace of politeness. Has Nangong Liuli already made her move? Has Su Fan been teleported out? Don't tell me you don't know. Looking at Qin Yuan's cold face, Qingxue was in a panic. How could she not say what she had already thought of saying, and subconsciously wanted to tell the truth? Her eyes flickered slightly as she gritted her teeth and continued to lie. They should already be on the 7th floor, right? Are you sure? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes at Qingxue. Qingxue said sheepishly, I'm not sure, but with their strength, going to the 7th floor should be no problem. If there's nothing on the 7th floor, why don't you look for it on the 8th floor? Or the 9th floor? You lied to me. Qin Yuan said expressionlessly. Qingxue immediately shook her head. I'm really not sure. I'll ask you one last time. Has Nangong Liuli already done it? Qin Yuan's tone was heavy this time. Qingxue was even more flustered, not daring to look directly at Qin Yuan's gaze. I am sorry, don't ask. In short, whatever Nangong Liuli does, she does it for you. to get you serious about climbing the tower. For you to get first place. Just don't let her down for a second, okay? Qin Yuan's heart sank. He was now almost certain that something had happened to Su Fan. He was still a step too late. Chapter 61, The villain is too manipulative. What do you guys want me to say? Qin Yuan was helpless and wanted to scold these two, but he couldn't. After all, these two are also of a sincere heart, without any bad intentions. What's more, they were also victims. They were also victims of being deceived by the heavenly Tao and polluted by Qi. Now they've just come to their senses for some reason and want to make up for their past mistakes. Neither of them had done anything wrong in terms of sense or reason. Seeing that Qin Yuan did not get angry, Qingxue was also relieved as she lightly bit her red lips and said carefully, I'm sorry, we didn't really mean to lie to you. We know that you are a very proud person and do not want to accept help from others, much less have them chastised because of you. So you don't want to rely on our help to participate in the pagoda trials. And you don't want us to report back to Revival Fan. But we do it really willingly. For you, no matter what the cost we are willing to pay. Qingxue glanced at Qin Yuan, her cool eyes filled with tenderness. That's why we came up with this idea to let Nangong Liuli and Su Fan go up the tower first. You would certainly follow Suban up the tower in order to guard him from being assassinated. At this time, I'll find a way to stop you first, and wait until Nangong Liuli has successfully assassinated Su Fan. Then I'll let you continue to follow. When you can't find them, I will appear and tell you that they have gone to a higher place. This way, we can get our revenge on Su Fan without any problems, and at the same time allow you to reach the top as much as possible. I know in my heart that I can't hide this from you. Sure enough, you still noticed it first. Qin Yuan. After a moment of silence, Qingxue whispered, I know you must be upset with us, and we really shouldn't have lied to you, but no matter what, you've reached the 6th floor, so take this trial seriously, okay? Even if you hate us and resent us, wait until later. Even if I beg you, okay? Qingxue looked at Qin Yuan sincerely, her tone already humble to the extreme. If this scene was seen by Qingxue's admirers, they would surely have their livers cut off. Who would have thought that the goddess they regarded as a fairy would actually have such a lowly side? You have to apologize and ask for help when you are clearly helping others. Qin Yuan was speechless for a long time after hearing this. These two are really hopeless. In the future, with them around, it would be hard to go through the plot smoothly. He wanted to get angry, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He couldn't really do anything about these two. Can't kill them because they're heroines. I can't scold. After all, people have a good attitude now. Where's Nangong Liuli? Where did she go? Qin Yuan asked. Qingxue replied in a low voice. She did it in order to not let you find out that Su Fan had been assassinated. And after assassinating Su Fan, she was also actively teleported out. Qin Yuan. What else could Qin Yuan say? The plot completely falls apart out of the sky. How will the future storylines related to this pagoda trial chance go? Qin Yuan. Since you have already come this far, you should continue to go on. Don't let down a piece of Nangong Liuli's heart. Qingxue continued to beg. Good. Qin Yuan, unexpectedly, nodded in agreement. Qingxue was immediately delighted. Really? You're really willing to take the pagoda trial seriously? Of course, you've all made it this far, so how can I keep backing down? Qin Yuan pulled a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. Su Fan has been gotten out. There's no way he's getting back in. The only thing he could do now was to go up to the top of the tower himself to get that piece of chance and then find a chance to give it to Su Fan, a villain who actually has to babysit for the protagonist. That's enough to live for. Well, come on, I'm sure you'll get good grades. The depression in Qingxue's heart completely dissipated. Originally he was worried that Qin Yuan would completely swing for the fences if he knew the truth. I didn't realize that instead of rebuking himself, he promised to take the trial seriously. Sure enough, Qin Yuan still has her in his heart. Despite the constant dislike of her on his lips, he still didn't reject everything she did for him. As long as he continued to work hard, he could definitely obtain Qin Yuan's forgiveness. Qingxue's heart to recover Qin Yuan became even more unwavering. This is the last time. If in the future you interfere in my affairs at will without my consent, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Qin Yuan warned viciously. Qingxue nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha! Don't worry. It won't be. Surely, she said so on her lips, but Qingxue didn't care at all in her heart. Qin Yuan is a knife mouth with a tofu heart. After doing so much for him himself, he should actually be quite touched in his heart. We'll have to work on that later. Looking at Gu Qingxue's couldn't care less appearance, Qin Yuan came back with a burst of anger. I hope you better take it to heart. I'm not kidding you. Aha, I know. Gu Qingxue smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Qin Yuan sighed and didn't say anything else. This girl has brain problems. It's useless to say anything to her. It's better not to waste time. He glared at Gu Qingxue and headed towards the entrance to the 7th floor. Looking at Qin Yuan's back, Gu Qingxue's eyes flashed with a complex color. Nangong Liuli is really something. In fact, she hadn't told Qin Yuan all of their plans. At that time, they knew before they acted that they couldn't hide their actions from Qin Yuan. In order for Qin Yuan to seriously ascend the tower, Nangong Liuli chose to sacrifice herself. After Nangong Liuli was teleported out of the tower, with Qin Yuan's character, although his mouth would curse, his heart would definitely still be touched. In this way, even if Qin Yuan didn't want to climb the tower, for the sake of Nangong Liuli's dedication, he would still end up taking it seriously. Sure enough, everything was guessed by Nangong Liuli. In that case, I can't be left behind. I will accompany Qin Yuan until the end. Firmness flashed in Gu Qingxue's eyes. Where's Qin Yuan? Wait a minute, where are the people? Gu Qingxue came back to her senses, but when she looked up, she realized that there was no one in front of her. It was only after a careful search that he realized that Qin Yuan had actually walked a few dozen feet away. Wait! Gu Qingxue was shocked in her heart. This is the 6th floor. How did Qin Yuan run so fast? What again? Qin Yuan turned back impatiently. Gu Qingxue asked, suppressing the shock in her heart. You're going straight up to the 7th floor? Or what? It's a token of your appreciation, and I have to take it seriously. Qin Yuan's tone was tinged with mockery. Gu Qingxue said without a care in the world. It is said that when we reach the 7th floor, the tower guarding puppets will appear. Back then, the patriarch and the others had gone to great lengths to reach the 7th floor, and not a quarter of an hour had passed before they were knocked out of the pagoda by the puppet guards. I'm afraid you'll be in danger if you just go up there. Chapter 62. Gu Qingxue wasn't worried about whether Qin Yuan would be able to reach the 7th floor. With Qin Yuan's strength there was absolutely no problem. She had confidence in Qin Yuan. That's my business, so don't worry about it. Qin Yuan dislikes. Gu Qingxue was a bit aggravated. I'm just concerned about you. Okay. Thank you for your concern, and please stop talking from now on, okay? Qin Yuan listened to a burst of flesh. Gu Qingxue, this chick has always been cold and arrogant in character, and now with such a dainty look. It was really very incongruous with her image. Gu Qingxue had no choice but to shut her mouth. The pressure on the 6th level was so great that even Gu Qingxue had to expend a great deal of energy with each step forward. However, she was still gritting her teeth and insisting on following Qin Yuan to the 7th floor to take a look. Unfortunately, she was still underestimating Qin Yuan, and by the time she managed to advance a few steps to take a look, Qin Yuan had already reached the entrance to the 7th floor. Why so fast? You wait for me. Gu Qingxue was shocked. This was the 6th layer. It was like pressing a huge mountain on her body. Qin Yuan can actually walk as if he's on the ground? You're too slow. Take your own time. Qin Yuan didn't bother to wait. He directly drilled into the entrance and his figure disappeared. Alas! Gu Qingxue's raised hand froze in the air as she looked at the entrance to the 7th floor and muttered, "Go for it." At the moment the outside world had exploded. Su Fan was seriously injured and dying, and Nangong Liuli was also teleported out. The two heavenly prides were on the 6th floor, and neither of them had stayed for a quarter of an hour. Everyone was curious to know what was happening on the 6th floor. Senior sister Nangong, how did you come out so quickly? What the hell happened on the 6th floor? What happened to the injuries on Su Fan's body? As soon as Nangong Liuli came out, she was immediately surrounded by people. Nangong Liuli was prepared for this and looked around blankly. Then her body went limp and she fainted on the ground. Senior sister Nangong. The crowd immediately scrambled and went up to investigate Nangong Liuli's condition, only to find that Nangong Liuli's body deficit was too severe and her physical strength was overdrawn before she fainted. While the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, they were even more puzzled in their hearts. What the hell is going on here? Su Fan was seriously injured on the 6th floor, and Nangong Liuli fainted on the 6th floor. What happened in the pagoda? Who the hell did this to them? I thought that senior sister Nangong had assassinated senior brother Su Fan, but looking at senior sister's condition, it doesn't seem to be the case, and with senior sister Nangong's strength, she shouldn't be unable to hold on at the 6th floor so soon, right? Qin Yuan. It must be Qin Yuan. Only a bastard like Qin Yuan would assassinate Su Fan. But judging from the display outside the pagoda, there have only been 2 people on the 6th floor since the beginning. There is no third person. This could be that the pagoda's hints are inaccurate, or Qin Yuan has used some means to hide himself. Anyway, I think Qin Yuan is the murderer. At the moment these are all speculations. Can only wait for the end of the pagoda trial and then slowly investigate. Look everyone, 2 more people have entered the 6th floor. Just then, an exclamation of surprise once again drew the crowd's attention. Only 2 red dots flashed on the 6th floor of the pagoda. The disciples of this term are really powerful. In so many previous trials, there were basically no more than 3 who could reach the 6th layer. This has only just begun, and already 4 disciples have entered the 6th layer. Who do you think these 2 will be? I think it should be Senior Sister Gu and Qin Yuan. I think Senior Sister Yi and Senior Brother Battle and their possibilities are also high. I wonder if any of them will go to the 7th floor this time. I think it's definitely possible. The disciples in this class are all very good. I don't think there's much hope. The 6th level to the 7th level is a hurdle. For so many years, countless outstanding disciples have reached the 6th level, but at the 7th level, not a single one. Damn it! Originally Senior Brother Su Fan was the most hopeful to reach the 7th floor, but this kind of thing happened. Ugh, who says otherwise? It's simply too bad. You can't say that either. I think Qin Yuan's strength isn't weaker than Su Fan's and has a good chance of reaching the 7th floor as well. Joke. What qualifications does Qin Yuan have to be compared to Senior Brother Su Fan? He had only gotten this far by virtue of his high birth and the support of countless resources. If Senior Brother Su Fan had the same background as him, he would have already crushed Qin Yuan an unknown number of times. I think you're the one who's joking. There are many people with powerful backgrounds. How many of them can compare to Qin Yuan? If you ask me, Qin Yuan's is far too powerful than Su Fan's in terms of both talent and strength. Bastard! You actually dare to say that Senior Brother Su Fan is inferior to Qin Yuan. You must be Qin Yuan's traitor. Things group together. People group together. If you support a person like Qin Yuan, you can imagine what kind of character you are. You guys are sick in the head, aren't you? I'm just speaking on the matter. Does what his character is like have anything to do with his strength? Isn't Qin Yuan's strength strong? Anyway, I don't care. You supporting Qin Yuan is scum and a disgrace. Most of the disciples at the scene were ordinary people. Most of them had a kind of hatred for the rich, and they were very much in awe of disciples like Su Fan who came from the bottom, coupled with the fact that Su Fan was very good at packaging himself, as well as the influence of the protagonist's aura. Su Fan could be considered a unique star in the Taishan sect. However, whenever anyone said that they supported Qin Yuan, no matter what their purpose was, they would be attacked by the group. The Taishan sect's patriarch took everything in and secretly shook his head. This kid, Su Fan, has a knack for enlisting people. These disciples of the Taishan sect used to be very sensible and calm in the past, but ever since Su Fan came to the Taishan sect, almost everyone had changed. No matter what came up, it was almost always a brainwave of support for Su Fan, even many times without asking the reason. Even if Su Fan was wrong, he would support him. That's not a good sign. A flash of worry flashed across the eyes of the Taishan sect master. Look, a red dot has appeared on the 7th floor. Someone has entered the 7th floor. As the crowd murmured, a cry of surprise once again caught everyone's eyes. A lot of people became extraordinarily excited. Oh my god, the 7th floor. It's really the 7th floor. I didn't blink, did I? A dream. This must be a dream. The pagoda trial has been open for tens of thousands of years, and no one has entered the 7th floor yet. It's been tens of thousands of years, and finally someone has broken the record. We witnessed history. Don't forget, you guys, the pagoda trial has only started for more than an hour. Walked to the 7th floor in just over an hour. This is really too incredible. From the elder patriarchs down to the ordinary disciples, they all boiled over. The 7th floor of the pagoda. This was the dream of the entire Taishan sect. Now the dream has finally come true. Who is it? Who in the world is so powerful? Senior Sister Gu, Senior Brother Battle, or someone else? Damn, really want to drill in and see who is so powerful? Lan Yun stared blankly at the blinking red dot on the 7th floor with an extraordinarily complicated mood. Qin Yuan, can't really be you, right? Chapter 63, Pagoda to blow up? As Qin Yuan's master teacher, although Lan Yun loathed Qin Yuan's character, she had a much deeper understanding of Qin Yuan's talent and strength than anyone else. If anything, someone could actually ascend to the 7th floor. then the first choice is Qin Yuan. Lan Yun suddenly had some regrets. It seemed that he shouldn't have expelled such an outstanding disciple from the division. But soon she was shocked in her mind and hurriedly pushed the thought out of her mind. So what if the strength is no longer strong? A person with such a bad character will cause no end of trouble if he stays under the sect. His punishment for the sins committed by Xiaofan would not be unjust even if it was 10 times more. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Lan Yun gave herself a firm cheer in her heart, but Qin Yuan's figure lingered in her mind, and Lan Yun's mood was getting more and more irritated. The faces of the patriarch and the elders gradually turned grave at this moment. This 7th floor. But there are guardian puppets, and we've all seen the power of guardian puppets before. I wonder how long this disciple can hold out. It doesn't matter. As long as we can reach the 7th floor, we've already made history. That's right, we've all been inside this pagoda. Relying on some magic treasures or talismans in the first 6 floors, one might be able to speculatively ascend quickly. But if you want to reach the 7th floor, you'll have to rely entirely on strength. Even if this disciple is teleported out right now, he's already deservedly number 1. We might as well guess how long he can stay in it? An elder said this. I don't think it will take long. This guardian puppet is too powerful. Perhaps he will fail after a few breaths. I don't think so. It's only been just over an hour and this disciple has arrived at the 7th floor. It's enough to see how powerful his talent is. If you ask me, he could have stayed in it for at least a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour is somewhat impossible. Half a quarter. I think so too. A quarter of an hour is unlikely. Rumble, 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 rumble. While the crowd was discussing, a strong vibration suddenly came from the ground. Everyone was puzzled. What's going on here? An earthquake? Shut your stinking mouth. Taishan Gate is a feng shui treasure. How could there be an earthquake? Rumble, 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 rumble. The vibration came again. And this time the crowd saw the source of the vibration clearly, and one by one, their expressions turned horrified. It's the pagoda. It's the pagoda vibrating. My goodness. The pagoda is going to blow up. The pagoda located in the center of Taishan Square at this moment was rustling and vibrating, emitting a golden light throughout its body, as if it was an ancient troll sealed inside that was about to break free from its bonds. This pagoda that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years could burst open at any time. What is going on here? What the hell is going on? For tens of thousands of years, the Taishan pagoda has always been as stable as NT. Tai. This has never happened before. Heavens, there are still so many disciples in the pagoda. What can we do? All of you, follow me and set up a formation to forcefully stabilize the pagoda first. The patriarch and the elders' faces changed drastically. The Taishan pagoda was one of the foundations of the Taishan sect, and absolutely no accidents could occur. That's right, together we'll stabilize the pagoda first. Under the patriarch's leadership, the several elders of the Taishan sect immediately took action, appearing in all directions of the pagoda with a flash of their figures. A dozen or so peak Yuaning stage and God transformation stage experts exerted their full power at the same time, and the entire heaven and earth shook. A brilliant light surrounded each of these peerless powerhouses, like a god descending into the world, and the winds and clouds above the dome of the sky changed, forming countless vortexes, and the entire Taishan sect began to quake. Gentlemen, on the count of 3, we will all strike together. The patriarch hissed loudly. 3, 2, 1. The moment the crowd was about to strike, the tremor of the pagoda suddenly disappeared. The pagoda, which had almost collapsed, once again regained its calm. Wait! The patriarch immediately stopped the crowd and examined the pagoda with a serious expression. For a full 3 breaths, the pagoda was no longer any different. What the hell is this about? How did the pagoda suddenly experience such a large fluctuation? But I see that the disciples in the pagoda seem to be in a normal state as well? No lesser people and no one was teleported out? Are they not affected? The elders were all in disbelief. This situation was too unbelievable. The exact cause is not clear, but we can't take it lightly. This situation could happen again at any time. We have to be ready. The patriarch took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The elders also nodded their heads gravely. Understood. Patriarch, this situation is too weird. Should we close the pagoda first? The numerous elders looked grave, and it was obvious that they had all moved to this thought as well. If the trial continued any longer, the disciples in it might be in danger. Even the patriarch was a bit uncertain at the moment. Look, you guys, the 8th floor. The 8th floor is lit. While the crowd was hesitant, a cry of alarm spread throughout the square. A pair of eyes looked in unison in the direction of the pagoda. One could only see a dazzling red point of light at the location of the 8th floor of the pagoda, like a round of red sun hanging high in the sky. A momentary silence appeared on the scene, and incredulous expressions appeared on everyone's faces. There have been too many shocks so far in today's trial. The crowd was numb with shock. However, when the point of light on the 8th floor lit up, everyone was once again shocked beyond words. I didn't blink, did I? The 8th floor of the first. Dreaming? I must be dreaming. How could anyone possibly ascend to the 8th floor? 8th floor. That was the legend of the entire Taishan sect. It's a far-fetched dream. While everyone was still speculating whether the one on the 7th floor would be able to hold out for half a quarter of an hour, that person, however, had appeared on the 8th floor. How can this not be shocking? It shouldn't be a problem with the pagoda, right? It's very likely. After all, just now the pagoda suddenly shook for a while. It's possible that may still have some impact on the pagoda. Absolutely impossible. The Taishan pagoda was refined when the old ancestor became an immortal. It's already considered an immortal artifact. How could it possibly go wrong so easily? But how do you explain this point of light on the 8th floor? Is it hard to believe that you really believe that someone has ascended to the 8th floor? Even the several elders and the patriarch did not believe that anyone could really ascend to the 8th floor. This is too much to believe. Sovereign, what do you think? After a moment of silence, the patriarch let out a long breath and said as he stared intently at the red dot on the 8th floor, as it is, everything is speculation. And since the pagoda is currently stable, we'll wait a little longer. After a while, perhaps the truth will become clear. The crowd nodded. It would have to do. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, the vibration of the pagoda reappeared. This time the fluctuations were even more intense than the last. At the same time that the pagoda shook, the location of the 8th floor was filled with golden light, as if an explosion had occurred, and the light quickly engulfed the entire pagoda. Chapter 64, Taishan Mirror. Mystery. Not good. Act fast and stabilize the pagoda. The patriarch and the others' faces changed drastically as they once again went to the various directions of the Taishan tower. However, before the crowd could act, the pagoda once again returned to calm, and the blazing light disappeared at any time. The many elders were dumbfounded. The Grand Elder said seriously, Patriarch, I think it's better to end the trial. We must properly inspect the pagoda. Yes, Patriarch, it's better to end the trial. It's too dangerous. The other elders were all unified in their thoughts. The Patriarch, however, did not respond, his eyes staring deathly at the point of light on the 8th floor, his thick voice slightly trembling. I probably know why. What? Patriarch, do you see something? The numerous elders immediately asked curiously. 8th floor, the Patriarch said gruffly. The tremor of the pagoda just now was transmitted from the 8th floor. 8th floor? The crowd was startled, and their gazes once again looked toward the 8th floor of the pagoda. Is it hard to believe that the disciple who entered the 8th floor has triggered some kind of prohibition? It's very likely. After all, in all the years of the pagoda trial, this kind of situation has never occurred. For the first time today, someone entered the 7th floor, and the pagoda began to shake. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be an unexpected situation. It's very likely that this disciple who entered the 8th floor has touched some organ to cause this. I told you, the Taishan pagoda was refined by the old ancestor himself, so how could there be any accidents? Damn, really want to know what happened in it. Still, we can't take it lightly. After all, this is the first time we've encountered this situation, and we don't know if it's normal or not. The crowd was talking to each other, and the tension eased a lot, but there were still a lot of people who were nervous. Patriarch, do you think you should use the Taishan realm and peer into the exact situation within the pagoda? The Grand Elder suddenly said this. No, the Taishan mirror is one of the foundations of my Taishan sect. It consumes a great deal of energy when used, and every time it is used, it reduces the lifespan of the Taishan mirror, so I don't think it's necessary to waste it on something like this. This statement was immediately opposed. The Taishan mirror was one of the greatest treasures of the Taishan sect, and was likewise refined by the founding ancestor of the Taishan sect. When the precious mirror was activated, all the barriers and prohibitions where the light shone would be visible, and one could peek at the scene under the barrier, and all the concealments would be nowhere to hide. At the same time, the destructive power of the precious mirror was even more powerful, and it could emit a heaven-destroying light, and wherever it shone, ashes flew to ashes. Back then, the founding ancestor of the Taishan sect had once urged the precious mirror with all his might. instantly turning millions of miles of mountains and rivers under the mirror's light into scorched earth, and countless powerful enemies into ashes. It could be said that the Taishan treasure mirror was the Taishan sect's veritable bottom line. But the Taishan mirror also had a drawback, and that was the extremely high consumption, burning 100,000 spirit stones in just a few moments of effort. At the same time, because it was so powerful, the precious mirror itself would be damaged after each use. Thus, as long as it was not a matter of life and death, the Taishan sect would never utilize the Taishan treasure mirror. Nowadays, using the treasure of the town's clan just to satisfy curiosity was indeed more than worth it. Yet once human curiosity is aroused, it is itchy. I think it's very necessary. Although the Taishan mirror consumes a great deal and is used less than once, this time the situation is special. It's still necessary to use the Taishan mirror to observe it. That's right, better use it. I'm really curious as to who actually made it to the 8th floor, and what did he do? I also feel that it's necessary. The Taishan pagoda is related to the foundation of my Taishan sect. It's necessary to understand what kind of changes have occurred in it before we can do so. I don't agree. It's not like you guys don't know how important the Taishan mirror is. You definitely can't use it easily. Didn't the patriarch say just now that the cause of the fluctuation came from the 8th floor? It must be that some disciple went to the 8th floor and triggered some mechanism. The Taishan pagoda was refined by the old ancestor. It's absolutely impossible for there to be any accidents. Most of the elders, after thinking about it, supported the request for the Taishan mirror. Only a few people were objecting, and all eyes were once again focused on the patriarch. Sovereign, what do you think? Patriarch Taishuan's face was cloudy. It was a difficult choice. On the one hand, he was curious to know what was going on. On the other hand, invoking the Taishan mirror was still a bit too wasteful. Rumble. While the crowd was talking, the pagoda once again experienced a violent vibration. It was like a revived giant that was breaking free of its seal, and the monstrous aura rose up to the sky like several huge dragons circling above the sky. The entire Taishan mountain range was shaken by wave after wave of aura. Fetch the Taishan mirror. Quick! The patriarch no longer had the slightest hesitation, and firmly made up his mind. It was necessary to know what was going on. In the pagoda, the tremor didn't last long this time before it disappeared, and the red dot on the 8th floor continued to advance, soon reaching the center of the 8th floor. At this time the Taishan mirror was also brought. The Taishan mirror was only 1 foot in size, made of bronze, and looked plain and ordinary. However, the moment it appeared, the Taishan sect boiled over from the elders down to the disciples. This is the Taishan sect's supreme treasure, the Taishan mirror. I've finally seen it today. The patriarch held the Taishan mirror and said solemnly, the Taishan mirror is overpowered. We must strike together to control it. Good. The elders nodded their heads. From within his spatial ring, the patriarch took out a large pile of spirit stones and piled them on the ground, and then with a wave of his hand, the spirit stones transformed into a rolling vortex of energy that surged tidily into the precious mirror. Buzz! The precious mirror rose up in the air, emitting golden light throughout, like a round of suns suspended in the air. The sovereign's hand waved again, and the mirror of the precious mirror was then aimed at the 8th floor of the pagoda. Immediately, the Taishan mirror vibrated and shot out a golden light that enveloped the 8th layer of the pagoda. At the same time, in the space on the back of the precious mirror, a picture that was 10 feet square slowly emerged. Finally, going to reveal the mystery? Everyone stared at the giant curtain in the middle of the sky, their hearts thumping. Whoa! As the light of the precious mirror stabilized, images slowly emerged from the giant screen above the sky. In the middle of the image, it looked like a large, empty hall. In the great hall, there were broken walls everywhere, and chaotic rocks rolled down all over the place. In the midst of this chaos, one can see densely packed stone statues, all of which are a head taller than a human being, holding stone axes and recluse armor, arrayed like an army. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, as if they were alive, these stone statues raised the stone axes in their hands, and they charged in one direction. At the same time the entire pagoda began to experience a slight tremor. However, no one was paying attention to this at the moment, and all eyes were fixed on the position opposite the army of stone statues. There, a white-clothed figure stood with his hands folded. At his feet, countless broken stone statues were piled up into a small mountain. The white-clothed figure stood at the top, facing this rushing army of stone statues directly. He was upright, calm and elegant, and magnificent. The aura of one man is strong enough to overwhelm 1,000 armies. After seeing the true face of this figure, everyone was shocked with their mouths wide open. Qin Yuan. Really? Is Qin Yuan? Chapter 65, The Eighth Floor of the Pagoda. Rumble, 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 rumble. In the pagoda, thousands of stone human puppets rushed up towards Qin Yuan. The entire pagoda was trembling slightly. Qin Yuan's thin figure was like a lonely boat in a storm, as if it would be swallowed up at any time. The crowd was horrified by this scene. Qin Yuan. It's actually Qin Yuan. It really is Qin Yuan. It's really Qin Yuan. Taishan Square was completely abuzz. Many were even a little incoherent. Although many people had long predicted it, the real sight of the figure of the person who had ascended to the 8th floor still made their hearts pound. The 8th floor of the Taishan Pagoda. An unprecedented creation. Qin Yuan did it. They also witnessed history. At this moment, even those who were extremely disgusted with Qin Yuan had their moods tumble. Qin Yuan, it's really you. Blue Rhine's eyes were shaking with an extraordinarily complicated mood. This disciple, who had once been her proudest disciple, was even better than he had imagined. Qin Yuan is actually Qin Yuan. Lin Xianer stared blankly at the figure emerging above the sky dome, her face filled with disorientation. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the eldest senior brother she had once loathed to the core was actually so overwhelmingly gorgeous. Su Fan's fellow siblings, as well as the ordinary disciples of the Taishan sect, were even more shocked beyond words. A lot of people have developed a strong sense of frustration. The gap between them and Qin Yuan was too great, so great that it couldn't even be compared. Even their most admired Su Fan, the most outstanding genius in their hearts, seemed to be eclipsed in front of Qin Yuan at this moment. Qin Yuan is really him. The Taishan sect's patriarch, elders, and the others were similarly short of breath, so excited that they couldn't breathe. The Taishan Treasure Pagoda hadn't made a mistake. Someone had really ascended to the 8th floor, and in such a strong way. However, at this moment, compared to shock, the crowd was more worried and alarmed, because that tidal wave of stone statues had already charged towards Qin Yuan. Is this the 8th floor of the pagoda? It's actually so terrifying. Each of these stone statues has the 5th level of Jindan stage cultivation and each of them is impervious to swords and spears. Such a number of. Even the early stage of Yuaning is difficult to resist. Is this the kind of enemy Qin Yuan has to face? Not only that, the pressure on the 8th floor of the pagoda is all unimaginable. Even the top geniuses can't resist the pressure on the 8th floor of the pagoda. Qin Yuan not only resisted the pressure, but also had to fight these stone statues? I'm afraid it's very difficult. You see, Qin Yuan is not moving at all right now, which means that he doesn't have the means to move under the pressure of the 8th layer anymore either. Resisting these stone statues is, I'm afraid, impossible. No, look at Qin Yuan's feet. Those stones seem to be the remnants of stone statues. It's hard to believe that. He's already been through a battle? How is this possible? It's the 8th floor of the pagoda he's on. He must be having a hard time moving. How can he still go and fight? But what's with all that rubble under his feet? Maybe it was originally there? Anyway, I don't believe he can still fight properly. We can only wait for Qin Yuan to come out and ask him again. I don't really believe he can still fight either. From the looks of it, Qin Yuan should be teleported out soon. But this is already enough. Being able to reach the 8th floor of the pagoda has already made history. Yeah, no matter what, Qin Yuan has made in history. The numerous elders were all overwhelmed with emotion. Qin Yuan's achievements had far exceeded their imagination. Wait, look guys, Qin Yuan moved. As the crowd lamented, another shout brought them back to reality, only to see that within the curtain of light, Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand up. Above his right hand, a palm-sized ball of light appeared. Immediately afterward, the ball of light was seen getting bigger and bigger, and the light became more and more blazing. The wind rose around the ball of light. Visible faint lightning surrounded it, and the sense of oppression was so great that even though they were watching it through a giant screen, the crowd on the field couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. How is this possible? This is the 8th floor of the pagoda. How could he still be able to operate such a powerful immortal technique? Can it be that the 8th floor doesn't have any pressure at all? That's impossible. The pagoda spirit of the pagoda has said that the pressure will increase with each upward level. There's no way that the 8th level could have disappeared for no reason. But what's going on with Qin Yuan? This immortal art that he was currently running was completely capable of killing the 9th level of the Jindan stage in seconds. He's only at the 3rd level of the Jindan stage. Even if he's a genius, it's impossible for him to run such a forbidden art against the pressure of the 8th layer. The crowd on the floor was once again in a state of shock. Qin Yuan's actions had once again shattered everyone's perceptions. Dum 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 dum. The army of stone statues finally rushed to a short distance away from Qin Yuan, and a handful of stone axes were hurled towards him, like a rain of meteorites in the sky, completely enveloping him. Right at this moment, Qin Yuan moved, and the ball of light in his hand was thrown straight at the army of stone statues. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ball of light flew to the center of the stone statue army, and then it exploded with a bang, the blazing light enveloping the entire 8th floor. The curtain of light displayed by the Taishan treasure mirror was also instantly covered by a blinding white light, and many disciples with a low realm were directly stimulated by this light and fell into a brief blindness. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, the entire pagoda was caught in a violent tremor, and even the entire Taishan square was shaking, and the entire pagoda emitted a white light as if it was about to explode. Silence, deadly silence. Everyone's eyes were looking straight at the swaying pagoda, as well as the white curtain of light that could only be seen above the dome of the sky, as if all of them had been transformed into wooden sculptures made of clay. A moment later, the vibrations disappeared, the light dispersed, and everything once again returned to calm, and images slowly emerged once again from the giant curtain above the sky. It was still the familiar pagoda space, but the appalling army of stone statues had already disappeared, and the entire space was covered with a layer of densely packed rubble. A white figure stood on top of this broken wall, like a standing god of war. This shocking scene was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. This moment was like a dream for everyone. Qin Yuan. Not only had he broken the records of Taishan sect and created the history of Taishan sect, more than that, it breaks every single person's inherent perceptions. At this moment, everyone has only one thought in their mind: is Qin Yuan actually a human being? Or some kind of demon? The 8th floor of the pagoda was already shocking enough. Not only had Qin Yuan climbed up, but he was also able to use such a powerful immortal technique. It even made the pagoda shake so much. Can it be that we're all wrong? The 8th floor of the pagoda has no pressure at all? Or, these puppets don't have the strength of the 5th level of the Jindan stage? It's very likely. Otherwise Qin Yuan would really be too perverted. The crowd couldn't help but raise questions in their minds. The patriarch, however, said gruffly, "But how can the tremor of the pagoda just now be explained?" Everyone was silent. The mystery of the pagoda shock is solved. It's all because Qin Yuan is up to no good. No one wants to believe it, and yet the facts are in front of us and they have to be believed. Lan Yun was confused. Lin Xianer was confused. And the disciples at the scene were all confused. Qin Yuan's degree of perversion was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Swish, look guys, someone else has entered the 7th floor. That's when another shriek rang out. Only the 7th floor of the pagoda's location was seen to be flickering with a point of light. Who is it? Who has entered the 7th floor? As expected, this term's disciples are extraordinary. Not only did a Qin Yuan come out, there's actually a second person who entered the 7th floor. Guess who this person will be? I don't know. All I care about right now is how far Qin Yuan can go. Chapter 66. Qin Yuan is not a human being. The crowd began to talk again. But because Qin Yuan had made too much of a commotion for this second disciple to enter the 7th floor, the attention on the scene decreased quite a bit. Damn. If senior brother Su Fan didn't have an accident, he could definitely enter the 7th floor as well. It's definitely more than that. If junior brother hadn't been injured, he would definitely be no worse than Qin Yuan. But if Su Fan is really that powerful, why was he injured? What do you mean by this? Are you doubting junior brother's strength? Can it be that you are a traitor to Qin Yuan? There will always be a hot topic about Su Fan. This son of Qi is still supported by quite a few people up to now. At this moment, Su Fan had regained some consciousness, although he was too weak to move or even speak, but he still watched every scene that happened at the scene. But for Su Fan, he might as well remain unconscious. Looking at Qin Yuan's heavenly godlike heroic posture, Su Fan's heart was not only shocked, but more jealousy and unwillingness. Damn. Obviously it should be me who was out in the limelight like this. Nangong Liuli, you deserve to die. Qin Yuan. Damn it. When he thought of everything that had happened in the pagoda, Su Fan's heart hurt as if it was cut by a knife. Nangong Liuli actually betrayed him as well. First Qingxue, then Nangong Liuli. Two favorite women. All because of Qin Yuan away from him. And now the chance that should have belonged to him is gone. The wind is gone. One's most hated enemy is so spirited. There is no greater hate in life. Qin Yuan, Nangong Liuli, Qingxue. I want you all to die. I want you all to die. Su Fan stared at Qin Yuan's figure in death, his eyes flashing with a color of resentment. Rumble, Rumble, rumble. In full view of everyone, the 8th floor of the pagoda once again took a turn for the worse, only to see 10 golden figures emerge once again on the wall opposite Qin Yuan. The golden figure was 3 feet tall, covered in golden glittering armor, with a stone axe in his left hand and a shield in his right hand, just like an ancient giant reviving. 9th level of the Jindan stage. Patriarch Taishian stared at the golden giant in the curtain of light and death, his voice trembling. 10 giants of the 9th level of the Jindan stage. Just looking at it gives you palpitations. In that case, Qin Yuan should really be finished. That's good. I can't wait for Qin Yuan to come out now and give him a medical checkup in person. Take a good look at this guy and why he's so sick. I'm curious as to whether Qin Yuan will choose to just give up or try to fight a little. I think he should come out straight away. After all, having come so far, he should also be at the end of his strength. And if he continues to fight, even if the pagoda has a protection mechanism, he will still meet the dying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The discussion ended abruptly. It was only because the pagoda had once again fallen into shaking, and the curtain of light above the dome of the sky was covered by white light at the same time. Rustle. The vibrations dissipated and the light screen returned to view. However, the 10 golden puppets had already disappeared, leaving only a field of golden rubble. The scene was once again dead silent. Not a person. This Qin Yuan is definitely not a person. Someone's voice trembled. I think there must be no pressure on the 8th floor. Otherwise Qin Yuan couldn't have been so relaxed. The shock brought by Qin Yuan today was too great for everyone to digest. Some even questioned the idea that there should be no pressure on the 8th floor, and there were not a few who thought that way. Otherwise, Qin Yuan's behavior was completely beyond the common sense of the Xinling continent. Look, you guys, the 8th floor. The 8th floor is lit up with light again. As the crowd murmured, a sharp cry of alarm caught everyone's attention. On the 8th floor of the Taishian treasure tower, a point of light did indeed light up once again. Quickly turn the Taishian mirror to see who it is. The Taishian patriarch reacted quickly and immediately activated the Taishian mirror, sweeping it towards the location of the entrance to the 8th floor. In the next moment, a white-clothed figure was seen, appearing in the curtain of light. A white dress, elegant and noble temperament, long white hair dancing without wind. Absolutely beautiful face like a dream. Gu Qingxue. No one in the entire Taishian sect knew about it. Everyone is boiling. Senior Sister Gu. It's really Senior Sister Gu. Senior Sister Gu Qingxue has actually reached the 8th floor as well. In one trial, there were actually 2 disciples who ascended to the 8th floor. Simply unprecedented. God bless Taishian. God bless Taishian. I knew it. Senior Sister Gu is very powerful. Her talent isn't inferior to Qin Yuan's. Go Senior Sister Gu. You can definitely surpass Qin. Swish. Before the crowd outside the arena could say their cheering words, an accident happened. Gu Qingxue's figure shifted, and she was disappeared from Taishian Mirror's field of view. In the next moment, her figure was teleported outside the pagoda. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Out so soon? This awkwardness, however, was soon replaced by loud cheers. No matter what, Gu Qingxue had also reached the 8th floor. That's enough of an accomplishment to go down in history. Qingxue, how are you doing? Lan Yun immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Although she and Gu Qingxue had become estranged because of Su Fan's matter not long ago, this was her disciple after all. Her pride. I'm fine. Gu Qingxue shook her head coldly. Blue Rhine blushed and didn't know how to respond. Congratulations, nephew Qingxue. At this time, Patriarch Taishian walked up with a big smile and said with a smile, you created the history of the Taishian sect. Patriarch is flattered. Gu Qingxue owed her body. The patriarch smiled and continued to ask, by the way, I'd like to ask you how it feels to be on the 7th and 8th floors. With these words, all eyes once again fell on Gu Qingxue's body. Everyone wants to know about this mysterious area where no one has ever been. Gu Qingxue said slowly, the pressure on the 7th floor is very strong. It was more than 10 times more powerful than the 6th layer, and there were also many mysterious puppets. Luckily they were all taken care of by Qin Yuan. I hardened my shoulders to carry the pressure and made it to the 8th floor. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't last long on the 7th floor. What about the 8th floor? How does it feel? The patriarch hurriedly asked again. Gu Qingxue gently inhaled and whispered. The 8th layer. Pressure is more than 10 times stronger than the 7th layer. There was no way I could resist. At least, it was teleported out in just 2 breaths. There was another moment of silence. At this moment, all doubts about Qin Yuan completely disappeared. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Qin Yuan no longer looked like they were looking at a person. Instead, It's a total monster. Chapter 67, the ninth floor of the pagoda. This son has a great future ahead of him. The Grand Elder couldn't help but let out an exclamation. And the rest of the elders were also sighing. Although this Qin Yuan has a poor character, this kind of talent and strength is enough for the Taishan sect to devote all their efforts to cultivating him. The fifth elder's decision to expel him from the division was simply the stupidest. All the elders subconsciously looked at Lan Yun. Blue Rhyme instantly turned ugly and silently lowered her head, not knowing what was going on in her mind. It's good to be expelled from the division. In fact, the old man has long had his eyes on Qin Yuan, but it's a pity that Qin Yuan chose the fifth elder back then. Since the fifth elder is willing to part with his love, the old man would be happy to readmit him as a disciple. That won't do. I was the one who first took a fancy to Qin Yuan, so none of you should snatch it from me. Jokes. You guys look at it first and it's your guy? I'm partial to grabbing one from you guys. This kind of talented disciple. I'll never miss it. Come on, let's not embarrass ourselves as a bunch of old guys. With Qin Yuan's natural talent, what qualifications do we have to take him as a disciple? I'm afraid the entire Taishan sect can't accommodate him. The crowd spoke to each other, completely failing to see that Lan Yun's face had become as gloomy as water. Swish! Right at this moment, the pagoda shook slightly again and emitted a faint white light, while at the same time, Qin Yuan's figure disappeared from the Taishan mirror once again. The red dot on the 8th floor of the pagoda moved to the 9th floor with it. The 9th floor. Qin Yuan has reached the 9th floor. The elders instantly widened their eyes. Although Qin Yuan had displayed strength that should have no problem entering the 9th floor, when he actually entered, everyone still couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding. The Taishan pagoda had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and countless celestial pride had once attempted to climb it. In the end, it stopped at the 7th floor. And now someone has finally made it to the top. Miracles. Really are miracles. I never thought that in my lifetime I would actually be able to see someone summit the Taishan treasure pagoda. Even though I died, I have no regrets. God bless Taishan. God bless Taishan. My Taishan sect has actually seen such a heavenly pride disciple. My Taishan sect's revival is expected. Many elders were agitated with tears of old age. These were the old men of the Taishan sect, having seen generations of heavenly prides charging towards the pagoda with hope, only to falter again and again. I had all but given up hope, and now I see that someone has made it to the top, whether it was for them or for the Taishan sect. This was a milestone event. Everyone knew that from now on, Qin Yuan's name would accompany the history of the Taishan sect until eternity. Lan Yun was lost in thought as she looked at the red dot on the 9th floor of the pagoda, her mood becoming more and more complicated. Lin Xianer and the others also looked despondent. Even if they hated Qin Yuan, no matter how much they hated him, they had to admit that Qin Yuan's talent and background was completely a world away from them. Even junior brother Su Fan had no way to compare to him. Quickly, aim the Taishan mirror at the 9th floor. The Grand Elder and the others hissed loudly in excitement. The secrets of the 9th floor of the pagoda would finally be revealed. However, as the light from the Taishan mirror shone towards the 9th layer, the giant screen image in the dome of the sky turned a flowery white. Before the crowd could ponder why, the light of the Taishan mirror dimmed, and the curtain of light above the dome of the sky disappeared. Patriarch Taishan continued to put in the spirit stones and increased his urging, and the precious mirror re-emitted its light. However, after only a few moments of effort, the mirror began to shake violently, and the light disappeared once again. What's going on? Has the precious mirror failed to work? The Grand Elder asked blankly. Patriarch Taishan looked at the 9th floor of the pagoda with a frown on his face. The treasure mirror didn't malfunction. It was the 9th floor of the pagoda's prohibition that was too powerful for the Taishan mirror to penetrate. Isn't there any way to see what's going on the 9th floor? The Grand Elder said rather unwillingly. Even the Taishan treasure mirror doesn't have a way to penetrate it, and other ways are even more impossible. Patriarch Taishan sighed. For today's solution, we can only wait for Qin Yuan to come out from the 9th layer. Alas, can only do so much. What exactly is on this 9th floor is really intriguing. The crowd could only continue to wait. The interior of the pagoda, the 9th floor. The space here was not large, only 10 feet square. After entering the 9th floor, the mountainous pressure also suddenly disappeared, and was generally the same as the outside world. The stone room on the 9th floor was very empty, with the only exception of the center, where there was a half-man-high stone platform. On top of the stone platform rested an object that was just under half a foot tall. Upon approaching, this was actually a small, broken bronze tower. The small bronze tower was already in a state of disrepair, with only the 3 layers of the base remaining, and a large portion of the tower above it was nowhere to be found. The 3 layers under the base, which were also rusted and missing many corners, had obviously been destroyed by some powerful external force. However, even though it had been tattered to such an extent, the moment Qin Yuan saw it, he still felt an aura of terror to the extreme. It was as if it was a creation artifact that had been passed down from the ancient times, and the aura it emitted alone was chilling. Finally found the damn thing. Tired old man. Looking at the broken little tower, Qin Yuan sighed with relief in his heart. This remnant tower was precisely the most precious thing in the Taishan pagoda. It was also one of the most important chances on Su Fan's path to becoming a man. There you are, young man. In the middle of the stone room, a pale and hoarse voice rang out. Who? What's talking? Qin Yuan immediately asked. I'm right in front of you. The mysterious voice came again, and Qin Yuan looked carefully before locking onto the direction of the voice. It was actually the small tower that only had 3 layers left. Are you the one talking? Are you the tower spirit? Oh, young man, you don't seem surprised by this. Looks like you already know something? The tower spirit asked again. No, I'm surprised. Qin Yuan then realized that he couldn't pretend to be too calm, or else he would easily be exposed. I'm just guessing you're a tower spirit. You bet. The tower spirit's voice was old and distant. It's been 80,000 years. Indeed 80,000 years. Before the person with the destiny comes here. It is generally the same as the old man's prediction before he fell asleep. But young man, why do I feel alienated from you? It seems to feel like you're not meant to be? The tower spirit's words turned to a faintly suspicious tone. That's right. I'm not really. Qin Yuan's heart was happy and relieved. He had been worried that after he had climbed to the top of the tower, this pagoda would have to say that he had completed the test and would recognize him as his master. That won't be easy to hand over to Su Fan. Fortunately, this pagoda should have also been affected by the heavenly Tao and only recognized Su Fan as the son of Qiluk. I'm actually helping someone else come to the pagoda trials, and my employer has been a bit busy lately, so he entrusted me to ascend the tower. All proceeds from the tower will then go to my employer. You'll have to wait until you have someone who should be my employer. At these words, the spirit of the pagoda fell into silence. Chapter 68 The Best of Both Worlds. What? Is that not okay? Qin Yuan asked apprehensively. The old man has existed for millions of years and has seen all sorts of vicissitudes of the Red Earth. But this is the first time I've encountered your situation. Old man. The voice of the spirit of the pagoda resounded again with emotion. Young man, do you know what it means to summit the 9th floor of the Taishan treasure tower? And you're willing to give away such a chance? There's no way around it. Getting paid to be honest and trustworthy is the principle of our business. If you enrich yourself and lack credibility in the future, you won't be able to make it in this business. Qin Yuan patted his chest and said, Tower spirit. Young man, do you really want to give away the opportunity that has come to you? Do you know that if you get this chance from the old man, you will definitely be able to ascend to the immortal world in the future? The Nangong Taishan back then was exactly like that. The tower spirit said again. Sure. I told you, in our line of work, credibility is important. Even if you let me become an immortal king, I can't tear up agreements with people. Qin Yuan's tone was firm, but in his heart, he couldn't help but think that if it was an immortal emperor, that would be something to consider. Very well, young man, you have passed my test. From now on you're the old man's master, the spirit of the pagoda. However, suddenly said this. Qin Yuan was confused for a moment and immediately said, No, that's not good. I was helping others with their trials. I'm just a businessman, a substitute. Your true master is my employer. Salesman? A substitute trainer? Even though the spirit of the pagoda had endured for 10,000 years, it did not quite understand the meaning of these two words. It didn't care and said, back then, when the Taishan treasure tower was created, the old man set the rule that whoever was the first to ascend to the 9th floor would be the old man's fated person. It doesn't matter as to what purpose this person is really here for. But didn't you just say I wasn't your destiny? At first, the old man had this feeling, but something like a feeling isn't accurate. Not to mention the fact that the old man has been sleeping for many years and his perception has long been 10-1, so it is very much a sensory error. In contrast, the old man believes in rules. Since you're the first to climb the tower, you're the one with the destiny. What's more, you have managed to stay true to yourself in the face of such temptation. This heart of yours, the old man appreciates it. Qin Yuan wanted to smack himself a few times. Why did he talk so much? Isn't that a pain in the ass? Old senior, you're really mistaken. Your fated person is definitely my employer. You hurry up and follow me now. When you meet him, you'll definitely be happy to recognize him as your master. There's no need for that. The old man never breaks the rules he sets. Not to mention that if I leave the Taishan Tower without recognizing my master, not only will I die, but I will also attract a heavenly crisis. Would it be okay to put you in a space ring first? Useless. So, then you recognize me as your master first, and then disassociate yourself from me when you leave? Once the old man recognizes the host, unless the host reaches an extremely high realm, if he is forced to separate, the old man will likewise be dispersed by his soul. Why don't you wait then? I'll go down now and bring my employer up first? Qin Yuan had no choice but to come up with this solution. It's not like you don't know the rules of the pagoda. After each opening, each person can only enter once, and once they leave they will not be able to enter again. This is not good enough and that is not good enough. So what the hell is it going to take? Can't you think of something, old-timer? You can't let me break the contract, can you? Qin Yuan was really anxious now. That doesn't help. Qin Yuan sighed dismally. He was in big trouble. If you really can't, you'll just have to wait a little longer. Wait 3 more years, and when the pagoda trial opens again in 3 years, I'll have my employer come to you himself. It's too late. The spirit of the pagoda sounded victorious. When you ascend to the 9th floor, the old man's slumber will end. If we don't recognize the master soon, it won't take 3 days for the old man's residual soul to completely dissipate. Old-timers, stop joking, will you? Didn't you say heavenly chances? How can you give others a chance when you're so weak yourself? Qin Yuan's teeth ached with anger. This old man is just a wisp of the residual soul of the artifact spirit, and if he doesn't recognize the owner as soon as possible, he really can't be preserved for long. But after recognizing the master, the old man will definitely bring you incredible miracles. Young man, please trust the old man. The spirit of the pagoda's voice was a little embarrassed. Qin Yuan's people were numb. If he had known, he wouldn't have come up. And it wouldn't have been better to wait 3 years and let Su Fan come by himself. It's good to be stuck with this old den. If we don't let him recognize his master, this olden will dissipate. If it recognized the owner, it would be difficult to give it to Su Fan in the future. What to do? Suddenly, Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Old-timer, do you think this will work? You recognize me as your master first, and when you get out, I'll sign a transfer agreement or a lease agreement with my employer, to have you follow my employer on a labor assignment. Or lease. Your ownership is with me, but your use is on my employer's side. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Qin Yuan thought that this plan of his was perfect, but who knew that the tower spirit burst into a rage. Young man, what do you take me for? A soldier may be killed, but he must not be dishonored. If you really dislike the old man so much, you can leave now. Old me would rather dissipate than be humiliated by you like this. Don't. I was wrong. I was just talking off the top of my head. Don't take it personally. Qin Yuan hurriedly apologized, cursing in his heart. Who knew that this old dang was so good at saving face? That's just it, young man. If you really don't want to violate your own rules, I won't make it difficult for you. There you go. Perhaps this is the old man's destiny. The spirit of the pagoda's voice was filled with exhaustion. Can Qin Yuan just walk away? If the spirit of this pagoda really dissipated, Su Fan's most important chance in the future would be gone. That plot wouldn't be a blood mom crash. For the sake of today's plan, one can only let the tower spirit recognize himself as the master first, and then slowly think of a way to transfer this damned old deng to Su Fan when he gets out. I'm really sorry, old senior. It's because I'm a bit ungrateful. I've figured it out now. Since the old-timer has taken a liking to me, it's a blessing for me. If senior doesn't mind, then please follow me. Really? You're willing to take this chance? The pagoda spirit's voice was filled with surprise. The old-timer's fists and hearts, the late generation can't live up to them. Qin Yuan's smile was warm, elegant and light-hearted, a far cry from his distressed appearance just now. Well, the old man really didn't look at the wrong person. From now on, you're the old man's master. Young man, accept the inheritance. The spirit of the pagoda laughed out loud and couldn't wait to transform into a ray of streaming light and fly to Qin Yuan's side, as if it was afraid that Qin Yuan would back out. Qin Yuan helplessly squeezed out a drop of essence blood and dripped it on top of the pagoda. With a buzzing vibration, the remaining pagoda immediately erupted with a blazing golden light, engulfing the entire 9th floor. Chapter 69, You're Too Good. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, the Taishan pagoda also experienced an unprecedented violent tremor, and a thick red light shot out from its top position, shooting straight up into the clouds. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. The clouds rolled. Countless golden shadows manifested. Golden dragons and red phoenixes intertwined and danced. Kylans ran away. Brave beasts roared. And countless ancient beasts' shadows manifested above the dome of the sky. Taishan sect's 10,000 mile radius. It rained golden flower petals. These petals are gathered by the spiritual qi. Wherever they fell, grass grew and warblers flew. Thirsty lakes once again flooded. Withered trees resprouted. Dying beasts blossomed with vitality. And crops in the farmland multiplied to bear fruits. The crowd within a radius of 100,000 miles is even more greatly benefited. The dying people are completely eliminated from all diseases. The ordinary people's physique grows exponentially. And the people who practiced hard set foot on the path of immortality. Countless people were making a pilgrimage in the direction of the Taishan sect, chanting Hail, Hail, Hail. The supreme powerhouses within 1,000,000 miles radius all opened their eyes and looked horrifiedly in the direction of the Taishan sect. Within the Taishan sect, everyone was abuzz. This heaven and earth vision brought everyone tangible benefits. Many cultivators of the older generation had broken through the realm, adding 100 years to their lifespan. An atmosphere of joy filled the entire Taishan sect. What's going on here? The many elders of the Taishan sect were shocked. Such a massive vision was simply unheard of. What exactly did Qin Yuan experience on the 9th level? Patriarch Taishuan's heart could no longer be calmed. The visions caused alone had benefited 100,000 miles in a radius, and he dared not imagine how terrifying the opportunities of the 9th layer should be. Damn Qin Yuan. Su Fan was lying in the corner, looking at the roiling visions, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. These should be his. It's only right that it's his. In order to ascend to the 9th floor of the pagoda, he had prepared for half a year, but now he was robbed by Qin Yuan. And he got nothing. Rumble. Right at this moment, vibrations came from the pagoda once again, only to see a golden path shoot out from the 9th floor of the pagoda and land in the center of Taishan Square. The golden avenue was wide and grand, and on both sides of the road, countless golden armor silhouettes knelt on one knee. Wow! The moment the golden avenue fell, the 9th layer of the pagoda was opened. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Qin Yuan's silhouette slowly stepped out from the 9th floor, walking down the golden light path, step by step, overbearing, majestic, and graceful, like a supreme emperor, and like an exiled immortal in the dust. The crowd all looked stunned. Many disciples with low realms even inexplicably felt an urge to make a pilgrimage. This shocking scene was fixed in everyone's mind. Lan Yun looked at Qin Yuan, who was like a heavenly god descending from the heavens, in a state of confusion within her mind. Is this her great disciple? This was her once great disciple. Such an excellent disciple. Yet she expelled him from the division. A strong feeling of remorse surged through his heart, completely impossible to suppress. Su Fan's eyes were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. This should be his chance. It should be him who was worshipped by all. Damn Qin Yuan, daring to rob him of his chance. I knew you could. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes flashed with tears of joy. This was her brother Qin Yuan, her fiancé. He has always been so good. Nangong Liuli had also awakened at this moment, and as she looked at Qin Yuan strolling towards her, the corners of her mouth spread into a heartfelt smile. I finally did something for you? Soon enough, Qin Yuan walked to the end of the Golden Avenue and descended into the center of Taishan Square. At the same time the visions above the heavenly dome dissipated and calmness was once again restored. The Taishan pagoda closed, and the golden light path disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures immediately flashed to Qin Yuan's side and surrounded him. A pair of blazing gazes seemed to devour Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Patriarch, elder, what do you want? Qin Yuan. Patriarch Taishuan's voice trembled with excitement. You're amazing. Patriarch Taishan thought of countless words to say to Qin Yuan, but when they reached his mouth, they ended up being transformed into such a most simple praise. Qin Yuan, you're really too good. The many elders also shouted in excitement. Sorry, I've been a little busy today, so I'll resume normal updates tomorrow. Thanks for your support. Chapter 70 Abandoned Qin Yuan? Qin Yuan was speechless to the extreme. He originally did not want to make a sound. How good to go out quietly. As a result, the spirit of the pagoda, this old dang, had to pull such a stunt. The wind was out of his sails, and his popularity, which he had managed to destroy, would have to rise quite a bit again. There's a long list of troubles to deal with next. The subsequent episodes are going to take a long time to pull back on track. Qin Yuan, tell me quickly, what's inside the 8th and 9th floors? Sovereign couldn't wait to ask. It's nothing. It's just some inheritance. I just raised from the 3rd level of the Jindan stage to the 5th level, Qin Yuan said without changing his face. No, it can't be, can it? The patriarch and the others clearly didn't believe it. Back then, when Elder Taishian refined the pagoda, he once said, as long as you ascend to the 9th floor of the pagoda, you will be recognized by the spirit of the pagoda. Become the lord of the Taishian treasure pagoda. I don't know. I didn't see any pagoda spirit on the 9th floor. Qin Yuan played dumb. The patriarch still didn't believe it. Impossible. Old ancestors' words can't be wrong. But I really haven't seen it. Maybe the spirit of the pagoda doesn't think I'm a good person. So it doesn't recognize me? Like this? Patriarch Taishuan's brows were furrowed, obviously hesitating a bit. After all, what Qin Yuan had done in recent years was indeed very bad, and it wasn't impossible for him not to be recognized. The rest of the elders shared this view. When the ordinary disciples heard this, they all revealed gloating expressions. What's the use of you being so powerful, Qin Yuan? Poor character. People just don't recognize you. This is good being rewarded for good and evil for evil. People like Qin Yuan, even the spirit of the pagoda can't stand to look at them. Only someone like Junior Brother will be recognized by the pagoda. Lan Yun and Lin Xianer and the others also froze for a moment, and Lan Yun's face turned a little complicated. Lin Xianer's face blossomed into a smile as she said to Su Fan, did you hear that, Junior Brother? Qin Yuan didn't get anything. Don't give up. When the next trial comes, you'll definitely be recognized by the pagoda. Su Fan was also relieved in his heart. As long as Qin Yuan didn't get recognized it was fine. Then he still had a chance. The patriarch carefully sized up Qin Yuan for a moment and realized that apart from his cultivation breaking through 2 levels and his physique becoming a bit more refined, there were no other changes, and the aura of the foreign treasure could not be detected on his body. Is it really not recognized? But that's not right. If you weren't recognized, then why did you cause such a great vision? Even the 9th layer of the pagoda directly opens up the golden path? The sovereign still had some questions. I'm not sure. It may be that the spirit of the pagoda feels a little sorry for me, so it lets me manifest a wave of sainthood in front of people? Dean Chin blinked. Although Qin Yuan's claim was a bit outrageous, he checked Qin Yuan for a long time and did not detect anything different, so he could only acquiesce to this claim, but in his heart, he was very regretful. Originally, according to the words of Elder Taishian, those who reach the 9th floor will become the lord of the pagoda, as well as the divine son of my Taishian sect, who will lead the Taishian sect to a whole new level of splendor in the future. After so many years, it's not easy for someone to ascend to the 9th floor without being recognized. It's quite a shame. Son of God, the supreme position of a disciple of the Taishian sect. It was a position that was personally set by old ancestor Taishian back then, and only after obtaining the recognition of the Taishian pagoda could one become a divine son of the Taishian sect. Other than that, there was no way to do so. The status of the Son of God was 1 level higher than that of the Holy Son. The status and power could be compared to the vice-patriarch of the Taishian sect. Even many times, the patriarch had to listen to the divine son. After all, the divine son was recognized by the Taishian pagoda, which was the supreme inheritance of old man Taishian, and a divine son who was recognized by the pagoda represented the will of old man Taishian in a sense. Alas, perhaps the time is not yet ripe? We'll just have to keep waiting for the right person. The Grand Elder and the rest of the elders were also sorry, but in their hearts, they felt much more relaxed at the same time. Qin Yuan's cultivation was indeed powerful and his talent was unique, yet his character was indeed too poor, and it was not known whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the Taishian sect if he was allowed to become a divine son. The rest of the ordinary disciples all had a teasing look on their faces. So what if you're even more powerful, Qin Yuan? If one's character was too poor to be recognized, even if one ascended the Taishian pagoda, one would still be asking for trouble. Humph. You deserve it. Doing too much evil. The heavens will punish you. Junior brother, cheer up. The Taishian sect's divine son can only be you. Lin Xianer cheered at Su Fan. Su Fan also rejoiced greatly in his heart. Great. Even the heavens are helping me. Qin Yuan, what else can you fight me with? Lan Yun sighed, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. The only one who was relieved was Qin Yuan. Fortunately he didn't reveal it, or else he would really become a divine son of the Taishian sect. Then the subsequent episodes would be much harder to go back to. I'm afraid, Qin Yuan, you shouldn't be disappointed either. The fact that you didn't get recognized this time might just be that the time wasn't right. When the next pagoda trial opens, you'll still have a chance. The patriarch patted Qin Yuan's shoulder in encouragement. It's okay, that's fine. It's fine. Qin Yuan revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Finally he was able to muddle through. The patriarch looked puzzled in his mind, obviously missing out on such a great opportunity. Why did Qin Yuan seem to be really happy? Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Qin Yuan's surroundings were once again enveloped in golden light, and above his head, a golden pagoda silhouette emerged. Looking at the shape, it was completely a scaled-down version of the Taishan pagoda. This is the Taishan pagoda? Not precisely the spirit of the pagoda? Why is it on Qin Yuan? The crowd was shocked. The spirit of the pagoda spoke, his old voice majestic. I am the spirit of the Taishan pagoda, and I have shown up today to prove only one thing. Qin Yuan is lying. He has gained the approval of this seat. Nowadays, he was the lord of the Taishan pagoda, which was the divine son of the Taishan sect. The matter is conclusive. After saying that, the spirit of the pagoda disappeared, its light converging and returning to Qin Yuan's body once again. At the same time, a Taishan pagoda seal appeared on Qin Yuan's arm. Behind Qin Yuan's back, the silhouette of a pagoda could even be seen. This battle was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that Qin Yuan was already the owner of the Taishan pagoda. Chapter 71 Taishan Sect Divine Son, Qin Yuan. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. I didn't think it would actually happen. The spirit of the pagoda actually appeared in person, puncturing Qin Yuan's lies. But, why did Qin Yuan lie? The faces of the disciples who had just taunted all froze, and Lin Xianer's expression was incredulous. Blue Rhyme was even more disoriented. Su Fan's mood sank to the bottom. Patriarch, do you think this pagoda spirit could be fake? Is it Qin Yuan's blindfold? Some elders asked in disbelief, which was also the thought of many elders. Bang! Before the patriarch could speak, the pagoda shadow behind Qin Yuan glowed, and the elder who had just spoken was directly struck hard, spitting blood from his mouth as he flew backwards 10 feet away. Asshole! Are you questioning the old man? The majestic voice of the spirit of the pagoda once again came out, and endless pressure swept out like waves. The pressure was so powerful that all of them, from the patriarch down to the ordinary disciples, were shaken and their qi and blood surged, and they had the urge to kneel down. This is the aura of Taishan Gong, is really the spirit of the pagoda. All of the disciples of the Taishan sect cultivated the Taishan scripture, and the Taishan pagoda and the Taishan scripture already had something in common. Now that the Taishan pagoda's pressure was released, it was a complete and total suppression for the disciples of the Taishan sect. All the Taishan disciples were convinced that this was the Taishan pagoda's pressure. Don't dare! Don't dare! Disciples don't dare! The old ancestor rests his anger. The old ancestor rests his anger. The elder who had just been seriously injured immediately fell to his knees and apologized with a face full of horror. The spirit of Taishan pagoda was in existence on the same level as old man Taishan, so where were they qualified to resist? Please don't be angry. Old ancestor, disciple knows his mistake. The patriarch was immediately the first to kneel, his tone sincere and solemn. For the Taishan sect, it was reasonable to address the spirit of the pagoda as old ancestor. Seeing this, the remaining elders also hurriedly kneeled down on one knee. Please don't be angry. Old ancestor, disciple knows his mistake. Please don't be angry. Old ancestor, disciple knows his mistake. The remaining stewards and disciples were even more trembling, kneeling down and kowtowing in a hurry. The patriarch had knelt down, so how could they dare to stand? It was just that many people were unwilling because the spirit of the pagoda was right above Qin Yuan's head, and they were kneeling to the spirit of the pagoda as if they were kneeling to Qin Yuan. Lan Yun Lin Xianer Su Fan's mood is needless to say. It is worse than eating, especially Blue Rhyme, as Qin Yuan's master, but now he had to kneel down to his disciple. It was simply a loss of dignity. However, there was nothing they could do at this moment. The pressure of the Taishan pagoda was getting stronger and stronger, and they couldn't even stand up. Why don't you kneel? Is it to provoke the majesty of this seat? The only 3 people in the entire room who did not kneel were Lan Yun, who naturally received the attention of the spirit of the pagoda and spoke directly to the 3 people. The 3 of them were all startled, and even though there was a great deal of unwillingness in their hearts, they could only forcefully endure the humiliation and kneel on one knee in the direction of Qin Yuan, gritting their teeth. Old ancestor rests his anger. Disciple knows his mistake. The voices of the 3 were trembling, and Lan Yun was even turning pale. Humph, a bunch of ungrateful children and grandchildren. The spirit of the pagoda coldly grunted. From today onwards, Qin Yuan is the lord of the pagoda and the divine son of the Taishan sect. Hold the enthronement ceremony immediately without fail. I respectfully obey the laws of the old ancestor. Under the leadership of Patriarch Taishian, everyone spoke out in unison. The aura of the spirit of the pagoda then disappeared, and the pressure that pressed down on the crowd, as well as the shadow behind Qin Yuan, also disappeared without a trace, and the crowd immediately felt relieved, and their bodies were already drenched in cold sweat. The pressure of the spirit of the pagoda was simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone's eyes immediately changed when they looked at Qin Yuan. There was no more mockery or contempt, only respect remained. From today onwards, Qin Yuan was the divine son of the Taishian sect, the one and only son of God. The Taishian patriarch and the others were also in a joyful mood. The Taishian divine son had appeared. The Taishian sect's revival was expected. Lan Yun and Lin Xianer, and the three of them, Su Fan, all had faces as gloomy as water. Qingxue and Nangong Liuli's faces blossomed with a heartfelt smile. I didn't expect that this action actually brought such a big surprise. Qin Yuan must be very happy now. Qin Yuan was the only one who stood in place, gloomily covering his face as if he had eaten a dead fly. What the are you up to, old thing? Qin Yuan roared in his mind. Chapter 72, The True Body of the Spirit of the Pagoda. Old thing. What the? Qin Yuan's mind was about to explode. He was still thinking of holding back, muddling through, and waiting until the time was right to send the old thing out. As a result, this old thing directly exposed his pants. The spirit of the pagoda, however, said blandly, "Old me really can't stand to see these people belittling you, so I gave them the slip. But I'm your master now." Your master? Shouldn't you listen to me? Who told you to expose yourself without authorization? Hold back. Hold back. Stoicism, do you understand? Do you realize you've ruined my big plan? I am really sorry. The old man did not know that the master had made other arrangements. Please do not blame the master. Qin Yuan wanted to scold him fiercely, but he felt that this old thing was so old that it wasn't too degrading to scold him. Just how did he hear it? How did he feel that this old thing's apology was not so sincere? You better remember what you said, and it won't happen again. Qin Yuan coldly warned. It's no use continuing to sulk when it's already happened. There's no point in wasting your feelings on something like this. He was going to give the old thing away soon anyway, so it could toss it around as much as it liked in the future. Yes, master. I'll keep that in mind. Qin Yuan snorted coldly and paid no more attention to the spirit of the pagoda. Yes, master. I'll keep that in mind. An old voice came from Qin Yuan's sea of consciousness. Qin Yuan's sea of consciousness, which was empty and boundless, vast without boundaries, like a vast universe. And in the depths of this universe, there was a small, dilapidated, three-story tower suspended, which was emitting a dim light, like a fallen star in the universe. Inside the remnant tower, a green-clothed figure was sitting on a chair, a thin mist shrouding its surroundings. In the mist, the green-clothed figure had a long skirt, slim and graceful. Her delicate figure glittered, and under the hem of the skirt, two snow-white jade legs were faintly visible, intertwined and gently swaying. The gelatinous skin and the long black hair reflected each other, and in the haze one could see a face that was stunningly beautiful. Heavenly beauty in a beautiful country seemed to be difficult to describe the beauty of this green-clothed figure. The green-clothed woman's lips lightly opened, but what came out was a pale voice. This was clearly the spirit of the pagoda. If Qin Yuan saw the true body of the pagoda spirit manifest, he would definitely drop his jaw. Who would have thought that the spirit of the pagoda, which had been passed down for 10,000 years and had a hoarse and mellow voice, would actually be such a delicate and moving woman? Hearing that Qin Yuan did not respond for a long time, the woman skimmed her lips, and the corners of her rosy lips hooked up a seductive smile. Still trying to give me away? Rather an interesting little fellow. The woman opened her mouth to speak to herself, but her voice was already as clear as a spring striking water, as melodious as heavenly music, very different from the pale and low voice of the original version. You want to give me away? I'll just stick with you. After all these years, this seat has never been disliked so much. This seat would like to see what makes you so condescending. At this moment, above the square of the Taishian sect, it had already been boiling. Qin Yuan completely became the center of attention in the entire room. Who would have thought that an ordinary pagoda trial would actually result in someone succeeding in reaching the top and obtaining the recognition of the spirit of the pagoda, becoming the unique divine son of the Taishian sect? The top management of the Taishian sect was thrilled. The pagoda manifested itself and the divine son descended into the world, representing the beginning of the revival of the Taishian sect. The ordinary disciples were in a shocked mood as they witnessed the legend and the history of the Taishian sect. The pagoda trial had basically ended at this moment, and the disciples who had come out from within the pagoda were in a similarly unbelievable mood after hearing about what had happened. Especially Yi Shansha. Her pair of almond eyes stared blankly. After being casually knocked down by Qin Yuan on the 5th floor, she had been holding her anger in her heart, wanted to catch up with Qin Yuan and prove himself through his results. After all, the pagoda trial mainly looked at talent, and if the talent was high enough, one could ascend to a higher position. Yi Shansha had always felt that her talent wasn't weaker than Qin Yuan's. It was just because her starting point was a bit lower. This trial, she must catch up with Qin Yuan and prove herself. As she desperately advanced until she had 1 foot on the 7th floor, she still didn't see Qin Yuan's figure. Yi Shansha was overjoyed in her heart, thinking that Qin Yuan must have been teleported out. Himself is at least catching up with him. After holding out on the 7th floor for half a quarter of an hour, she was also teleported out. However, when she cheerfully inquired about Qin Yuan's results, she received a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Yi Shansha was shocked beyond words. The 9th layer of the pagoda, the divine son of the Taishan sect. This was a status she had never even thought of. Qin Yuan actually did it. At this moment, Yi Shansha's heart was filled with a strong sense of frustration. The gap between her and Qin Yuan was really too big. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Qin Yuan's supporters were happy, but Su Fan's supporters could all be distressed. Lan Yun lowered his head in silence and didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Shenner looked at Qin Yuan in a daze, her eyes revealing admiration. It turns out that the big brother is actually so excellent. No, big brother has always been this good, Lin Shenner murmured, but then sighed softly. It's a pity. If only eldest brother wasn't such a bad person. Immediately after that, Lin Shenner looked at Su Fan again, thinking silently in her heart. Senior brother Su Fan is quite a nice person, but unfortunately he's a bit stupid and his talent isn't very good. It would be nice to give the talent of the eldest brother to the youngest. Or give the youngest brother's character to the eldest? Or maybe the two combined? Who would have thought that Lin Shenner would actually have such strange thoughts in her mind? Who can guess the mind of a young girl? However, Lin Shenner did not realize that the Su Fan who was supposed to be flawless in his heart, a choice that she was supposed to be unwavering in, and the Qin Yuan who was supposed to be 10 evils in her heart, and who was supposed to be spurned without any hesitation, had unconsciously come to a point where they could go and compare. Damnable. All of these are mine. All of these should be mine. Qin Yuan, what gives him the right? Su Fan's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. For the sake of the pagoda trial, he had prepared for a whole year. But in the end, he had failed, while Qin Yuan, his archenemy, had earned a lot of money. The results of the pagoda poetry trial were related to the entirety of his cultivation path in the future, and were treasures that he had to obtain. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the enemy, what was he to do? What should we do from now on? The gap between him and Qin Yuan would only grow wider. Fanner, calm down. Things have come to this. It's useless to be unwilling. The first thing to do for today is to nourish your body. Then wait for an opportunity to retrieve this treasure. Within Su Fan's mind, Fei Yan's ethereal voice was heard. I know, master. I must definitely take the pagoda and take it back. Su Fan gave Qin Yuan a resentful look and said firmly in his heart, it's good that you understand. And today's incident is a lesson for you. You have come all this way, although you have experienced too many rugged bumps, but most of them are not dangerous. For your mental training did not achieve the desired effect, but gave you the illusion of omnipotence. It also makes you start to get complacent and have a blind confidence. You have to keep in mind that from now on, no matter who or what you face, you have to be careful again and again. You can't afford to lose, Fei Yan said in his serious tone. Su Fan listened but was a little annoyed. He hated it when people were so preachy, especially when he was in the worst mood right now. What he needed was comfort, not accusations. I know, master, but out of respect. Su Fan still respectfully gave a reply. Only there wasn't much sincerity between his tones. Fei Yan naturally heard the impatience in Su Fan's tone, but she didn't take it to heart. Fanner is still a teenager after all. It's normal to be a bit impulsive, Fei Yan said silently in her mind. After collecting his thoughts, Su Fan looked at Nangong Liuli again, his eyes filled with viciousness. Nangong Liuli, I will make you pay.